John, are you ready? Okay. Order, order. Motion for unopposed return. Minister to move. Now we come to questions. Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Affairs. We start with James Murray.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 22nd of March, the Foreign Secretary announced global human rights sanctions against 4 Chinese officials and 1 entity responsible for serious human rights violations in Xinjiang. We did so alongside the United States, Canada and the European Union, sending a powerful message to China about the strength of international concern. The Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office will continue to keep all potential evidence and listings under close review.
James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst we wait for the government to take further action on sanctions against individuals, I would like to press the Minister on whether the UK government will follow this House and the US and Canadian governments in declaring the Chinese government's persecution of the Uyghur people to be a genocide.
Well, as the honourable member probably knows, we do not shy from our taking action. We've led international efforts to hold China to account. It's the long-standing policy of several governments of the United Kingdom that the determination of genocide should be by a competent court.
David Davis. Number 2. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer questions 2, 3, 4 and 5 together. The UK will spend £10 billion in ODA in 2021, making us the 3rd highest bilateral humanitarian donor country based on the OECD data.
David Davis.
Let me start, Mr. Speaker, by saying I understand full well it's a policy imposed by an unintelligent Treasury edict. Nevertheless, it has potentially the fatal consequences of a medium-sized war. The Minister for the Middle East could not tell us whether the 60% cut to Yemen meant more or less than 260,000 deaths from women and children as a result. On Ethiopia, where the UN tells us 350,000 faced imminent starvation, the Minister for Africa yesterday could not tell the House the size of the cut in our aid. I understand from impeccable sources we propose to cut that aid by 58 million, more than half. Can the Foreign Secretary confirm the size of that cut and tell the House what we intend to do to reduce the hundreds of thousands of deaths arising from our policy?
First take.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the right honourable gentleman, my right honourable friend, for his question. I don't accept the proposition he's put forward. As a global leader in ODA, we continue to be a global leader in ODA. We stretch to put as much in as we possibly can. Of course, we've got temporary financial exceptional circumstances, but we will get back to 0.7% as soon as we can. And he raised in particular the issue of Yemen. We've committed at least £87 million in 2021. That's more than £1 billion since the conflict began. He asked about the firm statistics. They are sent out in the normal way through Dev Tracker and the final returns that are made annually.
Stephen Bonner.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Prime Minister casually dismissed protests against billions of pounds worth of aid cuts as lefty propaganda. Analysis by Save the Children estimates that at least 3 million people in need of life-saving humanitarian assistance right now won't receive it because of this government's decision. Can the Foreign Secretary not see that this is not about left or right, it's about right and wrong? Does he recognise that this is not propaganda? This is about life and death for the most vulnerable people. So will he now U-turn on this decision before it is too late for them?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I recognise is that we remain the 3rd largest donor in the G7 based on GNI. What I recognise is that we've made the biggest ever donation to the Global Partnership for Education, pursuing our goal of 40 million girls receiving 12 years of education. As a result of that, we raised at the G7 billions of pounds from other partners towards that goal. What I recognise is we've doubled bilateral spending on international climate finance, and we've secured, through our donation of 100 million surplus vaccines, a contribution of billions, $1 billion more by the end of by the middle of next year, which means that we'll be able to vaccinate the world, not at the end of 2024, which is the current trajectory, but by the midpoint of next year. That is what Global Britain's about. That's what we achieved at the G7.
Let's go to Martin Docherty-Hughes. Martin.
2 aspects of the recent integrated review, Mr. Speaker, that jumped out at me were the explicit wish to integrate diplomacy and development and the so-called Indo-Pacific tilt, which the stated desire to see the UK's ODA more effective in the region. And as a member of the Defence Select Committee, I'm always interested to know how one can make a so-called region that is home to 3 of the 5 largest states in the world, which is named after the first and third largest oceans on the planet, any sort of effective domain for UK foreign policy. So can the Foreign Secretary, once his government cuts aid to many of the poorest in the world, can they advise the House which areas or countries of the Indo-Pacific it will be prioritising to maintain its investment for this new style of integrated development and diplomacy?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? As I mentioned to my right honourable friend, the final figures, as is historically always the case, come out through not just DevTracker, but the international development statistics. But let me give him the example that I think he's searching for. We have introduced, we made at the weekend, a £430 million contribution to the Global Partnership for Education. That is a 15% increase on last year. That will affect many of the countries in the regions that he described. But above all, we use not just our aid spend, but our diplomatic convening power to get others to make billions of pounds worth of contribution. And not only will that encourage 40 million more girls back into education, that will help deliver our second goal of getting 20 million more girls literate by the age of 10.
Let's go to Anna Bardell. Anna.
Mr Speaker, I think the real question is, does this Tory government even care? Because at a time when the poorest nations of the world need support, need humanity, need compassion, this UK Tory government are turning their backs. Even one of his own backbenchers has admitted that these cuts will kill. The other G7 countries have stepped up their aid budget, but the UK is the only one to cut it. It's utterly shameful. So you know what I really want to know, Mr Speaker? How does he and his Tory government sleep at night, knowing that they have the blood on their hands of some of the poorest people in the world?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think that was pretty unsavoury from the Honourable Lady. But I'll tell you how we sleep at night. We sleep at night because we're the third biggest ODA budget contributor in the G7. We sleep at night because we've just made the biggest global commitment on girls' education ever any government ever in the UK. We sleep at night because we're doubling the average annual spend on international climate finance, and we sleep at night because we led the way with the 100 million doses that we provided, that we're providing from excess surplus, because of the money we spent on the AZ vaccine. 95% of the poorest countries who have received doses so far via COVAX have come from AZ, and in relation to humanitarian spend, we bilaterally are the third biggest as well. So we continue to be a global leader, but of course I think our constituents would be asking some pretty serious questions if at a time where we face the biggest contraction in our economy of 300 years, we weren't also making savings or finding savings from the international as well as domestic budgets.
Shadow Minister Priti.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. COVAX aimed to deliver 2 billion doses of vaccines to countries around the world in 2021. 6 months in, and less than 5% of that total have been shipped. And to rapidly vaccinate health workers and older people in low-income countries, we must address global shortages with a global plan to increase production of vaccines and equitable access. Instead, what we got this weekend from a Prime Minister who's been in perennial retreat from the world stage was a commitment to 5 million doses by the end of September and a vague commitment to more at some point over the next 12 months. Does the Secretary of State agree that cutting the aid budget, while most of his counterparts were increasing theirs, made it harder for the Prime Minister to play a leadership role at the G7, and that the cuts are a key reason for the Prime Minister's abject failure to deliver a comprehensive strategy that accelerates global vaccine access so we can achieve at least 70% coverage in all countries and end the pandemic as quickly as possible?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm afraid the Honourable Lady is just mistaken and clearly didn't pay attention to what the G7 agreed. We agreed 100 million doses on the UK's behalf by the middle of next year. That was not some kind of loose commitment. That was a very clear one. That comes on top of the billion doses we secured through our financial commitment to COVAX. And as a result of our commitment, we've now raised the ability through the G7 and the other contributions to secure 1 billion extra doses, so there are new doses. What that will mean in practice is that rather than the current trajectory of the world being vaccinated by the end of 2024, it will happen by the middle of next year. I would have thought if she really cares about this issue, she would recognise that that's a massive step forward.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Chris Law. Chris.
Speaker, what's apparent is no matter how many examples of why the aid cuts should be reversed, the Foreign Secretary is either unwilling or unable to answer. So let's try this another way. Mr. Speaker, it's estimated that these cuts will result in the deaths of over 1 million children throughout the world. That's 1 million more than already who die as a result of being the poorest and most vulnerable. Many of us have children of our own and we'd never neglect their fundamental needs. Yet with no consent and widespread opposition both inside and outside this Parliament, this government is determined to inflict death and suffering to those with no voice. So, thinking of those children, will the Foreign Secretary finally commit to reversing the decision, or is he willing to let the ink dry on the death sentences of these innocent lives?
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say, for the honourable gentleman to use language like that, frankly reflects more on him than the approach of the government or any ministers. Of course we take very seriously the financial predicament we're in and the difficult choices we've made, but we remain the third biggest G7 donor. I've given him the positive effects that we'll achieve with our £10 billion. But of course, if we were right at the bottom and we were only donating £1 billion a year and we increased it by 20%, according to his moral paradigm, we're doing better than if we were giving £10 billion this year. That is a totally clueless approach to take.
So it's like Committee Secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the G7's call for unimpeded access for aid workers to the Tigray region of Ethiopia as a potentially catastrophic man-made famine is unfolding. The UN estimates more than 350,000 people are currently living in famine conditions and 2 million are just one step away. There are reports of crops being destroyed, farmers prevented from cultivating land and food aid being stolen. Endemic sexual violence means that women and girls are staying in hiding, unable to seek the little food that is available. So how much humanitarian aid is the FCDO providing to support this response, and how much of it has already been distributed? What action is the FCDO taking to secure and safeguard the distribution of emergency food aid to communities in Tigray? And what steps is the FCDO taking to work with partners to prevent a catastrophic famine in Tigray?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady? She, like I, cares passionately about that. The appalling situation that we see. I can tell her that we've provided £22 million of badly needed support to the people in Tigray. At the G7 under the UK presidency, we issued a statement on the 2nd of April and on the 5th of May expressing deep concern. The things that need to happen now, and following my visit in January, my conversation with Prime Minister Abiy, humanitarian access went from being consent to notification, but still we know that humanitarian workers can't reach the places they need to. We need to work on that. We need to get Eritrean forces to withdraw, and in relation to accountability for some of the appalling human rights abuses we've seen, we certainly support the High Commissioner for Human Rights with the planned investigations she's going to be carrying out in conjunction with the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission.
Expert.
Number 9, sir.
Foreign Secretary.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 9 and 10 together. Iran is systematically in non-compliance with the JCPOA, and working with our European partners, but also the United States, China and Russia, we expect and we require a return to full compliance.
Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for that answer. The UN's nuclear watchdog has warned that Iran is now producing uranium levels at levels only countries making bombs are reaching, after successfully enriching to 60% purity. Given that this knowledge can't be unlearned, does my right honourable friend share my concern that Iran's nuclear activities already extend far beyond the outdated JCPOA? And what steps will he be taking to address not only Iran's nuclear belligerence, but its support for terrorism and ballistic missile programme?
I thank my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. It's not just a stockpile of enriched uranium, which is 16 times the permitted limit. It's also the operation of the centrifuges and the production of uranium metal, which is of deep concern. All sides agree that Iran must return to full compliance. There's been some progress, I would say, in the talks in Vienna, but a successful outcome is far from guaranteed. Those talks cannot continue to be open-ended, and we need to see a return to full compliance, but he's also right to refer to the need for longer and stronger, as it's dubbed, to make sure not just that we have permanent guarantees in relation to the nuclear issue, but we also address the destabilising activity that Iran sponsors. I've just got back, Mr. Speaker, from Iraq, where you could see firsthand in support for the militias, the Shia militias, what that means in practice.
Basil.
Question number 10, sir.
That's the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I firstly pay tribute to the work of the Halo Trust, a British charity, the largest demining organisation working in Afghanistan. Tragically, 10 of its team were killed in an ISIS attack a week ago. James Cowan, the CEO, has vowed to continue their important work, but I do hope the government will encourage the Afghan government to improve local security so they can continue their important work. Mr. Speaker, in the 1970s, we attempted to sell 100 Chieftain tanks to Iran. We took the money, 400 million, but following the Iranian Revolution, of course, these tanks were never delivered. We need to repay this debt because it is starting to interfere with other bilateral issues. Could I invite my right honourable friend to speak with Tony Blinken, because this is to do with legacy sanctions and we need to resolve this issue.
Can I thank my honourable friend? I first of all pay tribute to not just the work of the Halo Trust and extend my condolences for the loss of life, but also to all of the NGO workers on the front line who take extraordinary risks to do incredible work. In relation to the IMS debt to which he refers, we have always said that we are committed to resolving that issue. Legal discussions are ongoing. I will not say more at this point because they, as I say, they're ongoing and I don't want to prejudice them.
Right, let's go to Shadow Minister Fabian Hamilton. Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I join with the Honourable Member for Bournemouth East in sending our thoughts and best wishes to the victims of the terrible attack on the Halo Trust staff in Afghanistan. I know 10 people were murdered and many more injured. I'm sure the whole House would want to send their best wishes and sympathies. Mr. Speaker, the proposed plan to increase the UK's stockpile of nuclear warheads has made it abundantly clear that this government has ditched multilateralism and embraced unilateralism. Such a reckless move is out of step with all our allies and will have a big impact upon our ability to participate in nuclear non-proliferation agreements such as the JCPOA with Iran. And what impact, therefore, does the Foreign Secretary think this proposed increase in warheads will have on our international standing, given that we appear to have abandoned our obligations under Article 6 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and will he recommit to those obligations today?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? The maintenance of a minimum credible deterrence has had zero impact on the JCPOA talks, I can reassure him, and it is entirely consistent with our non-proliferation obligations.
Okay.
12, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The creation of the FCDO combines our diplomatic network with our development expertise and resource to maximise our interests, our influence and our impact as a global force for good. The Foreign Secretary's strategic oversight of ODA is bringing greater coherence and impact to UK aid, sharpening our focus where we can make the most difference and ensuring every penny delivers results. And the integrated review sets out the ambition for the UK to be a model for an integrated approach to tackling global challenges.
Can I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, as well as the ministerial team for the part they played in securing the vaccination commitment to the developing nations at the G7 over the weekend. 100 million vaccines from the UK, 500 million doses from the US and 100 million from the EU bloc. Though not necessarily proportionate, these commitments will have a major impact on the world's most vulnerable people. Does my honourable friend agree that the impact of overseas aid is greater when integrated with our diplomatic aims?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely I agree with my right honourable friend, and I'm grateful to him for asking this question. As we saw just last weekend at the G7 summit in Carbis Bay, the UK really can achieve much more when diplomatic and political levers combine with our development objectives, be that on vaccines, as he illustrated, or on girls' education, or on climate change. We can also use aid commitments to leverage greater financial commitments from other G7 countries and multilaterals. The G7 development finance institutions and multilateral partners committed to invest over $80 billion in the private sector in Africa over the next 5 years. This is the first time the G7 development finance institutions have made a collective commitment on funding for Africa. So absolutely demonstrating the way in which the diplomatic network and the UK development expertise can really have a much greater impact working together.
Question to Minister Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Accountability is vital. The military has committed atrocities against the Rohingya and other minorities and must be held to account. We've sanctioned 16 individuals for human rights violations against the Rohingya, including the Commander-in-Chief. We've sanctioned the two largest military economic entities, both a key source of revenue for the military. We've boosted our funding to the independent investigative mechanism, which preserves evidence for future prosecution. And we've also been clear in our support for the ICJ process and that we urge the military to comply with the provisional measures ruling.
Right, let's go to Rushanara. Rushanara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just also first extend my solidarity and deepest condolences for the Halo Trust staff who were killed in Afghanistan and all those who've been injured. Mr. Speaker, Myanmar's military has been allowed to act with impunity against the Rohingya, and their assault has now widened to the whole population following the military coup earlier this year. And at the same time, our government has unfortunately slashed the budget by nearly half for the refugee camps in Bangladesh, and there are impending cuts for humanitarian cuts likely within Myanmar. Can I ask the Minister once again, and while the Foreign Secretary is here listening, to reverse those cuts because it is literally costing lives? And will the Foreign Secretary and Minister Adams consider once again, please, to formally join the ICJ case on genocide prevention with the Gambia? If it's not now, after all that's happened, all that the Myanmar military has done, then when are we going to formally join, given we are a leading country in relation to Myanmar?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know how passionate the Honourable Lady is about the situation in Myanmar, and particularly on behalf of the Rohingya community. In terms of the ICJ case, we've been absolutely clear in our support for the process. We've urged the military to comply with the provisional measures rulings. We've provided funding to enable Rohingya refugees to attend those hearings in December 2019. With regards to the aid support, we remain a leading donor to the Rohingya response. We've provided over £320 million to the Rohingya response in Bangladesh since 2017. This includes £27.6 million of new funding, Mr. Speaker, announced in May. In Rakhine State, we've provided over £44 million to all communities since 2017, including over £25 million for the Rohingya. Mr. Speaker, this government is providing education, nutrition, water, sanitation, health and livelihoods.
Right. Let's have a substantive question to Minister Morton. Minister.
COVID-19 has raised the stakes for girls' education, deepening the crisis that they already face in basic skills. And too many children have missed crucial schooling since last year, which we know does long-term damage to their future, and it disproportionately affects girls. The UK is committed to standing up for the right of every girl around the world to 12 years of quality education. And that's why the UK has put girls' education at the heart of our G7 presidency, and we're co-hosting the Global Education Summit with Kenya in July.
Let's go to Julie Marson. Julie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her response. Does she agree with me that the G7 announcement on girls' education represented a huge boost to our efforts to ensure that girls around the world get the education they need and deserve?
Minister.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And we've put girls' education at the heart of our G7 presidency and made huge strides in achieving our ambition of standing up for the right of every girl to 12 years of quality education. At the G7 summit in Cornwall, the Prime Minister secured a landmark commitment from our G7 partners to pledge at least $2.7 billion to the Global Partnership for Education ahead of the Global Education Summit. And this includes £430 million from the UK, which is actually an uplift of 15% from our current position as top bilateral donor and our largest ever pledge to GPE. So this, along with our commitments to getting 40 million more girls into school and 20 million more girls reading by the age of 10 in the next 5 years, really is demonstrating the commitment that this government is putting into girls' education.
Substantive question to Minister Rutland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the UN Human Rights Council in March, we successfully led a new resolution which expresses deep concern about the situation in Sri Lanka and enhances the UN's monitoring role. For the first time, it requests the UN collect evidence of human rights violations for use in future accountability processes. We continue to engage with the government of Sri Lanka on this process.
Right, let us go to Elliot Colburn. Elliot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as chair of the APPG for Tamils and on behalf of Tamils in Castleton and Wellington, can I thank the FCDO for their work in securing this new resolution at the UNHRC sessions. However, more can and should be done to provide accountability for the brutal war crimes committed during the Sri Lankan civil war. So what actions can my right honourable friends take to ensure that evidence collected satisfies conditions for sanctions against current Sri Lankan government officials who are credibly accused of overseeing the enforced disappearance and sexual assault of thousands of Sri Lankan civilians during the conflict?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As he will know, this government has led international efforts over many years to promote accountability, reconciliation and human rights in Sri Lanka, including at the UN Human Rights Council. The new UK-led resolution adopted by the Human Rights Council in March included for the first time a request for the UN to collect, consolidate, preserve and analyse information and evidence of human rights and abuses and violations. So this can be used to support future accountability processes.
Alex Cunningham. Mr. Speaker. Minister Morton.
Team is having on the world's poorest countries, and the FCDO is committed to the global effort to tackle the pandemic. We've made new public commitments worth up to £1.3 billion of ODA to counter the health, humanitarian and socio-economic impacts of COVID-19 and to support the global effort to distribute vaccines equitably, as well as adapting our programmes in 2020, amounting to more than £700 million. And as we've heard, the Prime Minister announced at the G7 that the UK will donate 100 million vaccine doses within the next 5 years, with 5 million of these by the end of September to ensure global vaccination by the end of 2022.
This simply isn't good enough. With the failure of the Prime Minister to deliver a credible plan for vaccinating the world at the G7, compounding his savage cuts of 80% to clean water and sanitation programmes, which we all know are the best way of slowing the spread of COVID-19, does the Minister agree that the scale and impact of these cuts on the lives and life chances of the poorest people in the world are devastating, and the pandemic will kill more people and actually last longer as a result?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm not sure whether the honourable gentleman was following entirely all the announcements at the G7 at the weekend, because we announced that we will donate 100 million vaccine doses within the next year, with 5 million by the end of September. Our Prime Minister led the G7 to help commit to ensure global vaccination by the end of 2022, and also announcing plans to share 1 billion vaccine doses and to expand vaccine manufacturing as well. And when it comes to our ODA commitments, you know, the UK is one of the largest donors to the international response, committing up to £1.3 billion of ODA since the beginning of the crisis. And our overall ODA budget remains at £10 billion, helping the world's poorest.
The threat posed by North Korea continues to grow, and its nuclear and ballistic missiles programs threaten to destabilise the region and pose a grave threat to international peace and security. The United Kingdom is deeply concerned that humanitarian needs in North Korea may be growing following the closure of its borders in January 2020. And we urge North Korea to facilitate access for international humanitarian organisations to carry out an independent assessment of needs and to allow aid to flow freely into that country.
Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree with me that the international community's complete failure to stop the ongoing brutal treatment and subjugation of the North Korean people is testimony to the fact that we need new international structures to tackle the worst human rights abuses outside of the UN Security Council, which just isn't able to deliver on this and many other issues?
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise this issue, but he can be reassured that the UK is clear there must be no impunity for the most serious international crimes. The international community has a responsibility to respond to human rights violations in North Korea, and the United Kingdom remains committed to continuing to push for action at all levels to bring pressure to bear on the government of North Korea.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the Minister's answer there, and North Korea really should be higher up our agenda because there is a looming humanitarian disaster coming in that country. The corn harvest is failing, food prices are now up 30-odd%. The border remains closed with China, so imports aren't able to alleviate that. We're also seeing electricity being diverted away from the provinces to Pyongyang. All the actions of a deeply unstable regime, but jeopardising the interests of 25 million people. So we've heard great tale about the Indo-Pacific tilt and integrated foreign policy and development. It really would be a lot more credible if we hear less about aircraft carriers and more about preparations for a pending humanitarian disaster.
Minister.
Well, the honourable member is again right to raise this issue. We're extremely concerned about the humanitarian situation in North Korea. He will be aware that our ambassador to North Korea maintains diplomatic relations from London, and he routinely discusses issues of concern. We will seek to re-establish our presence in Pyongyang as soon as the border reopens. The Foreign Secretary and other G7 foreign and development ministers made clear on the 5th of May our deep concern for the welfare of vulnerable communities, in particular access to adequate water, nutrition, medical facilities. And this assistance, this humanitarian assistance, should be delivered consistent with UN Security Council resolutions and humanitarian principles.
Number 19, please.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer question 19 and 20 together. The UK Overseas Development Assistance continues to serve the primary purpose of reducing poverty in developing countries. We're proud that we remain firmly committed to helping the world's poorest and spend $10 billion of overseas development assistance this year, spending more on international aid in 2021 as a proportion of our gross national income than the majority of the G7.
Mr. Speaker, with Brexit, the UK has the freedom to be a truly global nation, not just as regards trade and diplomacy, but also as regards leading the world in tackling climate change, poverty and inequality. Does my honourable friend agree that we have an opportunity to expand our presence abroad, particularly in developing nations, so that we have personnel on the ground who really understand the issues faced in these countries and who can advise on how aid is specifically targeted to ensure real, measurable help is given and where it is needed most?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. I agree we have an opportunity to expand our presence abroad, particularly in developing countries. As part of the UK's diplomatic and development expansion, we now have heads of mission in Lesotho, Vanuatu and Eswatini. We're also opening a new British embassy in Djibouti and upgrading our 2 existing offices in Chad and Niger to full embassy status.
Virginia Crosby. Not here. Christina Rees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Labour and Cooperative Party MP, I'm so proud that tackling poverty is at the heart of the cooperative movement. What assurances can the Minister give that the cooperative sectors, which do so much to alleviate poverty in developing countries, won't be impacted by cuts to the aid budget? And will he commit to reinstate the 0.7% aid budget target?
Minister.
And I can certainly commit to going back to 0.7%. That is the government's intention when the fiscal situation is right. And I can agree to cooperate with cooperatives across the developing world with a small c and a large c, including the fair trade movement.
Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ahead of English wine... Sorry, question number 21, Mr. Speaker. 21.
21 or 22, Mr. Speaker, you'll get the same answer. My honourable friend asked a very timely question as the Prime Minister has today announced a free trade agreement with Australia, which will bring fantastic opportunities for British businesses from all over the United Kingdom. The UK-Australia trade relationship was worth over £13.9 billion last year, and we look forward to it growing even further under this deal. The FCDO, Mr. Speaker, has coordinated the transition of 150 key international agreements in which the UK previously participated as a member of the EU, including supporting the Department for International Trade to agree bilateral trade agreements with 67 non-EU countries, plus the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ahead of English Wine Week next week, would the Minister give me his personal assurance that he'll do everything in his power to ensure that our embassies and our high commissions around the world do all they can to promote and showcase this growing and successful English product?
I couldn't agree more, and I know my honourable friend and I do our best to support this fantastic industry. There is no better champion, Mr. Speaker, for the British wine industry. He has some superb vineyards in Arundel and South Downs. The quality of our sparkling wines in particular are superb, not least those from North Yorkshire vineyards, including the Yorkshire Heart vineyard in Nunmonkton and the Doonesford vineyard in Upper Dunsford. I recommend a visit. He's totally right. There should be no excuse for our embassies, our high commissions, our consuls for not stocking British produce, including our wines. And I'm sure all our ambassadors and high commissioners are watching, so I would ask them to make sure that their cellars are stocked up with British produce, including our fantastic British wines.
So told the Prime Minister to put it on last night. Anthony Higginbotham.
Question 23, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In their call last month, the Foreign Secretary raised the response to the pandemic and global health reform with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The Health Secretary also discussed COVID-19 with his Chinese counterpart at the UK-China Health Dialogue in December 2020. He underlined, Mr. Speaker, that a shared understanding of the virus's origins, grounded in robust science, is vital to global pandemic preparedness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has had huge implications for the global economy, for our constituents across this House and for billions of people around the world. And so it's vital that we learn the lessons and don't brush anything under the carpet for fear of reprisal. With President Biden having asked US intelligence agencies to investigate the origins of the pandemic, could the Minister reassure me and the House that we will be playing our full part in those efforts and that we will be putting pressure on the Chinese government to make sure that they behave in a much more transparent way than they have done to date?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this, and as he will know, Phase 1 of the WHO-convened COVID-19 origin study was always meant to be the beginning of the process, not the end. We're working with our international partners to support a timely, transparent, evidence-based and expert-led Phase 2 study, including as recommended by the experts' report in China. WHO Director General Tedros has said that all hypotheses remain open and further data and studies are required. And as such, Mr. Speaker, we expect all WHO member states to live up to their responsibilities and cooperate with Phase 2.
Substantive question to Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 24, 25 and 26
Together, the UK remains fully committed to a two-state solution as the best way to permanently end the occupation, deliver Palestinian self-determination and ensure Israel's Jewish and democratic identity. My right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, visited Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories on the 25th and 26th of May for talks with senior leaders to reaffirm this commitment. We welcome the ceasefire in Israel and Gaza, and we're working with partners in the region to find a durable solution to the conflict. We also look forward to hearing more from the Alliance for Middle Eastern Peace and the US government about the International Fund's objectives and the projects it will support. Once more information is available, we will consider options for UK involvement.
Let's go to Hilary Benn. Hilary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister has said, for many years there's been widespread international support for a two-state solution, but he will know that there are a growing number of voices who now say that the window on this is closing rapidly, and that if it does, Israel will have to accept full and equal civil rights for all Palestinians. In the light of this, what policy would he encourage the new government formed this week to pursue?
Mr. Speaker, we congratulate the formation of the new government and we look forward to working with them in pursuit of, I think, what is an almost universally held goal in this House and across the international community, which is having a secure, sovereign, prosperous Palestinian state alongside a secure and stable and safe Israeli state. Ultimately, it is for the government of Israel to make decisions about these policies. But as has been the long-standing position of the UK government, we will work to support any and all actions which are complementary to or part of the process towards making that sustainable two-state solution through political negotiations a reality.
Let's go to Dame Diana Johnson. Diana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite hosting the G7 in Cornwall this weekend, the government has yet again missed the opportunity to make global Britain a reality in the Middle East by not seizing the initiative for UK leadership of the International Fund for Israeli-Palestinian Peace. Can I ask the Minister why the government passed over this opportunity and whether there is any prospect for the UK to step up and lead this exciting new project with the United States?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady, and I pay tribute to her passion for finding a peaceful resolution to this situation. It is our shared goal. As I have said in my answer, we will look at the detail, and as yet all the details are not available to us. We will look at the detail as to what this programme seeks to deliver. We have always looked favourably towards programmes which bring about peace, but we want to make sure that they are effective. And as I say, once we have more details, we will assess our contribution or collaboration to that at that point.
Peter Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last few weeks, I have been contacted by many constituents who are distraught at the loss of civilian life on both sides. Will my right honourable friend reassure them that the UK continues to work with both sides to avoid future conflict?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, travelled to both Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories shortly after the most recent scenes of violence. We enjoy good relations both with the Palestinian Authority and the government of Israel, and we will of course be working with the new members of the Israeli government to pursue, as I say, what has been a long-standing UK policy, which is a sustainable, peaceful two-state solution. And I have no doubt that I speak on behalf of my right honourable friend when I say our efforts in this area are undiminished.
Shadow Minister Wayne David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I begin by expressing my sympathy to the families of the Halo Trust staff who lost their lives in Afghanistan. They were killed by an armed group while on a mission clearing landmines. They were extremely brave people, and we paid tribute to them. The British Consul in Jerusalem recently visited his neighbours in Sheikh Jarrah. In support of the Palestinians, he said that the threat to the community grows more acute by the day. He correctly stated that settlement activity and associated evictions and demolitions in East Jerusalem are illegal
and undermine the prospects for peace. These are powerful words, but what is needed is action. So what does the government propose to do to ensure that Palestinians in East Jerusalem can live in peace and security and the rule of law prevails in East Jerusalem?
Minister.
The UK government's position on demolitions, on settlement expansion, on annexation is clear and is long-standing. As I say, we enjoy good bilateral relations with the government of Israel, and we are able to speak with them frankly and firmly when we believe that their actions are counterproductive to that peaceful two-state solution. We will continue to do so. But ultimately, the resolution to this long-standing challenge will be done through negotiations, and will be done through negotiations between the government of Israel and the leadership of the Palestinian Authority, supported, perhaps even facilitated, by their friends in the international community, such as the United Kingdom.
Mike Ainsworth.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the last oral questions, I visited Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories to discuss how to reinforce the ceasefire. I also visited Saudi Arabia and saw firsthand the changes under Vision 2030, including greater rights for women, which we've been very much supporting. I visited Iraq to support free and fair elections in October, and of course I joined the PM in Carbis Bay for the G7 summit, which under his presidency delivered groundbreaking pledges on international vaccines, decisive action on climate change, and G7 commitments to get 40 million more girls into 12 years quality education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nepal is in a deep COVID crisis with thousands of people dying each week because of the lack of oxygen supply, ventilators, and a severe lack of vaccines. Without urgent help from the UK government, more lives will be lost. Can the Secretary of State outline what additional support the UK government is providing following the visit last month by medical advisors to Nepal? Thank you.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I am very concerned about the situation in Nepal. The UK announced very recently an additional support package, and I will write to him to set out the full details, so he's got all of that at hand.
Right, let's go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Tom Dugan. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's earlier comments about those workers who were serving so bravely in the Halo Trust in Afghanistan. He knows as well as I do that there are many other people serving the Afghan community and indeed the international community by seeking to assist women and girls in education, by seeking to help farmers, and by seeking to fight the corruption in various institutions and indeed the drugs business that has blighted so many lives. Can he today at the dispatch box redouble his commitment to the Afghan National Security Forces and to supporting all those institutions who made such a difference in protecting the Afghan population, and who really are the legacy of the British Army and many other armies' continuous operations in Afghanistan over much of the last 20 years? Will he make sure that the sacrifice of all those who fought in Afghanistan and all those who have given so much to rebuilding it will not go to waste in aid cuts that are so unnecessary?
Can I thank my honourable friend? He's right to point to the precarious situation in Afghanistan. We had long, detailed talks, not just with the United States at Carbis Bay, but with other allies. We've had the NATO summit as well, which has been an opportunity to reinforce the need to stand by those who have stood by us in the way that the chairman of the Select Committee, my honourable friend, has described, but also to make sure that we encourage a political dialogue to avoid the spectre or the risk of civil war, and to try and make sure we bank not just the security gains from all the blood, sweat and tears that have been spent in Afghanistan, but also a more inclusive government.
Now come to Shadow Secretary of State, Lisa Nandy.
Can I associate myself with the tributes paid to the brave workers of the Halo Trust, and also put on record our unequivocal condemnation of the targeting of a BBC journalist outside Parliament yesterday? Press freedom is under attack around the world. We must defend it here. Yesterday, NATO recognised China as a systemic challenge to our security and the values that underpin it for the first time. So while we welcome the reference to forced labour in the G7 communiqué, the failure to agree concrete measures in relation to Xinjiang was a missed opportunity to send a clear message that the world stands against genocide and anyone who seeks to profit from it. So can he assure us that he and the Prime Minister supported the stronger language and tougher measures President Biden made clear were needed, and that despite the failure of the G7 to agree them, that he will continue to do so?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady and agree with much of what she said. Of course, at the G7, she'll know there is varied views, including amongst our European partners, about quite how robust to be with China on some of these issues. She will know because of the stance that the United Kingdom has taken in the Human Rights Council, in the UN General Assembly, in the United Nations, and other fora, and indeed the statements that we've put out and the sanctions that we've imposed in relation to Xinjiang, how importantly we take this issue. But the reality is, in relation to China, on this and many other issues, we need to be able to carry a broader group of like-minded countries with us. And that's why the Prime Minister invited India, South Korea and Australia to join the G7 as a guest, and why it's so important to engage with ASEAN in the way that we've been doing.
Listen, Andy.
Well, can I say to him that while I welcome that, if we want to carry a broader group of like-minded countries with us, we need to lead by example. Does he regret whipping his MPs to support preferential trade deals with countries who commit genocide? Can he tell us why last week his government turned down almost every single recommendation made by the Business Select Committee to get tough with China over forced labour in Xinjiang, and why the Minister for Exports told parliamentarians last week that China offers more opportunity to the UK economy than any other market? The sheer incoherence of this approach is how time and time again the government comes up short. It gives us the absurd spectacle of ministers standing up for human rights in the morning and then defending trade deals with countries that commit genocide in the afternoon. Can he please get a grip on this across government? Because who in the world could rely on a government that can't even rely on itself?
Thank the Honourable Lady. I think she's a bit confused. Can she name a single country with whom the United Kingdom under this government is engaged with FTA negotiations that has committed anything close to genocide? Of course it's unthinkable. Of course we wouldn't do it. Incorrect. What we have done, she's chuntering from a sedentary position because she knows what she's saying is bereft of the substance. We have imposed, and we led the way in imposing sanctions on Xinjiang. We have raised it at the G7 level, and it's absolutely inconceivable that the UK would do a trade deal with any country that's engaged in genocide. I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady's chanting again. It's just absolute nonsense. It is right, though, to say that we want a constructive and positive relationship where it's possible with China across the piece. There are areas like climate change, which she talks a good game about, but doesn't seem to understand the elbow grease that needs to go into it. Well, we need to have a conversation with China. It's the biggest emitter, biggest investor in renewable technologies. But we never shrink, as we have demonstrated time and time again, standing up for our values. She talks a good game, we do the business.
Can we have less chunnering as well? Chris Grayling.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend knows my concern about the impact of deforestation around the world. I'm particularly concerned at the moment about what's happening in Brazil, where far from seeing greater protection from the Amazon rainforest, it looks as if the Brazilian government is moving in a direction that will allow greater deforestation in the Amazon. Please will he take every step he possibly can to put pressure on the Brazilian government to make sure that doesn't happen, and in fact protections for the Amazon are increased and not reduced?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is absolutely right. On the positive side, we welcome President Bolsonaro's commitment to reach zero illegal deforestation by 2030. We're working with the Brazilian government to address some of the underlying factors that fuel deforestation, including trying to get sustainable production of agricultural commodities. That's an issue not just in Brazil, but around the world. And I can reassure him we've committed £259 million to help protect the Amazon through international climate finance programmes. And that's already avoided the clearance of 430,000 acres.
Let's go to Janet Davey. Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is fully aware that my constituent, Mr. Anousheh Ashouri, has been detained as a hostage in Iran because of his British citizenship, with declining health and no contact with his family. Does the Secretary of State agree that Anousheh should receive every tool the government has to secure his release, including diplomatic protection? If so, can the Secretary update us on his diplomatic status and confirm whether dual nationals being held in Iran were discussed at the G7 summit?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady? I've had long conversations with the family of Anousheh Shuri, as with all of the other dual nationals detained. Nothing is more moving or heartrending in this job than the situation that our dual nationals find themselves in Iran, or indeed nationals or dual nationals around the world. I've been very intensively engaged in trying to resolve this. It, along with other issues, was something that I discussed with our US friends at Carbis Bay, and I'm doing absolutely everything I can to secure the release and return home of all of our detained dual nationals in Iran, but indeed all around the world.
Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate the Foreign Secretary and his whole team on delivering such a successful G7 summit in Carbis Bay, and can I also welcome the very generous contribution to the replenishment of the Global Partnership for Education. And can I ask for an assurance that as our economy recovers and we revert to 0.7% in terms of overseas development assistance, that contribution merely represents the foundation of our ambition to ensure that every child in the world gets 12 years of quality education?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for the points that she has made, and I can assure her that in all the conversations we have, both about our commitment to Africa and more broadly around the world, the importance of 12 years of quality education for girls remains an absolute top priority, and we recognise that it is, as the Prime Minister has said on many occasions, the Swiss Army knife of global problems, and it will remain a high priority for us both on this file and more broadly.
Let's go to Leila Moran. Leila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Foreign Secretary was in Cornwall over the weekend, I was out on doors in Chesham and Amersham, and I spoke to lifelong Conservative voters tell me that they were angry that this government has broken its promises to them and the world's poorest by cutting the aid budget, and that they were planning to stay home or vote Lib Dem for the very first time. Does the Secretary of State agree with them that if someone wants to send a message to this government on cuts to the aid budget, they should vote Lib Dem?
Suspect you won't, but come on, sir.
Well, I tell you what, I'm glad the folk of Chesham and Amersham managed to receive a rare sighting of a Lib Dem. I went to school in Amersham, and I can tell the Honourable Lady, I don't think they'll be that daft come election day.
Cheryl Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on a successful G7 conference at Conservative Cornwall. During my time at the Royal College of Defence Studies, I led a seminar on the South China Sea, and through my interest in fisheries, I've gained a knowledge of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Could my honourable friend tell me if what his department is doing to encourage a code of conduct for the area that reflects UNCLOS?
Can I thank my honourable friend? I started off life as a maritime lawyer, so I can geek on UNCLOS with the best of them, but I pay tribute to her expertise in this area. I would say that we welcome the negotiations between China and ASEAN on a code of conduct relating to UNCLOS. What is really important, though, is that it reflects and is faithful to the international obligations in one of the world's most widely ratified international treaty, and also widely regarded as reflective of customary international law, and that a code of conduct is not used by China to unpick the obligations under UNCLOS.
Can I just say, I'm very disappointed that lots of members have not got in. I think those who are asking questions, those who are responding to questions, should consider others, because unfortunately I'm now ending it and suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Sir, I call the Leader of the House to make a brief business statement. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should like to make a short business statement. Honourable and Right Honourable members will be aware of yesterday's announcement to extend COVID restrictions until the 19th of July. As a consequence of that announcement, further regulations are needed. Therefore, tomorrow's business will now be consideration of a business of the House motion, followed by a motion to approve the health protection, coronavirus restrictions, steps and other provisions, England Amendment No. 2 Regulation 2021, SI 2021 No. 705, and a further motion that will provide for the current arrangements for parliamentary proceedings during the pandemic to continue until the summer recess. I shall make a further business statement as usual on Thursday, and Mr. Speaker, you have asked me to advise honourable and right honourable members that they will have until 3 o'clock today to apply to speak in tomorrow's debate.
I now call Shadow Leader of the House, Thangland Debenham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the House for advance copy of that statement and for cooperation over the process. Mr. Speaker, from the Ministerial Code, Section 9, Ministers and Parliament, General Principle 9.1 says, and I quote, when Parliament is in session, the most important announcements of government policy should be made in the first instance in Parliament. As you had noted, and I also noted yesterday in my point of order, this was not followed yesterday in relation to a major announcement by the Prime Minister. The Leader of the House regularly and correctly says that members of Parliament have been sent here to represent constituents, should be able to scrutinise ministers of the Crown in order to stand up for said constituents, and he's always been known as a man of the House and our representative to Cabinet. Does the Leader of the House agree with this statement in the Ministerial Code? Because of the motion that is being brought forward tomorrow, linking back to yesterday's announcement, I'd like to ask him, does he believe whether or not the Prime Minister has abided by the letter and the spirit of this section, which is in bold at the top of Section 9? If he doesn't, what will he do to make representations on our behalf to the Prime Minister? And does he understand that the Prime Minister's absence from this House to take questions about this important announcement affects our ability to represent our constituents? Will there therefore be some mention of this over the course of the next 24 hours from the Prime Minister? Linking to the package of motions that he is announcing for tomorrow, will there also be a statement from the Chancellor on an economic package of support from the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy or Work and Pensions about extending support for businesses and individuals who will be affected by the extension? In particular, will the government now acknowledge it is essential to provide payment for people asked to isolate who cannot work from home but are on low wages or insecure work? Will he ask his colleagues, in addition to the motions tomorrow, to come forward urgently with packages of support? Businesses such as hospitality who've stocked up, taken on staff who can't be furloughed, others who are now facing a series of cliff edges. This is relevant to the motions tomorrow because these will affect what happens to those businesses, and many are on the edge. The motions will also cover extending the rules for this place until recess, which I welcome. Does he agree we need to discuss those fully and what we can learn from the hybrid parliament? And finally, in closing, Mr. Speaker, as we have this business statement, can I ask the Leader of the House if, as he hasn't included parliamentary time in this statement, to close the anomaly between the ICGS and Parliamentary Standards Committee in relation to recall when an MP is subject to suspension on recommendation of ICGS. Will he be covering this in his business statement on Thursday, given that this is an urgent piece of business? We have no idea when another case of sexual harassment or bullying may come forward. And finally, on a related issue, you may have seen the footage of a journalist with parliamentary credentials being harassed outside Number 10. Has the Leader of the House been in touch with the necessary authorities to ensure that this does not happen again? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always important that statements are made to this House, and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, was here yesterday to answer questions. But I understand, Mr. Speaker, that you are seeing the Prime Minister later on today to discuss this and to ensure that everything is done as it ought to be done. I'm confident that the Prime Minister follows the Ministerial Code in all his doings, and that has been shown over recent times to be the case. The Honourable Lady asks for further statements to be made, and that's a perfectly reasonable request for her to make. I would remind her that £407 billion of taxpayers' money has been spent so far, and that the furlough scheme continues until September, so comfortably beyond the date that has been set or will be set if the regulations are approved tomorrow, and that other packages such as rate relief are also continuing. The question of statements is always a difficult one because there will be a debate tomorrow and members will want to contribute to that, and that debate will go until 7 o'clock. Any statements eat into time for that, and these are all matters that could be raised during the course of debate as well. So the House essentially has to work out for itself how it best wants to manage its time to ensure these important issues are fully discussed in the time available tomorrow. As regards the hybrid parliament, Mr. Speaker, you wisely advised yesterday that we should extend it until the recess, rather than doing it to just a couple of days before. And I am like the centurion's servant, say go and I goeth, say come and I cometh. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, those are the motions that we have brought forward. And I think that's sensible and proportionate, and it may be useful to the House to say that this will also apply to select committees who will continue to be able to use hybrid proceedings until the parliamentary recess. The issue relating to recall, discussions are taking place. I actually had a meeting with one of the union representatives earlier in this week. I know the Honourable Lady is having discussions. There may be an opportunity to discuss it at the Commission on Monday. So this is something that is under very active consideration, and I hope that we can come to a conclusion that is satisfactory to everybody. As regards policing in the metropolis and security outside Downing Street, the Honourable Lady's question is perfectly timed because my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, and my honourable friend, the Minister for Policing, are on the front bench at this very moment, and I'm sure that they will encourage the constabulary to attend to their duties.
I now call SNP spokesperson Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank the Leader for advance sight of the statement. I think, in agreeing with the Shadow Leader, I think it's critically important that we get clarity around extension of support schemes and mechanisms, and actually perhaps this is an opportunity that the Government could take to close the gap for the excluded who have not had any support to date, and as we continue to extend, it is maybe something that could be brought forward in due course. I think while all of us want to see the end of restrictions at the earliest possible opportunity, I think yesterday's statement was welcome to recognise the reality that we do face. But looking at that reality in the fluid situation, I would ask the Leader, is it in fact a case that by only extending the extension of virtual proceedings in this place to the recess dates, it means that should something happen over the summer recess before we return in September, we're then presented with a situation of no opportunity to consider what might be necessary at that stage because we've effectively stopped these procedures being available in July rather than even the first day back. And we could potentially have a situation of returning the first day back in full attendance to simply have to move measures for something. I'm not trying to be a killjoy, I'm just looking at the practicalities of what if these situations present themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his support. And he raises a very fair point. I think the answer must be, as the Prime Minister has said, and indeed I think Professor Whitty has said, that ultimately we're going to have to live with COVID and that we cannot have this semi-functioning Parliament indefinitely. We ultimately have to get back to normal. We have to have the bustle and the energy that Parliament requires to hold the government to account. Dare I confess that it is much easier for a minister at the dispatch box when there are about 20 people in this chamber than when there are 400. And as somebody who believes in the benefits of parliamentary scrutiny, I actually think it's quite a good thing when ministers find that they are facing some fast bowling at the dispatch box rather than my sort of lumbering slow balls that best I can achieve in the cricket field. I would say in relation to the extension of support that a lot of the support, as I mentioned, does continue. And this gives me an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to mention the wonderful support that the United Kingdom has been able to give, and therefore £14.5 billion of extra money has been spent thanks to UK taxpayers across our whole country in Scotland, supporting over 900,000 jobs in the furlough scheme and over 535,000 claims for the self-employment scheme. So I'm delighted to see that the honourable gentleman is beginning to see the virtues of a united kingdom.
Not quite sure he agrees, but there we are. I'm now suspending the House for 1 minute to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. 1 minute suspension. Order. I now call Home Secretary Priti Patel to make a statement. Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement about the report of the Daniel Morgan Independent Panel. Daniel Morgan was murdered in London in 1987. It is incredibly painful for his family and friends that 5 criminal investigations into his brutal death have brought no successful prosecutions. In 2013, my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, then Home Secretary, announced the creation of the Daniel Morgan Independent Panel to review police handling of the murder investigations. The panel was asked to explore police involvement in Daniel Morgan's murder, whether anyone involved in the murder was protected by corrupt police officers, whether there was a subsequent failure to investigate corruption, and whether the incident of connections between private investigators, police officers, the news of the world, or other parts of the media. The independent panel has now completed its report, and I'm very grateful to them and Baroness Lula alone. As Home Secretary, Mr. Speaker, it was my responsibility to ensure publishing the report was compatible with my statutory obligations in reflection to human rights and national security. This is not about delay, and I'm pleased that no redactions were required. Daniel Morgan's family have waited 8 years for this report. It is devastating that 34 years after he was murdered, nobody has been brought to justice. The report sets out findings from its review of the last 3 decades. It's over 1,200 pages long and 3 volumes. It is right that we carefully review its findings. But, Mr. Speaker, the report itself is deeply alarming and finds examples of corrupt behaviour. Corrupt behaviour were not limited to the first investigation, that the Metropolitan Police made a litany of mistakes, and that this irreparably damaged the chances of successful prosecution of Daniel Morgan's murder. The report accuses the Metropolitan Police of a form of institutional corruption. Police corruption is a betrayal of everything policing stands for in this country. It erodes public confidence in our entire criminal justice system. It undermines democracy and civilised society. We look to the police to protect us, and so they are invested with great power. The overwhelming majority of officers use it honourably. But those who use their power for immoral ends do terrible harm, as do those who indulge, cover up, or ignore police corruption. This is one of the most devastating episodes in the history of the Metropolitan Police. In recent years, Mr. Speaker, several steps have been taken to combat police corruption. A new offence of police corruption solely applicable to police officers was introduced by my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, in 2015 to sit alongside the existing offences of misconduct in public office. The offence carries a maximum prison sentence of 14 years. To prevent corrupt officers evading accountability by resigning or retiring, the Policing and Crime Act 2017 enabled the extension of disciplinary procedures to former officers. It also ensures that if an officer under investigation for gross misconduct resigns or retires, misconduct proceedings can still take place, and the officer can be barred from rejoining the police. Last year, Mr. Speaker, I overhauled the police complaints and discipline process. There is now a more efficient system for dealing with police misconduct. The investigation process is simpler and quicker, and an explanation is required if an investigation takes longer than 12 months. It is in the interests of both the police and the public that corrupt police officers are exposed and innocent ones exonerated as swiftly as possible. The Group of States Against Corruption monitors countries' compliance with the Council of Europe's anti-corruption standards, and this month it published a report demonstrating good progress in the UK's law enforcement to prevent corruption. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot ignore the findings of this report. Its recommendations are wide-ranging and far-reaching across aspects of policing, conduct, culture and transparency in public institutions. Today I have written to Dame Cressida Dick to ask her to provide me with a detailed response into the panel's recommendations for the Metropolitan Police, and the wider issues outlined within the report. This afternoon, I will also ask Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services to consider how best it can look into the issues raised. The police, Mr. Speaker, are operationally independent, and the Metropolitan Police are held to account by the Mayor of London and the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime. But the police are accountable to Parliament through me. I intend to return to the House to update on progress made on this and other recommendations made in the report once I have received responses from the Metropolitan Police and others. Mr. Speaker, there can be no confidence in the integrity of policing without confidence in the police watchdog. The IOPC has made good progress since it was formed in 2018, but questions remain about its ability to hold the police to account. In particular, profound concerns exist around the handling of the IOPC's investigation into Operation Midland. The issues raised by Daniel Morgan's independent panel further reinforce the need for a strong police watchdog. I am therefore announcing today that I am bringing forward the next periodic review of the IOPC to start this summer. This will include an assessment of the IOPC's effectiveness and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, Daniel Morgan deserved far, far better than this, as did his family. And to them, on what will be a very, very difficult day, I say that the whole House will have them and Daniel in our thoughts. I commend this statement to the House.
We now come to Shadow Home Secretary Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement in advance side of it. And I should say that a member of Daniel Morgan's family is a constituent of mine, and my thoughts are with them today. The publication of the report should never have taken this long. 34 years since Daniel Morgan's horrific murder. 4 major police investigations, a collapse trial, an inquest. The independent panel was set up by the Right Honourable Lady for Maidenhead in 2013, yet the family has had to wait a further 8 years since. The findings in the report are damning, and they go to the very heart of our policing, criminal justice system and media. And the challenge to the government today is what will now be done to ensure that something like this can never happen again. Paragraph 60 of the report is incredibly serious, and it states, and I quote, "The family of Daniel Morgan suffered grievously as a consequence of the failure to bring his murderers to justice, the unwarranted assurances they were given, the misinformation which was put into the public domain, and the denial of the failings in investigation, including failing to acknowledge professional incompetence, individuals' venal behaviour, and managerial and organisational failures. The Metropolitan Police also repeatedly failed to take a fresh, thorough and critical look at past failings, concealing or denying failings for the sake of the organisation's public image is dishonesty on the part of the organisation for reputational benefit and constitutes a form of institutional corruption." Now, the panel has proposed the creation of a statutory duty of candour to be owed by law enforcement agencies to those whom they serve. It's a vital reform, and it's particularly urgent as there will be another inquiry soon into the COVID pandemic. So can the Home Secretary confirm that that recommendation will be implemented? And Mr. Speaker, I stand here today as a Member of Parliament for a mining constituency, a supporter of Liverpool Football Club, looking, in addition to Orgreave and Hillsborough, at yet another terrible episode from the 1980s that raises profound questions about policing in that period. And on the link between police and journalists, doesn't the Home Secretary accept that the government over the past 11 years has had the opportunity not only to investigate that link, but to make reforms, and has failed to do so? The Home Secretary will also be aware of the serious criticisms made by the panel in its ability to do its work over the past 8 years, and its difficulty in securing timely access to evidence. The Home Secretary will further be aware of the criticism of the Home Office at page 1138 of the report, that the point of contact for the panel was helpful, but that dealing with the Home Office as a department was more challenging. Can the Home Secretary set out how she proposes to address that within the Home Office? The Home Secretary also mentioned bringing forward the next periodic review of the IOPC, and it's right that strong powers for our police are matched by strong safeguards. So can the Home Secretary confirm when she expects that review to be completed? The Home Secretary also mentioned returning to the House once she has a response from the Metropolitan Police, Does she expect this to be before the summer recess? And finally, does the Home Secretary agree that we will be failing the family and indeed all victims if we do not do all that is required to prevent other families going through the 3-decade nightmare that has been the experience of the Morgan family?
Home Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, well, let me just begin my remarks in response to the Right Honourable Gentleman by extending my continued sympathy to Daniel Morgan's family at what is a difficult time and really pay tribute to their own tenacity in seeking answers to their questions about Daniel's tragic murder. Now, the Right Honourable Gentleman raises a number of valid points regarding to police conduct and also the report itself in terms of the time that it has taken, but also the whole issue of duty of candour. And he speaks about this very point around public servants, in particular, given evidence in hearings and investigations and public inquiries, very much in terms of the honesty and the approach that they take to bring justice to families in particular. Now, on this point, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to recognise, and the Right Honourable Gentleman has spoken about this in relation to potential COVID inquiry as well, that has been announced, that work is taking place across government in how these wider issues will be addressed going forward. But at the same time, there is absolutely no justification for delay. 8 years it has taken for this report, far too long. And there will be many reasons, but importantly, lessons have to be learned from that. Now, in response to the Right Honourable Gentleman's specific points that he has raised around policing itself and the Metropolitan Police and the report, I have today written to the Commissioner to seek her response to the findings of the actual report itself. And alongside that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will maintain that I will return to the House. At this stage, I can't tell the Right Honourable Gentleman when that will be, but I will endeavour, post the discussions this afternoon, I've also mentioned the Inspectorate and having a review effectively as well. I will bring the updates to this House so that the Right Honourable Gentleman and all members of this House are kept fully informed of the next stages and our collective response to the recommendations that the panel have made.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like I'm sure all members of the House, my thoughts are with Daniel Morgan's family today. At the heart of this damning report, thorough report, is yet another example of an organ of the state whose job was to protect the public, prioritising the reputation of the institution over the delivery of justice. Will my right honourable friend agree with me that the vast majority of police officers act with integrity and with an overriding sense of public duty? But where corruption does occur, it must be rooted out with vigour, unlike what happened through this episode of the Daniel Morgan, finding the killer of Daniel Morgan. And as the independent panel have said, every corrupt activity must be identified and dealt with on every occasion.
Secretary.
Honourable friend, for her comments and her tribute as well to Daniel Morgan. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, I'd also just like to pay tribute to the Right Honourable Lady for her work with regards to policing and corruption in policing as well. I agree with my Right Honourable friend wholeheartedly that when it comes to the majority of our frontline police officers, they are incredible public servants. They honour their roles, they respect their roles, and they absolutely serve the front line with care and professionalism. But she is right to highlight and make the case very strongly that where there is corruption, there can be no hiding institutionally or within inquiries or particularly panels or anything of that nature. And it has to be right, Mr. Speaker, that our role collectively now as a government and for the Home Office as well is absolutely, as I have outlined this afternoon, to not just follow up, but to get the answers that are required and ensure that police conduct is held to account so that we can bring an end to the corruption of policing in this way that we've seen.
We now come to SNP spokesperson Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement as well. No family should have had to endure what Daniel Morgan's family have had to endure, the loss, the distress, compounded by institutional corruption, delay and injustice. And as the Home Secretary says, we do all have them in our thoughts. But we must also do more. And we all hope that the devastating report of the independent panel, for whose work we are indeed grateful, helps provide some answers and some signposts as to what should happen next. But will she meet with the family to discuss the findings of the report and the recommendations of the panel? The Home Secretary has highlighted that the findings and recommendations are wide-ranging, far-reaching and stretch over 3 volumes. So the next very simple request, and one of the most important I think, is that the Government makes time to allow Parliament to debate the report and its implications in full. The offer of updates is good, it is welcome, but a report of this significance must surely have a full parliamentary debate. Mr Speaker, I note that there is a whole chapter on the challenges of securing cooperation. Is that what provides the explanation for why it took 8 years for the panel to complete its work? Was some of the delay caused by difficulties in persuading the Met Police and others to provide documents and files requested by the inquiry? And if that is the case, isn't that all the more reason for a judge-led inquiry along the lines of Leveson 2? To what extent were the panel able to seek evidence from media organisations, and given its lack of powers in this area, is that not also all the more reason for a judge-led inquiry in the form of Leveson 2? In fact, Mr Speaker, nothing has been said yet this morning about standards and conduct of media organisations and the implications of this report for that industry. So will the Secretary of State for the Department for Culture, Media and Sport also be making a statement about the implications for that industry of what is said in the report about this dreadful episode?
Home Secretary.
Mr Speaker, I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his comments and the way in which he's articulated them today in particular. He's highlighted a number of important points, including the delay, 8 years of painful work by the panel, but essential work, no question, in terms of pulling together the component parts of this report, and it is detailed. And I would urge all honourable and right honourable members with an interest to absolutely spend some time in reading this report. In terms of a future debate, the Right Honourable Gentleman can go through the usual approaches through the House for a debate. But I do think it's important, Mr Speaker, as I've highlighted already, there are a number of recommendations. I'm taking some immediate actions this afternoon in terms of not just follow-up, but pursuing further lines of investigation and accountability and holding the Metropolitan Police to account. He also mentioned Leveson in particular, and he will know well that significant reforms following Part 1 of the Leveson inquiry put forward a number of recommendations concerning the police and the media. This included introducing strong rules to ensure accountability and transparency, and those changes obviously led to the introduction of the Code of Ethics. The government formally consulted Sir Brian on whether to proceed with Part 2, deciding that it was no longer appropriate, proportionate, or in the public interest to proceed, given the potential costs and the amount of time that had been spent on Part 1 itself. Mr Speaker, my final comment to the Right Honourable Gentleman is very much just to close my remarks by saying I would absolutely be happy to meet with the family in the way in which he has highlighted and outlined, should that be of some support to them.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And the overwhelming majority of currently serving police officers will be devastated by the publication of this report and the besmirchment of their conduct in carrying out the duties they fulfil. Obviously, our thoughts are with the family and friends of the victim who have suffered over the years in this regard. And I welcome my Right Honourable friend's commitment to ensuring that this report and the recommendations are delivered in full. Will she undertake to come back to the House and give us, as MPs, the opportunity to question how closely the recommendations have been implemented and all the various different institutions that will need to implement these so that the public can have trust restored?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I agree wholeheartedly with the comments made by my Right Honourable friends, and would like to say again, Mr Speaker, the majority of our police officers, and they will be devastated, there is no doubt about that, they will be devastated by this report and the implications, effectively, on policing. And this report is devastating in many, many ways. And of course, our frontline police officers, the officers that we see and meet with every single day, are incredible public servants that put the public safety of our citizens and our country front and centre of what they do and their own conduct every single day. And it's worth reminding the House, Mr. Speaker, these are men and women who often run to danger to keep us safe and to protect us. My honourable friend is absolutely right. I will return to the House with an update, with the recommendations, looking at the recommendations. But equally as importantly, this is about how we hold institutions of the state to account, to stamp out some of the corrosive practices that have been outlined in the 3 volumes of this independent panel's report. And that is something that we are determined to do.
Let's go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Yvette Cooper. Yvette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a deeply damning and disturbing report, and all of us will need to consider its findings and recommendations. I welcome the Home Secretary's commitment to come back with a further response and proposals. The corruption has led, in this case, consequences and lack of justice for Daniel Morgan and his family, and it undermines too the valiant work of so many police officers with integrity across the country. But this has only come to light because of the determination of the family and the persistence of the independent panel. So most troubling of all is the failure of senior police leadership and of policing institutions to uncover what has happened and the scale of the problem over so many years. Can she tell the House why she thinks that there has been this failure to uncover this over so many years since, and whether she will come forward with some specific proposals around the duty of candour that's been recommended by the independent panel?
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question, and I think it's important that we actually spend some time to consider the full report and the recommendations, and also reflect upon the fact that this report has taken 8 years and spend a great deal of time understanding why, some of the processes, some of the slowness in terms of sharing information, sharing papers, sharing evidence bases, for example. So that is why, Mr. Speaker, it is important that I hold the Commissioner to account, ask the right questions as I am doing so this afternoon. And as I have said, it is important that, first of all, we seek answers to many outstanding questions. We question and find out what has happened in terms of policing conduct historically over 3 decades. And to the Right Honourable Lady's point as well about duty of candour, there is absolutely more to do here. This is a point and an issue when we look at accountability, institutions of the state, public conduct. We cannot shy away from asking some difficult questions and reform how we work and how our institutions are publicly held to account.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And like other honourable members, my thoughts are with the Morgan family on this most difficult of days. As a former police officer, I'm saddened but sadly not surprised by the findings of the report in relation to police corruption. The minority behaviours tarnish the work of so many brave serving police officers. And I note the Home Secretary's intended actions in relation to the Metropolitan Police and HMIC, but I would reiterate the call of the Shadow Home Secretary in terms of the clarity of her expected timescales for this work, but also the expectations of the Metropolitan Police in relation to active complaints linked to the Morgan case that are ongoing currently. The Morgan family have waited 34 years. How long must they wait to see real meaningful change?
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I absolutely respect and acknowledge the points of the Right Honourable Lady, and she is right to highlight timeframes. Bear in mind the painful period within which the Morgan family have had to wait for the publication of this report. I can at this stage, Mr. Speaker, reiterate my comments earlier on. I will come back to the House at the earliest opportunity with the information. That is absolutely right, and it's important for the family as well that that information is absolutely shared with them, and we learn the lessons that clearly were associated with this independent report.
Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Daniel Morgan Jr., Daniel Morgan's son, lives in my constituency. The Morgan family have been waiting 34 years since Daniel Morgan's death to see any kind of justice. Can the Home Secretary acknowledge the criticism of the Home Office in this report? And also, I've been in touch with the family since the publication of the report and since they've had a chance to look at it. And they are looking to the Home Secretary to implement the key findings of the report, in particular the statutory duty of candour. If the Home Secretary is unable to support that today, is she at least able to guarantee to come back before the summer recess with a response?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question and for her comment as well, and recognising, of course, that Daniel Morgan Jr. lives in the Honourable Lady's constituency and what a difficult time this is, in particular for the Morgan family. First of all, there is, Mr Speaker, criticism of the Home Office in this report, and it's important to reflect and acknowledge that, as the Right Honourable Gentleman had highlighted earlier on. Mr Speaker, for the record, I was not privy to discussions that took place previously prior to publication between officials in the Home Office and the panel itself. And of course, my responsibility is very much to ensure the publication of this report and that my statutory duties are met in doing so. She asked, like many Right Honourable and Honourable friends and members in the House, about the duty of candour. I will restate again, we will look at cross-government on this, because this is not just relevant, of course it's relevant to this particular inquiry, but also to future inquiries, past, but also the future in terms of COVID and how the state and institutions of the state are held to account.
Let's go to Ellie Reeves. Ellie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was 6 years old and remember it well when Daniel Morgan was murdered round the corner from where I lived in Sydenham, the area I now represent in Parliament. His brutal murder shocked the local community, and the fact that no one has ever been brought to justice has only intensified that. Today, all our thoughts are with Daniel's family, but they have suffered unimaginable and unnecessary delay. So will the Secretary of State commit today to implementing the panel's recommendations that in future any panel has timely access to the material required to do its work so that this delay never happens again?
Well, the Right Honourable Lady makes, I think, one of the most important points about delay, access to information in terms of bringing the report together, as she's already highlighted. It is absolutely right, Mr Speaker, that we spend time looking at the recommendations, and of course I've already said to all colleagues in the House this afternoon, I will come back to the House and provide updates in terms of the work that's been commissioned already, and obviously in terms of the recommendations as well.
Chris Bryant. Not here. We'll go to Barry Sherman. Barry.
Mr Speaker, the Home Secretary might not know that my long-term interest in this case comes from a campaigning lawyer, Glyn Maddox, who is a Welsh lawyer, brought this case to my attention, and I've followed it actively for many years. And indeed, this case led to the formation eventually of the all-party group on miscarriages of justice. But she will know that this isn't just a one-off. There was systemic corruption in part of the Metropolitan Police at this time. And if it hadn't been for Alistair, the brother of the deceased, and their mum, who sadly passed away before this report could be delivered, if it hadn't been for them continuing to campaign over these many years, we wouldn't have got this report at all. But would she agree with me that this was systemic? And the answer has to be system change. And I'm encouraged by some of the remarks she made in her when she addressed this issue this morning. And particularly, let's be fair, there were deficiencies in Home Office ministerial teams from both parties.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Honourable Gentleman. And actually, if I may, Mr Speaker, just pay tribute to the Honourable Gentleman for his work with the all-party parliamentary group in particular. And he's absolutely right to recognise and acknowledge this is a tragedy in every sense, and we all pay tribute to the tenacity of the Morgan family. but also in terms of institutional issues, the systemic issues that he himself refers to. We have to prevent these from occurring again. And this is why some of the long-term changes that I've touched on in some of my remarks this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, but still require further investigation and accountability of institutions of the state. Because of that work that is absolutely essential and required, including a full review of the recommendations in these 3 volumes, I am committed to coming back to the House to update the House on all actions.
That ends the statement. Point of order, Priti Corgill.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate your guidance. The report by the Independent Commission for Aid Impact found there were value for money risks with the way that the government cut the aid budget last year. You yourself are aware, Mr. Speaker, the government have cut the aid budget but had steadfastly refused to allow this House to properly scrutinise the cuts. They've also refused to answer questions about bilateral odour to different countries, claiming that the aid budget has been allocated in accordance with the UK strategic priorities. And we've seen today, Mr. Speaker, that they continue to refuse to give detail about where these cuts are going to fall, many of them already falling on the world's poorest and the most vulnerable people, with cuts to Rohingya by 40% in Yemen. But the government have admitted no impact assessments have been undertaken. So in our democracy, Parliament performs a vital role in examining and challenging the work of the government to improve policy making and ensure that the government deliver for the British public. Mr. Speaker, can you assist in ensuring that the ministers of the FCDO detail which cuts to country budgets and programmes have already happened, where they think future cuts for this year are planned, and the projected impact on the world's poorest people? Thank you.
Can I thank the honourable member for giving me notice of a point of order? The issue was raised at the FCDO questions earlier. I do not want to prolong those questions now. The honourable member quite rightly has put the point on the record, and I'm sure the Table Office will be able to advise if she wishes to pursue those issues, and I'm sure that she will do and not let it end here. Right, I'm now going to suspend the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order. Order. We now come to the allocation of funding for the catch-up premium. I call Bridget Phillipson to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I beg to move the motion in my name and in the Leader of the Opposition. Mr Speaker, the last 15 months have been a period unlike any other in our recent history. But for our children, it has been more than that. But before I go any further, I just want to place on record the thanks of all of us on these benches to all school staff. They have themselves had a harrowing, difficult and stressful year. And as well as their resilience, I have admired again and again their continuing focus on the children with whom they work. Those children have not seen merely a disruption, an interruption to their lives, but a disruption of their education and their development, which risks setting back a generation, and in so doing, damaging their lives, their life chances, and our economy as a whole. No child should be left behind as a result of the pandemic, and on that, I would hope that every member of this House can agree. In fact, the Prime Minister himself has said as much. Mr Speaker, the creation of the post of Education Recovery Commissioner in February was therefore welcome, as was the appointment of Sir Kevin Collins. Sir Kevin is a prominent figure in education and widely respected across this House. He is someone whose expertise and recommendations deserve to be taken immensely seriously. And yet, less than a fortnight ago, Sir Kevin resigned. Why? Because the government cut the scale of his proposed plan by 90%. In Sir Kevin's own words, a half-hearted approach risks failing hundreds of thousands of pupils. The support announced so far does not come close to meeting the scale of the challenge, and it is why I have no option but to resign. Mr Speaker, this is by any standards an extraordinary turn of events. How has it happened? How did we get here? How could the government have handled this so extraordinarily badly? The answer is so often, it would appear to lie with the real decision maker in this government. It's a pleasure to see the Minister in his place today, but it is the Cabinet's answer to McCavity, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who has questions to answer here. It is the Treasury which took the shameful decision to block a proper plan for our children's future. The Minister knows it, we all know it. Comprehensive plans for the recovery of our children's education were developed and circulated within government. And then, of course, they were stopped in their tracks by the Treasury. Of course, perhaps that's not right. Perhaps the government will feel able to disclose the correspondence we seek today to have published. But the sheer gravity of this issue, the lives of a generation and the strength of our future economy means that it is crucial that we understand the Treasury's position. And that is what today's motion seeks to enable all members of this House to do. Mr Speaker, Labour fully recognises that it is the responsibility of the Treasury to cast an eye, sometimes a sceptical eye, over all spending plans, securing value for money from public spending, ensuring that money is spent both effectively and efficiently. They will be at the heart of spending decisions under a Labour government. Reasoned decisions about how to spend money must, however, mean, as school children are often told, that the Chancellor shows us his working out. An unthinking aversion to using public money to achieve public good is not a virtue. It is instead a misguided dogma from which this country has spent a decade suffering the consequences, and which today puts at risk the education of a generation. Mr Speaker, sometimes only government can achieve the change we need and fix the problems we face. And a failure to invest in those circumstances is a false economy on a national scale. But the House doesn't need to take my word for it. Earlier this year, the Institute for Fiscal Studies suggested that pupils who have lost 6 months of normal schooling could lose approximately £40,000 in income over their lifetime. That adds up to £350 billion in lost lifetime earnings across the 8.7 million school children in the UK. Lost earnings of £350 billion means around £100 billion less tax revenue to invest in building the strong and resilient economy and society of the future. Mr Speaker, £100 billion simply dwarfs the costings which Sir Kevin prepared for his full programme. The recovery of learning after this pandemic is a vast challenge, but one which is undoubtedly in the interests of both our children and our country. We know, all of us, that the value and importance of education is not simply about lessons. School is not merely where we learn about Henry VIII and the solutions of quadratic equations. It is where in every year we learn the skills that set us up for life. Questioning, leading, communicating, the value of friendship, of discussion, of criticism and disagreement without rancour. When children first go to school, they're also learning how to play, how to make friends, how to make their way in the world, how to develop as independent individuals. Missing that opportunity has repercussions throughout the rest of their lives. Nursery closures have meant children falling behind. Their transition to primary school will be harder, their long-term success lesser. Children of primary age during the pandemic should have been learning the building blocks of maths, reading and writing that will set them up for life. And yet by the end of the pandemic, tens of thousands of primary school children were estimated by the government to be behind on basic literacy and unable to read or write when starting secondary school. By the end of the second national lockdown, pupils were estimated to have lost 2 to 5 months of learning, with particularly severe effects on math skills. Secondary school children are the young people choosing the course of their lives, the college they'll attend, the apprenticeship they'll start, the skills they'll develop, the university that they might go to. And Mr. Speaker, I want to mention briefly something of the impact that the necessary restrictions of the pandemic and the closures of school have had on children in my own city of Sunderland, because children have paid a price in their health, with exercise and activity less common and obesity a greater threat. A price in their development of speech and language, less able to learn from each other as they should, slipping behind where they should be. A price in their reading, with the ability to learn through phonics understandably impaired by the constraints of distance learning. A price in their family relationships, with the confinement of families exacerbating existing tensions and leading to rising referrals to children's social care. A price in the hope and optimism which should fill young people about their future, with exams cancelled and uncertainty about their qualifications and job prospects. Mr. Speaker, the price that children have paid is not unique to my city. Each one of us has seen the damage, social, emotional and academic, to children in every one of our constituencies. But we know that the disruption has hit some children much harder, in particular those from most disadvantaged backgrounds and those living in areas with the longest lockdowns. Unless we address this, those effects will ripple through the lives of individuals and through our wider society. They will exacerbate existing inequalities between families and generations, weakening us as individuals and as a society. A generation who missed out on their education and who were not given the support they need to catch up would be a generation betrayed. This has consequences, not just for them, but for all of us. It would mean fewer people with skills entering our workforce over that next generation. It would mean the workforce as a whole de-skilling over time, and that would mean a drop in the output and productivity of our economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for Labour, skills and education are at the heart of our vision for the economy and society of the future. The society we want to see is one where people never stop learning, never stop developing their skills, their talents, their abilities, where reskilling for working-age people is as natural as sending your children to school. For us, ensuring the recovery of children's learning from the pandemic today is crucial to assuring Britain's success tomorrow. Success for individuals, but success for every community and every corner of our country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the argument we make to the Treasury and to the Minister is that government action at scale can be effective and must be effective. If we get it right, we will pay a smaller price now than a much greater price over the many decades ahead, and that price could be huge. Estimates of the total cost of the disruption to education based on individual impacts have ranged from £80 to £160 billion. Estimates based on the systemic effect on our economy, looking at the relationship between schooling and growth, suggest figures of over £1 trillion. But what we do know from the limited past examples of the disastrous interruption of children's education is that damage can be real, but that it can be fixed. We know it's real because in Argentina, chronic industrial unrest in that country's education system over many years caused repeated school closures. Average learning losses were up to a year. Women affected by these closures who were then at school have seen their lifetime earnings fall by 1.7% as a result, and for men it's been nearly double that. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, what we also know about this damage is that it can be fixed, that the price our children have paid is not one they need to pay all their lives long. In August 2005, Hurricane Katrina devastated the city of New Orleans. Most children were out of school for 1 to 3 months. Yet subsequent intervention was not merely swift and sustained, it was effective. 4 years after that disaster, affected children had caught up on lost learning by around 2 months. And not only that, but the gains were concentrated in the children whose initial performance after the disaster was worst. The lessons that we draw are that intervention is not only an option, but it is the right option. Mr Deputy Speaker, the motion before us seeks to understand why the Treasury has been so opposed to the sort of intervention we need and the sort of future our children deserve. What we need, and what Sir Kevin's work rightly lays out, is a long-term funded plan, evidence-based, scalable, practical, making best use of the tremendous human and physical resources we have in this country. It must have at its heart increasing opportunities in school, increasing the value of that time, and targeted tutoring for those who need it most. Tutoring means better engagement. Improving teaching helps us to get more out of every extra hour. More time together helps children catch up on the social and emotional aspects of their development. And I want to pick out 2 aspects of the plan Sir Kevin developed for our nation's children, which the Treasury blocked. They are about the urgency and the duration of the plan we need. The Government, and in particular the Treasury, seems to be caught on the hop again and again. To Treasury ministers, urgency in dealing with the challenges of public policy is too often for other people. For self-employed workers and small businesses who need to submit claims on time or get nothing. For businesses who need to remodel their operations overnight as restrictions change with just hours to go. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor must never be allowed to forget that last autumn his refusal to set out clear and workable plans until businesses had only hours before deadlines meant thousands of workers either losing their jobs or living in fear of doing so. He has shown again and again that he will not get ahead of a problem, that he prefers to wait and hope it goes away. Our children's future is not an issue which is going away, and it is high time that the Government faced up to that. Mr Deputy Speaker, it has been apparent since the day that schools were first closed to most children that they would not reopen for many weeks at least, and that one day action would be needed to address the consequences. Each week without action is another step towards lasting damage to the opportunities of hundreds of thousands of children. Waiting until the spending review means more than 300,000 more children and young adults will have left the school system altogether before a proper plan and proper steps are in place. The second major point is that schools need to start making decisions now about resources and staffing to deliver over not just a few months but many years. Long-term outcomes are better delivered when they can be planned on a longer-term basis, more than one financial year at a time. That is, after all, the reason the Government itself has multi-year spending reviews in the first place. And sharply increased spend should come with proper accountability, which is why Labour has set out clear proposals for increased and improved mechanisms to get best value out of every pound of public money spent. Mr Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State for Education, has set out Labour's comprehensive alternative to what the Government has proposed. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, like Sir Kevin, Labour grasps the scale of the problem and the need for the Government to rise to the challenge. Our plan would see breakfast clubs and new activities for every child and a fully funded, expanded range of extracurricular clubs and activities. Our plan would see quality mental health support in every school, giving every child the support they need. Our plan would see small group tutoring for all who need it, not just 1%, by reforming the Government's failing tutoring programme to make sure that no child falls behind because of pandemic disruption. Our plan would see continued development for teachers who've had one of the toughest years of their careers. Our plan would see an education recovery premium supporting every child by investing in children who have faced the greatest disruption during the pandemic, from early years to further education, delivering vital additional support for children who need it the most. And our plan would ensure that no child goes hungry by extending free school meals over the holidays. I'll happily give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady, Right Honourable Lady for giving away. Given that she's been talking about the plans of Kevin Collins, and given that a core part of his proposal was to have a formal longer school day, which the Shadow Education Secretary said in the media last week that this was not something she agreed with, does she agree that there should be a longer school day as part of Sir Kevin Collins' plans?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm always keen to hear from the Chair of the Select Committee, who I know cares very deeply and passionately about these issues. What I would say in response is that rather than disagreeing over the nature of that additional time, why don't we focus on trying to get the right outcome for all of our children in this country? The block to that rests with the Treasury. It feels at times like we're arguing at cross purposes. That was not the position that my honourable friend has set out. I don't agree with his assessment of the situation. All of us want to make sure that children have the time that they need in school to catch up on that lost time, but that in addition to that, there are fully funded extracurricular activities as part of an extended day within the school premises, so that all children, not just those who can afford extra clubs or music or activity or book clubs, whatever it would happen to be, have access to that kind of provision. And the block right now, the reason we haven't got to that point, I'm afraid, lies on his own benches. Mr Deputy Speaker, last week the government could neither bring themselves to neither support nor oppose our alternative. Perhaps today they will tell the House why the Treasury blocked the plans the Prime Minister's chosen adviser sought to develop, comparable in scope and scale to those of the opposition. Mr Deputy Speaker, children don't vote. Their voices are rarely heard in this place. We have a moral duty to them nonetheless, a duty to their future, both theirs and ours. Labour has set out at length and in detail the sort of plan we believe our country needs. The government's own Education Recovery Commissioner set out at length and in detail the sort of plan he believes our country needs. So today, Mr Deputy Speaker, our request is simple. It is that the Treasury explain to parents and families why they believe our country doesn't need its own Commissioner's plan. It is not too late for the government to change course. What we want, what Sir Kevin wanted, what the people of this country want and what the children of our country need is a properly funded long-term plan for educational recovery. We have set one out. There is still time for the government, even now, to rise to the challenge and deliver that brighter future we all want to see. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, as you can see from the screens, it says a 3-minute limit, but for Alison McGovern and Robert Halfon, it was 4 minutes, and then it reverts to 3 minutes then for the duration of the... Let's see how popular that was. Robert Halfon's now having to add to his speech. Anyway, the question is, as on the order paper, Nick Gibb.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, here we are again, and as I said last week, once again, we've heard nothing from the opposition front bench but warm words and hot indignation with no serious plan. While on this side of the House, the government is getting on with a challenging job of tackling the pandemic, keeping our economy alive, supporting people's incomes, supporting the NHS and our doctors and nurses, vaccinating the nation, and providing education and support to 8 million children and young people. But once again, I welcome this debate and the opportunity it provides to set out clearly our commitment and action to ensure that no child will suffer damage to their long-term prospects because of the pandemic. So turning to the words of the motion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the heading refers to the allocation of funding for the catch-up premium. Well, the catch-up premium, £650 million of additional funding for schools, was announced by the Prime Minister in June 2020. This provided schools with £80 per pupil in mainstream schools, both primary and secondary, and 3 times that rate, £240 for each place in special schools and special units and alternative provision. Even in the early days of the pandemic, the government knew that closing schools to most pupils would have an impact on children's education. And so alongside the action we took to secure jobs, support the economy and back the NHS, the catch-up premium ensured that schools could respond to challenges children and young people faced. At the same time, in June last year, we also announced the £350 million national tutoring programme, and with the support of the Education Endowment Foundation, evaluated and procured 33 tutoring organisations to provide one-to-one and small group tuition to disadvantaged and other children who are in need of the kind of support we know from the evidence is highly effective in helping children to catch up. Establishing the National Tutoring Programme was a major undertaking and is on track to have helped 250,000 pupils by the end of this academic year, and our plans announced 2 weeks ago also extend that to up to 6 million courses of 15 hours of tutoring over the next 3 years. Turning, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the motion itself, which calls for all papers, correspondence and advice given to ministers to be disclosed to the Public Accounts Committee, the Government recognises and respects the fact that this House has rights regarding the publication of any papers. But effective government also relies on some key principles, such as the need for confidential and frank discussions between ministers, cabinet committees and any advisers that the government appoints to help improve the quality of policy making. This is not a partisan issue. This has been the long-standing position of previous governments, including Labour governments. Any papers or analyses created for the Cabinet or for ministers are rightly confidential, and this motion fundamentally undermines that principle. Tony, I'll give way in just one moment, if the honourable member will forgive me. Tony Blair, in his autobiography, Tony Blair, A Journey, in the section on the Freedom of Information Act, sets out in very clear terms that, and I quote, governments, like any other organisations, need to be able to debate, discuss and decide issues with a reasonable level of confidentiality. This is not mildly important. It is of the essence. Without the confidentiality, people are inhibited and the consideration of options is limited in a way that isn't conducive to good decision-making. To repeat, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not mildly important. It is of the essence. And it's why we oppose the motion tabled by the opposition today, because we believe in good government and good decision-making. I'll give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful, and for the plug for the former Prime Minister, who made education, education, education a mantra of which I am personally very proud, the difference it made to kids in South Bristol, and remain very proud. But I'm accepting his point about confidentiality. But is he going to then address, which is the key in this motion this afternoon, is he going to address what the government thinks is not good about Sir Kevin's recommendations and why they don't think that they need to be funded and what the impact of that decision is? Because if they don't want to disclose the documents, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're quite happy to understand what they think about not taking that action.
Well, we did take the advice of Sir Kevin Collins, and he supported our introduction of more funding for the National Tutoring Programme and also the £400 million to improve the CPD and training of teachers. And we set up a review into the time element of the advice that Sir Kevin Collins gave to ministers. And that review will report, as I'll say later this year, in time and to inform the spending review. Now, the House has a number of opportunities, Mr Deputy Speaker, to scrutinise the work of the Treasury in oral questions, and before the summer recess, the annual supply and appropriation legislation will be debated. There are also regular appearances of Treasury ministers and officials before both the Public Accounts Committee and the Treasury Select Committee. Mr Deputy Speaker, since this government came into office in 2010, we have been focused on our mission of raising school standards for all pupils. Successive Prime Ministers and Education Secretaries have put ambitious plans in place to make sure that no matter where you are born or where in the country you live, you will receive a world-class education. This is not a programme for a single term of government, nor is it an initiative to get headlines. This is generational reform, long, steady, painstaking and difficult. We have much still to achieve, but we are making progress. Before we came into government in 2010, the correlation between parental wealth and pupil achievement was stubbornly entrenched. Children from poorer homes, who were already behind in their development when they started school, were falling further behind their peers. Rather than being an engine of social mobility, our school system was calcifying inequality. For Conservatives, for whom education is the gateway to opportunity. This was unacceptable. We took bold, decisive action that was opposed all the way by the opposition, but which has led to better schools and better life chances for young people. We overhauled Labour's national curriculum, which was unnecessarily bureaucratic and too focused on a range of generic skills rather than rich subject-based content. We replaced it with a new national curriculum which provides pupils with an introduction to the essential knowledge they need to be educated citizens, immersing them in the best that has been thought and said. We took action to make sure teachers got better training, and we introduced the pupil premium to give schools the funding they need to support disadvantaged pupils. Mr Deputy Speaker, our reforms are turning the tide, rebuffing the fatalistic assumptions of too many who seem to accept that the gap between rich and poor is inevitable, the soft bigotry of low expectations, which for years was writing off people's lives, rather than striving to give them the education needed to influence their own destinies. Academic standards have been rising, and the attainment gap between advantaged and disadvantaged pupils has been closing. Thanks to our reforms, more pupils are taking core academic GCSEs, more children are reading fluently, and more children are attending good and outstanding schools. We have taken action throughout this pandemic, to ensure children are supported. But our commitment to provide a good education for every child predates COVID-19 reaching our shores. We produced the best schools budget settlement for many years at the 2019 spending review, totalling £14.4 billion. This is the largest cash boost for schools in a decade. Core school funding increased by £2.6 billion in 2020-21 and is increasing by £4.8 billion and £7.1 billion in 21-22 and 22-23 respectively, compared to 2019-20, including significant additional funding for children with special educational needs and disabilities. This unrelenting drive to give children and young people the best start in life meant that we were in a better place to handle the unprecedented challenges that the pandemic posed. Mr Deputy Speaker, we know that this pandemic, as the Honourable Lady has said, has disproportionately impacted on children, with most missing at least 115 days of school. And that's precisely why we took immediate action to provide education remotely, delivering over 1.3 million laptops and tablets, alongside wireless routers and access to free mobile data for disadvantaged families. I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Does he agree with me that actually the best place for a child has always been in school, and when the members opposite and indeed their councillors and councillors were actually calling for schools not to reopen last year, that did a disservice not only to the country but to our children who matter the most? And does he agree with me that they should be apologising for that?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There is no substitute for pupils being in the classroom with their teachers and with their friends. Mr Deputy Speaker, this month we published a report from Renaissance Learning and EPI which presented a sobering reminder of the ongoing scale of the recovery challenge. Clearly there is much work to do, and we don't shy away from it, because this government will always do whatever it takes to support children. And that's why schools were the last to close and the first to open in tackling the spread of COVID, because we know getting children back in the classroom is vital to supporting catch-up. And it's why schools have access to both a catch-up and a recovery premium, to enable them to assess what will help their pupils catch up their missed education, and to make provision available to ensure that they do so. It comes on top of our £200 million investment in summer schools, which is creating the opportunity for up to 600,000 pupils to take part in educational and enrichment activities. Over 80% of eligible mainstream schools have already signed up, and a £220 million investment in the expansion of the holiday activities and food programme, which will operate across England over the summer and Christmas holidays, providing eligible children with enriching activities and nutritious food. Mr Deputy Speaker, because of swift action we took last June, children are already benefiting from the newly established National Tutoring Programme. With the £1 billion announcement in June last year, a further £700 million announced in February, and 2 weeks ago a further recovery package of £1.4 billion. This brings our total recovery package to more than £3 billion. The next stage of our recovery plan will include a review of time spent in school and 16 to 19 education and the impact this could have on helping children and young people to catch up. Schools already have the power to set the length of the school day, but there is a certain amount of disparity in approach across the sector. The findings of the review will be set out later in the year to inform the spending review. Mr Deputy Speaker, we all know what a superb job our teachers and support staff are doing and have done throughout this crisis, supporting and continuing to educate children and young people despite all the challenges the pandemic has caused. We owe them our gratitude. We know that it is our teachers who are the single most significant in-school driver of pupil attainment, and that's why we've taken steps to give teachers more support and access to the very best training and professional development. And we're investing £400 million to help provide 500,000 teacher training and development opportunities across the country, alongside the support for those working in early years. £153 million will provide professional development for early years staff, including through new programmes which focus on key areas such as speech and language development for very young children. £253 million will expand our new teacher development reforms to give school teachers the opportunity to access world-leading training tailored to whatever point they are in their careers, from new teachers to leaders of school trusts. This is a significant overhaul of teacher development in this country, giving teachers and school leaders the knowledge and skills they need to help every child fulfil their potential. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are determined to ensure that children and young people catch up on the education they missed as a result of the pandemic. We have announced more than £3 billion to date, and the Prime Minister has been clear that there is going to be more coming down the track. We will do what it takes. Mr Deputy Speaker, while the opposition is chasing papers, we are getting on with the job of reforming England's education system, empowering teachers to transform lives through a knowledge-rich and rigorous curriculum in calm, disciplined and supportive schools. We want every child to attend a great school. It is a bold, audacious ambition. We have begun the journey. We have made great progress. We have further to go. We won't give up.
As I said, it's 4 minutes for Alison McGovern and Robert Halfon and 3 minutes from then on. Can I ask those who are participating remotely, please have a timing device if you can't see the one on your screens, because we can't extend it beyond the 3 minutes that are there. There's a lot of people that want to participate in this particular debate. For everybody else physically, of course, you have the timers here. Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to participate in this debate, which is extraordinarily important. I listened carefully to what the Minister said, and I didn't recognise his characterisation of schools at all. In fact, I rise, Mr Deputy Speaker, to disagree with almost entirely everything that he said, except for the point that he made at the end in paying tribute to our teachers, the children in our schools, and all of those who've worked hard for the future of our kids, because they have done an absolutely brilliant job over the pandemic. And if I agree with him about nothing else, I agree with him about that. I want to raise 3 crucial points in response to what the Minister has said, all of which are very important to those that I represent in the Wirral. But I'm afraid the Minister's contribution avoids the central point and question of this debate, Mr Deputy Speaker. If everything is fine and the government have set out a plan for our kids and their future, why did the government's own advisor resign? Why? Would anyone like to intervene on me? Because I am at a loss to understand. Why did the government's own advisor resign in protest? Answer comes there none. And I think that says it all, really. First point that I want to raise is about sport, and I make no apologies for doing so, because whatever the Minister says about the way that the curriculum has changed, the levels of dissatisfaction in Wirral, in my community, and right across the country, wherever I go, about school sport is very high. We don't know whether the primary PE and sports premium grant will be renewed for next year. It's only £400 million. It's about 18 grand per primary. And as I understand it, it's still being considered. Yet again, we have this dance around whether this money is going to be there for school sport. And people are hanging on to know whether or not they should set the schemes up to help support young people's physical activity. And I would just wish the Minister would just say whether or not it's going to be renewed so that people can get on and do that work to make sure that young people can have access to sport. In any case, there is significant scepticism about whether all of that money does get spent on sports. And I would say to the Minister, he has to understand that people in this country want our kids to have a rounded experience at school. They want them playing. So I never thought I'd have to tell a Tory party about the importance of competitive sport in schools. It's absolutely vital. That, as well as creative activities, arts and culture. There's such frustration that this has been run out of our schools and it's got to change. Second point, employment. When our kids don't get the kind of education that they need and the kind of skills that they need, they all then face a really tough labour market. And we know that the Labour Force survey shows that the unemployment rate for young people is 3 times that of adults. Meanwhile, the government have said that they will create 200,000 jobs by December, kickstart jobs by December. And if they were to do that, they need to be creating about 20,000 a month, and they're only on 7,000. And finally, on mental health. This is the most important point. Labour's plan includes support for mental health, and I would beg the Minister to look at it. The ONS are already telling us that depression is up, anxiety is up, and young people's feeling of belonging and comfort in society is falling rapidly. We need that mental health support in schools to make sure that this generation don't suffer forever from what they've been through, because you don't forget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you don't forget what happens to you when you're young. Let's stand up for our kids.
Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the debate. I'm a bit mystified why we're debating the same subject 2 weeks in a row. And I wonder whether this decision is more about politics than policy. As I said in the Opposition Day debate last week, I firmly believe that the government investment is a hefty starter in terms of the catch-up funding. And just to recap, the £3 billion in total for extra tuition, the £220 million for holidays, activities and food programme. And everyone knows my views on the free school meals, the 63 million for local councils to help with the meals and supplies for struggling families, and the 79 million provided for young people's mental health. The pupil premium increased to 2.5 billion. So we should recognise and be fair that this is a sizable sum of taxpayers' money that we are investing in education, even though I will continue, obviously, to campaign for more in terms of a long-term schools plan. And the schools minister made it very clear that recovery funding was just the beginning and not the end of the road for catch-up, that more was going to be coming down the track. And anyone looking at my record will have no doubt that I look forward to further funding, greater resources for catch-up and a longer school day, which, as I said, the Labour Party's position is very confusing on this. Yeah. I just want to mention a couple of things before I close. At present, disadvantaged pupils are 18 months behind their better off peers by the time they sit their GCSEs. And we know that poorer children are less likely to attend schools with an outstanding Ofsted rating, and that even in schools where there are good results, the gap between free school meals and students and their peers is as wide as elsewhere. And I've been working closely with Professor Lee Elliott-Major as an advisor to the government. And in an article in the Telegraph, a joint article, we wrote that in order to reduce that attainment gap, measures should be taken to ensure that Ofsted would only award outstanding ratings to schools if they can show that they're making efforts to attract the poorest children in their neighbourhood and working to narrow the attainment gap between those disadvantaged pupils and their better off peers. Schools could act to work with neighbouring schools to raise standards, and teams of inspectors should include at least one head teacher who has led a school with higher number of poorer pupils. Second, I believe the government must look to reform the pupil premium. It's not ring-fenced, and the Sutton Trust has reported that a third of the schools are using the pupil premium for other things, such as fixing a leaky roof. And it isn't just about ring-fencing, but there should be much more micro-targeting of disadvantaged groups, particularly those looking at those who suffer from long-term disadvantage. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I mentioned last week that whilst I'm fully supportive of the catch-up fund, I'm worried that it's not reaching the most disadvantaged. Figures suggest that 44% of students receiving pupil premium funding were missed. And the government must make sure that the money is targeted at the most disadvantaged, because they are the ones who've learned the least during the pandemic. Nevertheless, credit where credit is due. The government's given well over £3 billion, and they've said that more is yet to come. I'd rather than just having these political debates for all sides of the House to work with the government to make sure that that long-term plan for education is deep-rooted, repairs the damage from COVID, while also addressing social injustices in education, particularly the attainment gap between disadvantaged pupils and the better off. Thank you.
Very much. 3-minute limit. Video link. Barry Shearman.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. At least I have a claim to fame that not only did I teach for a living at some part of my medium and distance past, but I also taught to you at university. But can I say I'm participating in this debate because I was absolutely furious when I saw that Sir Kevin's recommendations had been so watered down and really he had every reason to resign. And I was also very angry because Yorkshire did so badly out of even what the measly amount of money that the government is putting into this. We face a national education emergency following a national health emergency. And this is one where they're not bringing resources forward, not doing the job properly, and that resource and that sense of emergency and fixing it for kids who will never get another chance at education seems to be utterly lacking from the government's determination. And secondly, the lack of leadership. Where is the Secretary of State when you want him? Why isn't he in the cabinet, really doing the job for education? Dare I say it, we need a big beast in education. I'd have been happier with Ed Balls. I'd even been happier with his successor from the Conservative side, because they were both big beasts. We haven't got a big beast in education. We've got a rundown, truncated, demoralised Department of Education, and we have education departments in local authorities that have also been run down and sidelined. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have not got the leadership. We have not got the imagination. And I'm sorry, but even he was a member of the Education Select Committee when I chaired it. The present minister has just spoken. He is part of the problem. He's been there too long. He's a time server that lost the imagination to understand what it was like. There is real opportunity here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the right leadership. Even the fact, across the benches, we would cooperate. What about a national volunteer scheme that volunteers, retired teachers, retired sports people, the people that care about our education would come out of the woodworks like nothing before and do something for kids who need that help, support and backing at this very moment? We're lacking the essentials because this Prime Minister and this government do not care about the education of our children in the state sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. And yes, you did teach me at Swansea University. And what an incredible job you did. Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I don't really know how to follow your own thought from a teacher other than disagreeing fundamentally with everything he just said. May I put on record my thanks to the hard-working teachers, head teachers, and more importantly, the support staff of Bury South for their tireless efforts in keeping going during what has been the most difficult year they will ever have faced. One of the greatest tragedies of this pandemic is its impact on our children. Millions of young people lost months of face-to-face schooling, missing out on their education and the social interaction that is so crucial to their development. Unlike the party opposite, throughout the pandemic, this Conservative government made it our ambition to see the safe return of students back in the classroom where they belong.
Yeah.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I've said time and time again that for me, levelling up is about education and improving the social mobility of our young people, ensuring every child has the access to a good quality education as we recover from this pandemic. This will be essential if we are to deliver on our commitment to level up Britain. That is why, as part of our long-term education recovery plan, we have so far invested over £3 billion focusing on high-quality tutoring, great teaching.
On tutoring.
I'm more than happy to give it.
Thank you. Does he agree with me that the important part of tutoring is to target at the most disadvantaged children, the children who have suffered the most during this pandemic?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. It's almost as if he's read my speech already. However, I do also want to pay tribute to the fantastic work that the Tutor Trust have been doing, especially considering that they're based from my constituency, in being able to get graduates out there teaching in a subject they specialise in. This is what we actually need to focus on. And may I make a subtle plug to the Minister to hopefully have a meeting with me and the Tutor Trust to see what we can do in further years moving forward. On the topic of tutoring, like I said, education is at the heart of our ambition to level up, and as we make sure all children, whatever their background, have a world-class education that sets them up for a happy and successful life. Mr Deputy Speaker, I know from speaking to head teachers at St Monica's and Paramthorn in Prestwich, and from the work I've been doing on the Select Committee, that more needs to be done to help disadvantaged students who have been hit the hardest by this pandemic. So I welcome the Government has listened and is taking action to make up for lost time in the classroom by committing £1 billion for the National Tutoring Programme. This will deliver 6 million 15-hour tutoring courses for disadvantaged students, targeting key subjects including maths and English. Mr Deputy Speaker, when Labour was last trusted with education, we fell down the International League table for school performance, meaning pupils were not receiving the education they deserved between 2000 and 2009. England fell from 7th to 25th in reading and 8th to 28th in maths. We will take no lecture from Labour and the members opposite, who spent the past year equivocating on whether students should even be back in the classroom and oversaw a decline in school performance when they were last trusted with children's education. Furthermore, Labour has proven to care about education when it's politically expedient, with the Shadow Secretary of State having to apologise for describing the pandemic as a good crisis for Labour to create a political opportunity out of. This is Labour's behaviour as opportunism of the worst kind, and when we had a real chance to debate education spending in last year's estimates debate, not a single Labour member other than the Shadow Minister spoke. Lastly, as we deliver on our promise to level up education, we are investing record amounts into schools, including giving every pupil a funding boost for our £14.4 billion investment. So can my right honourable friend assure me that the money we are investing will provide schools in my constituency with the funding they need to support students most in need?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I also want to pay tribute to our teachers and to our children for the sacrifices they have made during the pandemic. And I'm proud that Labour has set out proposals for a children's recovery plan to invest in opportunities for every child to play, to learn and to develop. Young people have lost out on education and sport and friendship and simply being young, and they have missed over half the year of in-person school. I struggle to see how the government can even begin to imagine how less than an hour of tutoring a fortnight can make up for such a loss of education. The Collins report calls for an investment of £15 billion or £700 per pupil over 3 years to support children's recovery. So why have the government only announced a tenth of what the widely respected Sir Kevin has said is needed? Now, we know across the country that breakfast clubs, new activities for every child, quality mental health support, small group tutoring for all that need it, continued development for teachers and making sure no child goes hungry, these elements of Labour's plan are needed. And the impact on children is being much more widely felt as well, with grassroots football clubs like Bedfont Eagles telling me how their coaches are picking up the pieces, supporting children coming back to play football and other activity for the first time, with a loss of confidence that they're seeing. And last week I heard of a 15-year-old girl who hasn't been downstairs and hardly leaves her bedroom, and that's happened for almost a year due to fear and anxiety from mental health conditions exacerbated during the pandemic. She and her friends and others need a plan for their personal and educational recovery so they're not affected for the long term. And we also know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that sport is vital to the well-being and health of our young people. The Schools Active movement has conducted research in which over 10% of schools across the country participated. They are concerned there's still no plan from the DFE for a primary sports premium next year, which my honourable friend, the member for Wirral, has raised. And I understand that the government has not confirmed funding of the school games organisers beyond October. Data from the research is horrific. 84% of PE teachers saying that physical fitness is worse, and indeed in Feltham and Heston this figure is 97%. And Mr Deputy Speaker, we need to continue to tackle the digital divide. Months before a single laptop from the government appeared, we came together as a community in Hounslow to help donate laptops for the needs for the children who needed them, who did not have a device at home to study. There is still no proper long-term affordable schools connectivity plan to give pupils and teachers the ability to address this issue. Children need a government that is on their side for them now and for their future. We need to go beyond mere words, and with just a few short weeks to the end of school term, decisions need to be taken now and plans put into action. Schools need clarity on funding, and they need it now.
Video link. Julie Marson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to pay tribute to the heads, the teachers, the support staff, and indeed all of the students in Hertford and Stortford who have worked so hard not to miss out on as much education as they possibly can. They've all done a sterling job, and I pay tribute to them. In many ways, my whole life has been defined by an awareness of the impact of lost education. My parents are both clever people. They were working class people, brought up in the East End of London, and they lost out on their education due to an even bigger catastrophe than COVID, and that was war, evacuation, the Blitz. Their experience, their knowledge about what they'd lost out on and the impact that had on their lives made them absolutely believe in the power of education and absolutely determined that my brother and I would engage in our education to the very best of our ability. So am I concerned about how we react to the impact of the pandemic on children? Yes. Do I welcome the actions of the government? Yes. I welcome the investment of £3 billion so far, on top of a record boost in education funding of £14.4 billion. And I also welcome the focus on quality teaching and tutoring, as the Minister's already set out. And I absolutely welcome the fact that it is evidence-led. Now, the party opposite might not be concerned about the economy and taxpayer money, but I know our government is, I know our Treasury is, and I know our Chancellor is. The evidence the government has marshalled that just one course of high-quality tutoring can boost attainment by 3 to 5 months is enormous, and it's fact-based, and targeting this hugely valuable resource to disadvantaged students is also highly pragmatic and fact-based. Extending the school day can have a potentially huge impact on heads, on teachers, on teaching assistants, on children and their families themselves. And to look at options around those themes should definitely be done with a great deal of proper evaluation of the implications and the cost. So it's right that the government is approaching that with a thorough review. And that's the intelligent approach, that's the pragmatic approach, and that's the sensible approach. And I would just add that a long time ago, my parents turned away from a party, the party opposite, who didn't understand aspiration of working people, their desire and their importance of education, and they're not likely to come back anytime soon.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As in the pandemic has really exacerbated the inequalities in the education system. Huge praise goes to the teaching profession and everyone else who worked their socks off during the pandemic. During these very dark times, absolutely outstanding. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the catch-up funding plans proposed by Sir Kevin Collins suggested a £15 billion package was required. The government so far is 10% of this. It's an insult, man. Make no mistake about it. It's the students, especially the most disadvantaged, that are set to suffer again. Crumbs from the table doesn't adequately describe the situation that we face. The revealing, alarming regional educational disparities which highlight the effect of the pandemic. Reportedly, learning losses are huge and much higher again for disadvantaged pupils from poorer backgrounds. That's why adequate funding is essential, Mr Deputy Speaker. The government has already robbed millions from schools here in the North East with the changes to pupil premium funding. It's estimated schools could lose up to 7.26 million as a result of the department's fiddling of the dates. You know, in my constituency of Wansbeck, 19% of pupils received at least 2 A's and a B at A level. That's compared to 14% as an average across England. And despite this, only 28% of the pupils attend secondary schools rated good or outstanding, and that's compared to a huge 80% across England as a whole. 26% attended secondary schools deemed inadequate, compared to only 6% across the country. You know, I'm really proud of the pupils here. They're incredibly smart and talented, yet the schools lack the required funding. You know, I wonder, does the Prime Minister think perhaps the parents here in my constituency should work harder to pay for private tuition to fill the gaps like he suggested only the other day? Mr Deputy Speaker, we need breakfast clubs, we need extracurricular activities. The students need quality mental health support to transition back into school life. We need manageable class sizes. We need to ensure that no child is going hungry throughout the school day, and all things that only the Labour Party have to offer. You know, we've got to ask, why did the government have it? What has the government got against our children? Why did the Education Recovery Commissioner feel the need to abandon the educational ship? Maybe he saw the system heading for the rocks. Mr Deputy Speaker, let's get on with it.
David Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There are a few curious things about this motion. One of them is we just debated the same subject last week. We've had the G7, we've had the delay to step 4 of the lockdown, but we're talking about the same thing. It's important, so I don't mind that. The other thing that's curious about it is that we've been told now for quite a while that Labour supports the Kevin Collins plan, except in the motion they ask for a copy of the plan, which shows that they don't actually know the detail of what's in it, but they're telling us they support it anyway. Now, it's tempting, because it's the same subject area, to give the same speech I gave last week, and I won't do that. I'll just summarise and say I pay tribute to teachers nationwide for the role they've played during COVID. I said I supported the government's £3 billion investment so far in catch-up. I said I am a supporter of the extended school day, actually probably for longer than half an hour a day, but I'd like to see the evidence before that, and it will cost money. And I reminded the House that while the Labour Party is very noisy when it comes to calling for more money, they are silent when their allies at the National Education Union put obstacle after obstacle in the way of children returning during the pandemic. Now, I have read Labour's plan, so-called plan, and what's striking is how much of it the government's already doing. More money into mental health, the government's doing that. More money into tutoring, the government's doing that. More money into teacher training, the government's doing that. There are differences, but there are also omissions, like where the money would come from and how they'd evaluate the success of it. But the particular motion today says that they would like emails and text messages and correspondence between ministers, their officials and their advisers. Now, it's hard to know how many children would catch up as a result of that release. But I happen to believe that people should be able to give candid advice privately and that it should stay private. If I didn't believe that, though, I'd like to see some correspondence between shadow ministers and their advisers, because I'd like to understand why it took them so long to say that schools were safe. I'd like to understand why they can never criticise their friends at the NEU. I'd like to understand why they said we should go against the advice of the JCVI, not vaccinate by age, but just pick teachers, no other professions, no retail workers or anybody else, just teachers to vaccinate because the union said that we should do so. I'd like to understand why they still can't say if they support a permanent extension to the school day. And I would like to understand whether the party that 18 months ago told the country we should abolish Ofsted, abolish SATs, abolish academies, when we know how much they've helped disadvantaged children, will stand with us in defending exams and league tables and inspections for the role they play. But because I believe that private advice should stay private on both sides, Labour will be spared that embarrassment.
Sean McDonough.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's impossible not to be angry in this debate. The resignation of Sir Kevin Collins is a damning indictment of the government's so-called catch-up plan. Let us be absolutely clear, the measly crumbs of support on offer will let down an entire generation of young people, and on this government's watch, the pandemic impact on their education will be lifelong. But whilst the government kicks the catch-up can down the road, the impact is being felt right now. More than 200,000 pupils will move from primary to secondary this autumn without being able to read properly. A monumental increase on previous years and a problem that a sticking plaster wouldn't even begin to solve. We already know that if you start secondary behind, then you stay behind. Does the Minister understand why parents and teachers across the country are so furious given that their children are getting less than 10% of the investment that the government's own Education Recovery Commissioner has called for? The temerity of the Treasury to challenge Sir Kevin's ideas, undermining a lifetime spent improving outcomes for children. Meanwhile, one Conservative estimate puts the long-term economic cost of lost learning in England as £100 billion. Last week, the Prime Minister labelled one-to-one tutoring as a catch-up tool for hard-working parents. I wonder if the Minister can tell him about 10-year-old Abby in my constituency. In lockdown, she secured entry to Tiffin Girls, one of the most prestigious grammar schools in the country, working in a cramped homeless hostel with only a refurbished phone donated by Tesco Mobile to get connected. Social mobility, levelling up, call it whatever you want. The impact will be lifelong. But there are legions of hard-working parents who can't afford tuition, but who can see their child slipping behind. Like a lady who came to see me because the bailiffs were coming. She hadn't paid her council tax, instead paying for a tutor so that her son would catch up and achieve the 11+. Of course, I don't support her council tax decision, but I absolutely recognise that she is desperately trying to plug the support gap that the government is failing to do. We need a catch-up plan for every child that has fallen behind, extending the school day for education curricular activities, breakfast clubs, small group and one-to-one tutoring, and to close the digital divide. And there is absolutely no time to delay.
Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called today in today's groundhog debate and to draw the House's attention to the phenomenal work being done across Darlington to help students catch up after a year of significant disruption. May I begin by thanking all the schools in Darlington, the teachers, head teachers and other school staff for their amazing work throughout this past year, supporting their pupils' education both in the classroom and online. Despite the constraints of the pandemic, good things have been achieved, and I commend Skerne Park Academy under the excellent leadership of Kate Chisholm, whose school was recently recognised in the Levelling Up Awards. This is also my first opportunity to congratulate Dame Maura Regan of the Bishop Hogarth Education Trust, who was recognised by Her Majesty in the birthday honours. Last Friday, I spent the afternoon at Corporation Road Primary School, which is ably led by Anne Pringleton, and I look forward to joining them for their build of their new Adventure Play Park next month. Kate, Anne and Dame Maura are incredible leaders who have done much in their organisations to meet the challenges of the pandemic. Sadly, evidence suggests that disadvantaged children in the North East have been amongst the hardest hit. Whilst government, business, community and charity-funded laptops and devices have done much to bridge the digital divide, it is not enough. But the government recognises that and is prioritising our children's education. We all know the long-term consequences to children's learning, development, attainment and mental health. We cannot undo the last 15 months, but we can back the steps being taken to reduce their impact, and that is why I welcome the package of support and investment from the government. The £3 billion education catch-up programme will fund high-quality tutoring specifically targeted at the most disadvantaged students. This is exactly the sort of support that will reach those in the most need in Darlington. In addition to the Education Recovery Plan, this government has announced the biggest funding increase for schools in a decade, raising core funding to £52.2 billion by 2022-23. In my constituency, per pupil funding on average in secondary schools will rise to £5,726 and in primary schools will rise to £4,454. The government's 10-year plan will transform our schools. Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst the Labour Party continue to play political games with education, this government is showing that it is prioritising our educational recovery, delivering billions of pounds to schools across the country. I know that this investment will have a lasting impact in Darlington.
Owatemi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I share my colleagues' frustration at this government's haphazard approach to helping children catch up on their education. In recent days, many of my constituents in Coventry North West have come forward to suggest how best we can help those left behind by lockdown, remote learning and self-isolation. From extracurricular activities to small groups for tutoring, one clear theme emerges: a belief that we must do everything we can to help children catch up and get their education back on track. Contrast this, Mr Deputy Speaker, with the feeble response proposed by this government. The measly sum that they have put forward are barely a tenth of what we know is needed. We are facing a social and economic emergency. Education is the greatest leveller of all. The gap left by this inadequate plan would only further harm social mobility and allow the attainment gap in our schools to widen further. Mr Deputy Speaker, why should our children put up with less than the best mental health support after 18 months of plummeting well-being records, levels of stress and anxiety? Why should our children put up with any less than focused tutoring for all who need extra help, while the government proposed the scheme would only reach 1% of pupils? Why should our children put up with any less than healthy and nutritious meals every day, with the government once again refusing to fund free school meals throughout the holidays? Ministers are now left with one big question to answer. Why are they so happy to put forward a third-rate catch-up plan? Was the Secretary of State for Education simply too weak to stand up to the nation's children at Cabinet? Too weak to secure the funding from Treasury, even when his own experts said how much was needed? If he was unable to do the job properly, I would politely suggest that he finds another job. Or was it the Chancellor of the Exchequer who chose to ignore the needs of the economy by skimping on catch-up funding? Stunted growth and shrunken wages will be the result of his inability to grasp the importance of investing in the next generation. His shaky grasp on the numbers indicates that he too could do with some extra tuition. It is not too late for ministers to do the right thing. They can call time on their half-baked plan and bring forward an improved set of proposals. They could do the right thing. They could introduce a bold, brave children's recovery plan that means breakfast clubs, sports and after-school activities for pupils, fully funded free school meals for those in need, mental health support to fix dangerously low levels of well-being, extra training for staff and small group tutoring for all those who are falling furthest behind. Mr Deputy Speaker, this government will not be the one who pays the price for their craven failures to listen to the experts and stomp on cash. It will be those who cannot speak for themselves. It will be the youngest and most disadvantaged pupils in my city of Coventry who will now struggle to catch up. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would like to start by thanking and congratulating all the fantastic teachers, support staff, parents and pupils across Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Tork, and a special shout-out to Lisa Ackley, who is a TES Awards finalist for Classroom Support Assistance of the Year and works at Ormiston Horizon Academy. And I'd also like to thank the fantastic Year 10 students I met last Friday at the Excel Academy in Snee Green, who are fully supportive of an extended school day, and I look forward to going around and rallying that cry from all the students across my constituency to pass that in to the Minister. But we are, Mr Deputy Speaker, back here again. Twitter clearly didn't get the likes and retweets the Labour Party wanted, so we decided to try and repeat this debate all over once again, and the Not Education Union that seems to be owned the Labour Party when it comes to education policy. Let's not forget, because when Labour was silent on the fact the NEU said in March last year that teachers should not be teaching a full timetable or routinely marking. Labour was silent on the 180-point checklist of things the Not Education Union wanted to see before schools could open, and they were silent at the scaremongering that was being done by the Not Education Union over school safety, ignoring the JCVI's advice wanting to vaccinate teachers instead of those who are most vulnerable to coronavirus, which is our top 9 categories. Let's not forget as well the Not Education Union also spent over £500,000 from their funds, general funds it is, to basically play party politics, which was accused of breaking the Trade Union and Labour Relations Act of 1992. So let's be quite clear, Mr Deputy Speaker. Kevin Courtney, Dr Mary Balstead are a shambles. They should do the honourable thing and resign with immediate effect. I will happily go and pack up their stuff and send it out to their home address, because I am sick and tired of boring trade unionists, socialist trade unionists, who are focused on their own political agenda rather than focusing on educating children and looking after their teachers properly, which is why so few pay into the party political fund, yet they shower their money with the Labour Party opposite in order to try and get them to be in their grasp. Let's have a look at what this government has done over the last 12 months. An increase of core school funding of £2.6 billion for 2020-2021 and a further increase of £2.2 billion for 2021-22, raising pupil premium to over £2.5 billion, £1 billion of investment to improve the school estate, increasing the higher needs funding with £780 million more for 2020-2021 and £730 million extra next year, £520 million for free school meals and a national voucher scheme, £410 million to provide more than 1.3 million digital devices, £220 million for the expansion of the holiday activities and food programme, £63 million to local authorities to help with food, exceptional funding to cover specific unavoidable costs incurred by schools due to coronavirus worth £102 million in total, over £14 billion with a £3 billion catch-up. This is a government that cares about our families and our young people.
Video link. Catherine McKinnon.
The North East has a higher proportion of long-term disadvantaged children than other parts of the country, and it simply has to be tackled if levelling up is ever to become more than a slogan. We know, and the government acknowledges, the least well-off children have been at the highest risk of falling behind their classmates over the last 15 months, both in the school, classroom and elsewhere. Yet the government's education recovery proposals just don't seem serious about meeting the challenge. This £1.4 billion package amounts to less than 10% of the £15 billion that Sir Kevin Collins, the government's own education recovery chief who recently resigned, called for. The government's caveat that more money may come, but with no suggestion of when or what it might look like, provides little comfort. It increasingly looks like the government plans to bundle together various pots of funding on an ad hoc basis and call it an education recovery package. But it's just not good enough. We need a bold vision for truly transforming the lives of our children and young people. Warm words need to be backed up with action and funding. It's also vital that government trusts head teachers to tailor what little support is available to the needs of their schools and their pupils so that it can be used most effectively. The government's proposals focus very heavily on tutoring, but academic research has shown that small groups and individual work can be effective for pupils who are struggling. It doesn't have to be external tutoring. If schools want their staff who already know the pupils to provide support, as many schools in the North East have chosen to do, they should have the flexibility to access the funding that works best for them. And whilst we all want to see academic progress, The last 15 months have been a frightening time for our children, with disrupted routines, reduced contact with friends and relatives, and fear of the virus. So it's disappointing that there's no funding to support the crucial social enrichment that so many children have missed out on, such as sports clubs and music lessons. Funding plans have to recognise the need for mental health support. With the long-term impact of the last 15 months still to unfold, we won't be able to sustain the academic progress that we all want to see without that additional support for the well-being of our children and young people. The two go hand in hand. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government has failed to show the ambition needed to meet the scale of the education challenge. It must change course and invest in our children now. Failure to do so, it's not only wrong, but it's a false economy, and it's future generations that will pay the price in terms of lost earnings and lost opportunities, and our country will be poorer for it.
Video link, Brendan Clark-Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, here we are again with another Opposition Day debate and another attempt to grab negative headlines. And it didn't work last time, and it didn't gain the publicity or the traction on social media they wanted. So the opposition are back again for a second bite of the cherry on the same issue. Perhaps they stayed up late watching Groundhog Day rather than doing the homework, or simply resorted to copying instead. And whilst the efforts to facilitate online learning must be applauded, we know there are many children who have missed face-to-face teaching and the added advantages that this involves. And as a former teacher myself, I know the value of delivering lessons in person. The academic part of the job is important, but teachers also play a vital pastoral role in maintaining the social and emotional well-being of their pupils. And I think most adults also realise the isolation felt by many when we're unable to see our colleagues, friends and family members. And this is why I'm so pleased that we're finally returning to something resembling normality. And so far, we've committed over $3 billion to target and deliver targeted interventions. This is only one part of our long-term education recovery plan. The next stage of this plan includes $1.4 billion being invested, with around $1 billion for tutoring courses to recover lost teaching hours and $400 million into training and development for teachers and staff. And we've made an unprecedented investment in education and seen the biggest increase in funding for schools in a decade. And this has included additional SEN funding, with $730 million into high needs this year, building on the $780 million we've made available for 2020-21. And let's not pay too much attention to the opposition's criticisms about investment, when they are not even using like-for-like comparisons with other countries and have failed to take into account the entire package being offered. So what exactly are we looking at? Changes to the structure of school holidays, extended school days? No, the opposition provide no serious plans whatsoever, other than simply saying whatever figure is presented is not enough. And when I grew up, I remember the old commercials from the man from Del Monte, and at least he occasionally said yes to things, whereas the response from Labour and the unions is simply no, and more closely resembles a broken record from the 90s band Two Unlimited. Labour have shown time and time again they cannot be trusted with our children's education. Our academies and free school programmes have given children in some of the most deprived areas of the country the chance to attend outstanding schools. And Labour didn't even want our children back in the classrooms, and along with teaching unions, wanted closures almost right away. We wanted our children back at school, and we're now taking action to help them catch up. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the work of this government and once again thank our teachers, support staff, parents and pupils for their hard work and dedication throughout this pandemic and beyond. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Neil Coyle. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This government's litany of letdowns for our children started by locking schools down late last March. That delay, that minister's delay, has cost lives. We have the highest death toll in Europe, and cost jobs. We have the worst damage to any major economy. The litany of damage continued in June with the first U-turn on free school meals. No, the Prime Minister, with the Prime Minister only giving in after Marcus Rashford's brilliant campaign and support from the Labour Party. Then we had the exam grades controversy. We had ministers carping about the SNP in Scotland before being forced to abandon their own algorithm after it caused damage for young people in our country. In September, we saw the launch of Kickstart with much fanfare and a claim that it would create 200,000 jobs for young people. Well, 9 months later, it's about 8% of that. And of the 1,240 young people unemployed in my constituency, Kickstart has helped 11. 1%. using DWP's figure, which is inflated to include school children on work placements. In October, the Prime Minister humiliated his own MPs. He forced them to vote against free school meal provision and then humiliated them by changing his mind just a few days later and giving in again. In January, we saw the utter farce of schools returning for one day after ministers again ignored advice, causing chaos for schools who've done so much to try and ensure our children had a quality education throughout this crisis. It goes on. In January, we had Chartwells going viral with pictures of the government's contractors showing how poor the quality and quantity of the food parcels being provided actually were. Ridicule for the government. Then, in February, we had the devious cut to the pupil premium, leaving 1,000 children in Southwark facing a loss this year. A loss. The total loss to Southwark schools is over £1.2 million. A cut. And now we have ministers rejecting their own commissioners' recovery plans, offering instead less than 10% of what he claimed was needed, required to equip our children for the future. Instead offering a derisory package of £50 per child compared to £1,600 per child in the United States or £2,500 per child in the Netherlands. That pitiful offer says a lot about how poorly this government values our children, how poorly this government values our young people, and how poorly this government values the future of this country.
Thank you very much. Video link. Suzanne Webb.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to speak in this debate today, a debate that does seem somewhat familiar. Now, despite this, it does give me the opportunity to thank those who work in teaching across my constituency. We owe them all a debt of gratitude for their dedication and passion and for all their hard work, and of course to the pupils who just got on with it. I'd also like to thank those opposite for the opportunity to reiterate that children's education is this government's priority, placing over £3 billion in catch-up support as just one part of the long-term plan for education recovery. At the start of the pandemic, a £1 billion commitment to ensure that pupils were able to catch up and a £650 million of catch-up premium. Not forgetting that there has been money for mental health, summer schools and summer activities. Over £450 million has been spent through the food voucher scheme, £400 million to provide laptops, tablets and internet access, with over 1.3 million computers built to order, imported, configured and delivered to schools, providing £139 million to help schools cope with the exceptional costs they have faced during this first lockdown. Compare and contrast, Mr Deputy Speaker, Labour members opposite have spent the past year equivocating on whether schools should open, damaging public confidence and confusing the message. Their mooted £14.7 billion education plan that proposes more than 10 times the amount of money to be spent compared to what this government is suggesting. It would be fantastic if it were realistic and if we knew how it would be specifically funded, and we don't. We should also not forget that when Labour was trusted with education, we fell down the international league table for school performance. Even now, we have an Opposition Day debate about a paper trail instead of focusing on what really matters. Now, what really matters is this. Children are resilient if we allow them to be. And my concern is these confusing messages and debates by members opposite do nothing but undermine this and provide uncertainty when kids need certainty. Across my constituency and supported by this government, everything has been done to keep children in the classroom and prioritise the safe reopening of schools. From the onset of the pandemic, safeguarding education has been the top priority. A government focused on saving lives and accelerating the vaccination programme, a government that has acted. All of us in this great place have had a childhood and education not marred by a pandemic. Let's not let this pandemic mar our children's or grandchildren's futures with misleading messages or debates, but focus collectively on ensuring that no child is left behind and has the same opportunity and future that we have all had. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. Karen Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to all those school leaders in colleges and schools across South Bristol, and particularly the parents and young people, to get through this difficult year. They all had high hopes of the Education Recovery Commissioner, the government who asked him to come up with a plan to ensure school children could catch up on what they'd missed out. But they ignored the evidence-based plan, awarding just a tenth of the necessary funding, and then forcing him to resign because, in his words, the government's behaviour betrays an undervaluation of the importance of education. Now, I have recently met with the Minister, the member for Bognor Regis and Littlehampton, and to discuss pupil premium and educational outcomes in Bristol South. And I am grateful for his time and attention. He is a minister that usually does his homework, unlike many others. But I've also met recently, as I do every year, with school leaders in Bristol South. I meet them as a group, as primary and secondary head teachers, because I want to understand their shared issues and ambitions and help improve outcomes across South Bristol. But this meeting is something that happens rarely across South Bristol now because of the evolution of the multi-academy trust system. There are 6 secondary schools in Bristol South covered by 6 different multi-academy trusts. In all, the near 40 state-funded schools in Bristol South are run by 12 different organisations. Now, I do think that some MATs act well as a family of schools, but I don't think they serve the families of South Bristol as well as they should or could, because families live in the communities of South Bristol, they do not live in the community of the MAT. And what I mean by that is that some cases the vertical support through the MAT seems to be working well. But while head teachers are accountable upwards within the MAT, South Bristol families live in very local communities. Parents expect each child to be supported, to be educated well in their community through early years, primary, secondary, post-16 and higher education. But these children are experiencing too many different organisations as part of that journey. And crucially, there is no accountability across South Bristol for the outcome of that journey, the destination of these young people for their chance in life. Now, in my 6 years as the MP for South Bristol, my focus has been on further education and apprenticeships post-16 to help them fulfil their potential. But I've realised that the lack of ownership and accountability for destination success and outcomes is a major problem that no number of well-meaning piecemeal initiatives will resolve. And I now see that the pandemic and the loss of learning must be the catalyst to taking this seriously. We will not solve the problem of poor education outcomes for these children without the focus on the context of their lives. That focus has to be local, at transition at all levels, and particularly for me, supporting further education is the only place that can capture them with the right support, professional support and stability of funding to reach their true potential. COVID-19 has exacerbated the disproportionate impact of poor education on young people, and I think we absolutely need to use this opportunity to make that better for the future.
Kevin Hollenreich.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The point I'd like to make in this debate really is that we should not fall into the trap of thinking this is all about money. There are other factors behind success and achievement other than money, and it is debilitating to think that is the only thing that counts. But before I go on to illustrate what I'm talking about, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to pick up on the comment the honourable member made for Bermondsey that the UK has got the worst death rate in Europe. There's no doubt the UK has been hit pretty hard, but it's actually there are 16 countries with a worse rate than the UK in the world, and there's 6 across Europe, including Poland, Croatia, Bulgaria, Hungary, Belgium and Italy. It's important we do look at the actual facts. He's a far more friendly chap outside the chamber, particularly as strange as Bardi is in here, but happy to give way, yeah, of course.
Please. It's unfair of the member to reveal that I'm actually nice outside the chamber. But he's actually using a different figure. He's using a per capita model and not raw death toll. We have the highest death toll in Europe by number of population overall.
That's what he said, I apologise, but I think it's important to look at the context of this. I think per capita figure is very relevant. The other point I'd like to make is about the motion, and my honourable friend, the member for Wantage, made this point very, very well, is that you cannot, this does endanger candid advice if you simply are going to request all the information, all the debate behind the scenes. Actually, I don't agree with him in one aspect. You would still get candid advice, it just wouldn't be advice that was written down. And I don't really think that's very useful. And I know it's been some time, I don't mean this rudely, that the opposition's been in government, but the reality is there's bound to be frank and open discussion behind the scenes about different policies on different things. So I don't think it's right that simply that this is getting all the different debate behind the scenes is going to be useful in this particular debate. I mean, the government has put a package together, and as has been said, they may well need more money to address this issue fully. But nevertheless, I think 6 million packages of 15 hours of tuition is a quite significant investment, and no doubt there will be other things coming along as well. But I think in terms of, there's been a number of people who have said, why don't we simply follow Sir Kevin Collins' recommendation to commit £15 billion? And that's obviously a matter for government to do that. But I've heard the opposition say on a number of occasions, this would be £100 billion payback from that £15 billion. I don't know if the honourable member, the right honourable member, the Shadow Education Secretary used that figure, but I've heard the Leader of the Opposition use that figure. But having been in business quite a long time, I've had various department heads come through my door on lots of different occasions and say, I've got this great idea to spend X amount of money and to result in this kind of payback. You can make anything look good on a spreadsheet. So you cannot guarantee that £15 billion would have had that £100 billion effect. And the reality is we have to choose. In government, you have to choose. And if you don't choose, of course, and I've heard it in so many debates over the last few years, the opposition calling again and again for more spending. I think somebody would like to really add all those numbers up. I'm sure it would amount to trillions of pounds of spending. We simply can't go on like that. We've got to, at some point, try and balance the books. And I think that's not something either party's done that well in government, on the basis that very rarely, I think only 5 years out of the last 40, has any government balanced the books. And we have to make difficult choices to do that. My final point in the 30 seconds I've got left, Mr Deputy Speaker, is just what happened in North Yorkshire on this. When I say it's not all about money, it was disappointing that our county council did take a number of weeks to facilitate online learning in many of the schools across North Yorkshire. Simply wrong. 8 weeks to develop a policy on online learning using Zoom and the likes, where other schools like Malton, very good school, a local authority maintained school, had already put in place a package of support using iPads, had done that years before, so we're able to do it. So the excellent teachers can find solutions to this without it simply being lots of government money thrown at a problem.
Video link. Mohammed Yazin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Just 4 months ago, we heard the government make promises that every young person would be supported to catch up on their education and gain the skills and knowledge they need to be able to seize opportunities in future. After the catalogue of errors in dealing with the pandemic, schools went back for just 1 day in January after the Prime Minister could not decide whether they were safe or not, while hospitals were filling up with COVID patients. It was encouraging to hear that the PM had hired the highly respected Sir Kevin Collins to step in and oversee the recovery from the biggest crisis our schools have ever faced. Sir Kevin, knighted for his services to education, did exactly what was asked of him, led a comprehensive program of catch-up aimed at young people who have lost out on learning during the pandemic. He estimated with a strong evidence base that 15 billion were needed to ensure the nation's children were not blighted by the huge hit of their education. Teachers agreed, parents agreed, but unfortunately, Prime Minister and the Chancellor did not. They gave away millions to friends and Tory donors for contracts that did not deliver, wasted billions on a test, trace and isolation program that was a total failure when we needed it most. But when it come to children's education, the purse strings are tightly pulled. Just £50 per pupil per year to make up for the last 18 months. Even today, because Boris Johnson failed to protect our borders, children are being sent home to isolate because of the Delta variant. They are still being affected. Yet this government offers just 1.4 billion, a pitiful offer to our children who have had so much of their lives impacted, their mental health and well-being severely challenged. So Sir Kevin's resignation letter to the Prime Minister says it all really. He made it perfectly clear that it will not be possible to deliver a successful recovery without significantly greater support than this government has. Certainly, the teachers that have spoken in Bedford and Campston have told me the funding announced by the government will not scratch the surface in helping children catch up. A primary school head teacher I spoke yesterday told me she is already trying to provide a quality, broad and balanced curriculum and make up for the time away from schools on reduced funding. That was hard already. But the challenges propose in trying to provide for what each child and family needs following the pandemic is monumental. This head teacher is ready, willing and able to offer interventions to give our children the best chance in life.
Sorry, Mohammed, we've run out of time. Sorry. Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And we see yet again, don't we, that Labour will always push for a debate that focuses solely on money and not on real outcomes. And this is quite ironic, isn't it, for a party that left a note saying, sorry, there is no money left, when they were in charge. And in their media appearances, they show a total inability to set out how they would finance their grand plans for education, let alone relate any of the spending to outcomes themselves. Mr. Speaker, I was a school governor for several years. I've seen the financial inner workings of schools, and I've seen what good investment and bad investment can do on the quality of education. My schools in Dudley North were left underfunded and unsupported by Labour, so I welcome this government's plans and promise to deliver on levelling up our education system as we build back better. This will be achieved through targeted investment to improve school buildings in the worst conditions and increase funding for children with special educational needs. A good education for every child will give them the best start in life. The honourable member who stood at the opposition dispatch box today once described the pandemic as a good crisis for Labour to make a political opportunity out of. That says it all, Mr. Speaker. Is there any substance behind her calling this debate, or is it yet another opportunity for her to provide selective soundbites for her social media channels to make it look like Labour care about our children getting an adequate education? Mr. Speaker, Labour can't seem to decide what their policies were over the past 15 months. Did they want schools to open or to remain closed? Do they want teachers to teach more, or do they want them to spend time being glorified babysitters over the summer so children can relax and enjoy life? Unlike the opposition, throughout this pandemic, this Conservative government has consistently tried to get children back into the classroom where they belong and where they are at their happiest. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the opposition have more flip-flops than a Havaianas shop and can't seem to decide, even with the benefit of hindsight. Thank you.
Tamarjit Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and my gratitude also to the Shadow Treasury and Education teams for bringing this important debate to the House. Undoubtedly, one of the biggest challenges our nation faces is supporting the millions of children and young adults studying across the country following the devastating impact of the past year. So I am hugely disappointed that once again government has ignored the experts and offered less than 10% of what the government's own Educational Recovery Commissioner, Sir Kevin Collins, has called for. Frankly, it's insulting to the teachers, parents, school staff and early years providers who have ensured children in Slough and beyond could access education throughout one of the most disruptive periods that they have ever seen. Without their tenacity, determination and commitment to wanting the very best for our future generations, our children would not have received the care, support and education they needed over the past year. And they achieved this all after a decade of government neglect, which delivered the largest cuts to school funding in 40 years. Just last year, Slough head teachers wrote to me to say that they had, and I quote, become increasingly disillusioned by a persistent lack of effective and credible leadership emanating from the Department for Education. And sadly, with this so-called catch-up plan, the DFE has continued this trend, with funding that covers less than £1 per day that children were out of school and a tutoring programme that reaches just 1% of pupils. And it seems that Prime Minister and Chancellor have blocked much-needed funds initially asked for, letting down an entire generation. Do they think it makes economic sense to not invest in our children? Mr. Deputy Speaker, Labour's fully costed plan would deliver exactly what parents and teachers have been calling for, a well-rounded catch-up plan including mental health support, drama, sports and book book clubs, continued development for teachers, and an extension of free school meals over holidays. And this provision would be targeted with an education recovery premium to ensure those who face the greatest disruption are given additional support. What's worse, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that this Tory government knows the consequences of the inadequate support they have offered. As Sir Kevin Collins noted in his resignation letter, and I quote, "This settlement will define the international standing of England's education system for years to come." And this is consolidated by reports from the Institute for Fiscal Studies showing that if students had lost an average of 6 months of schooling, they could see a reduction in their lifetime income of 4%. So why won't ministers stop treating children as an afterthought in our recovery and prioritise children's well-being, education and life chances? Inaction now will fail generation for decades to come. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Catherine Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've not yet had opportunity to pay full tribute to the teachers and schools in South Ribble who did such a stunning job during the pandemic. Those like the inspirational educational leaders like the guys at the Endeavour Multi-Academy Learning Trust, and my thanks to them. Now, in her opening remarks, the Shadow Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Horton and Sunderland South, asked questions about decision-making. She asked questions about big sums, massive sums of money, big decisions, national changes, big ticket items, and the idea that we would suddenly make those quickly, we would make those with no evidence, we would make those if they didn't work. Personally, I support the idea of a longer school day. I think there is huge advantages to be had by that. However, I would not like to see that implemented nationally without the evidence that it was effective, and communicating and committing to spending billions without evidence is not something that these benches support. In her opening remarks, the Shadow Minister appeared to suggest that wanting to make sure that vast sums of money being spent effectively, she thinks she described it as misguided dogma. No, not really. She asked to see the working out. Well, if I can step back a little in history and to show what Labour's version of working out looks like in the education space, back as a snotty young IT coder, I was in the Department for Education and Skills in the early noughties, working on the Independent Learning Accounts Recovery Programme, because the first programme had been put out to achieve a headline, getting to Tony Blair's grid. What happened? Millions of pounds went out the door in fraud. The National Audit Report from the time is on the record. I can assure you that me and my little snotty IT coders, having actually seen the data, probably reckon that it was about 10 times that money out the door. And it went out the door because you were chasing a headline, you were throwing, the party opposite was throwing millions, an idea without having a plan, without having thought it through, without having evaluated it. That's not what we're doing here. We all care about children. It's hugely important. They're proud of education, education, education. Yes, not at any cost, not at unlimited and uncontrolled cost, not producing ineffective outcomes that haven't been evaluated, no knee-jerk headline chasing on these benches, because what we want is effective use of government money and the best way to target and help children. I see a game-playing motion here today and I will not be supporting it.
Graham Morris.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And for many children, especially in my constituency of Easington, home learning has been very difficult. I would like to point out that 36.9% of children in my constituency, in the Easington constituency, are classed as living in poverty. That was in 2019-20. And the effects of the pandemic haven't been felt evenly, with disadvantaged children in the poorest areas hit the hardest. Despite the existing inequalities and challenges, with our schools in many areas at breaking point, ministers seem to have found new ways to cut school funding. And this is something that I wish to take the opportunity to highlight. The North East could lose up to £7 million due to administrative changes to the way in which pupil premium funding is calculated and allocated, with the government switching from using the January school census to using the October census. And what that means is schools with children who'd become eligible for funding during the pandemic will not receive any additional funding for another year. And it's quite a significant date, that, because using the October census date rather than the January date, many children weren't at school, so it wasn't such a priority for parents to register. In my constituency of Easington, 20 out of 28 primary schools are going to be affected. The average loss will be about £9,400, and when we were talking about the additional sums, I heard the Minister's opening statement, and I believe it's about £6,000 for the average primary school. The average loss will be £9,400 in my constituency, but the worst affected schools will lose nearly £30,000. The total loss to schools in my constituency is £180,000. It's absolutely reprehensible to remove resources from schools at any time, but to do so after the biggest public health crisis for a generation, when actually more funding is urgently required, is unconscionable. Funding education is an investment in our children, and society will reap dividends today and in the future. The government has had an opportunity to make a statement of intent by implementing Sir Kevin Collins, the government appointed education czar, who gave him the evidence that would have helped every child back. I do hope parents will reflect on the decision, will think about the loss of funding for schools in areas like mine when they hear members opposite talking of levelling up. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Interrupt you is because we've had a few withdrawals and we're able to put the time limit to 4 minutes from every contribution at the moment. So, well, I didn't stop you, Graham. Ben Everett.
Thank you, and the honourable member opposite from Easington is welcome to intervene if he wants his extra minute. It's a pleasure to follow the member from Easington. In fact, it is a definite pleasure to follow because he ended with the phrase levelling up. Education is about levelling up. So today's debate is really important, despite the déjà vu nature of debating the same thing as last week. Why, oh why, are the opposition using these debates to say the same thing? But it's good news for us, because education is at the heart of levelling up. And even prior to this pandemic, we introduced our new 10-year plan to transform schools across England. 500 new projects over the next decade, spending prioritised to the schools with buildings in the worst condition. We're cracking on with it, and we were before the pandemic. Work starting this year on the first 50 projects backed by £1 billion of government funding. Before the pandemic too, we'd already delivered the biggest funding increase for schools in a decade. £14.4 billion over 3 years, with the core schools budget up last year to £47.6 billion and rising to, in 2023 to £52.2 billion. Now, of course, there are those on the opposite benches who will always call for more and say it's not enough. But even before the pandemic, we've been working on levelling up these educational opportunities, giving every child in England a funding boost with a minimum £5,150 per pupil in secondary school and £4,000 per pupil in primaries. Now faced with the damage to children's learning that has been caused by the pandemic, we are taking even more action, targeting funding at children who need it the most. So far, we've committed a total of £3 billion, and this is to fund targeted interventions to students who need it now, focusing on those who have found learning tough during the pandemic. Mr. Deputy Speaker, too often in this place, we're guilty of using the word investment when what we actually mean is spending. Now, I think there is a business case here for saying that we are investing in our children. We are investing in our future. Britain In fact, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is the greatest country on planet Earth, and the citizens within it are the best people on planet Earth. We owe it to the future generations to provide a quality education to those children. And that's why there are elements of this support package that are rolled in to the impact that it will have on future generations. Training, development for teachers, language skills, resource investment, giving children digital skills to compete on the global stage, be the pioneers for global Britain. We are delivering the right targeted interventions to those who need it the most. We will have a generation of brilliant young minds. Building back better means nurturing those young minds to be leaders, the leaders of global Britain in future years.
Video link. Barbara, I don't know if the good news has reached you, but we have put the time limit up to 4 minutes, so no time pressure.
It has.
Barbara Keane.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today's debate cuts to a central issue with this government. As much as there is talk of levelling up, the reality is that the Chancellor holding the purse strings has no interest in investing in vital public services. And I feel it's telling that there's no Treasury Minister here today to defend his decisions. Trying to do recovery on the cheap simply won't work after the damaging year that our children and young people have had during the pandemic. The government's announcement means just 1 hour-long session of tutoring every fortnight. Funding for this is only £1 per child per week. And there is nothing for children's mental health or for well-being or for socialisation. And importantly, there will also be no dedicated support for disabled children. Now, these are financial decisions with a real human impact. The Disabled Children's Partnership makes clear that the difference between current and pre-pandemic levels of support for disabled children is vast. 70% of disabled children have been unable to access services like occupational therapy or speech and language therapy. 60% of their families are still experiencing delays and challenges with accessing the health appointments they need. The lack of access to multiple education and health services has been detrimental to the mental health of parent carers, with their disabled children and their wider families also persistently isolated. All this now sadly brings the risk of children developing additional long-term health problems. In response to this, the government has offered nothing. They have offered nothing to provide children with social activities to make up for a year spent isolated from their friends. They've offered no funding to help crucial services like speech and language therapy step up their delivery to make up for lost time. And they've offered no funding to allow unpaid carers to take respite breaks, needed after the extra caring workload they have done during the pandemic. These are specific, targeted interventions which the Treasury has decided are not worth the cost. Mr Deputy Speaker, the fiasco on education recovery shows the Prime Minister doesn't care enough to stand up to the Chancellor over the challenges facing our country. How else can the government explain the Minister telling Sir Kevin Collins that money is no object and then signing off on only 1/10 of what is needed? And if the Chancellor can simply say no to the Prime Minister's own education SAR, what does that mean for other areas of investment? If the Chancellor won't support our children, how can we be sure he'll give the NHS the support it needs to address historic waiting lists? Will he provide the change our social care system needs so that older and disabled people can live independently in their own homes rather than being forced to sell their homes to pay for care? And will levelling up turn out to be just another unfunded soundbite which does nothing for areas which desperately need change? Our public services need a government which is fully behind them, not a Chancellor who is more interested in his own profile, and a Prime Minister who seems happy to take a back seat. Otherwise, the next few years will look much like the last decade, cuts for our crucial public services just when we can least afford them.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Worsley and Eccles South. The government's proposed recovery plan is woefully inadequate, completely underestimates the scale of the recovery required and provides nothing to boost children's mental health, well-being or social development through the creative arts or sports or simply play. Despite parents saying this is their top concern after the isolation of lockdown.
Kevin Collins, the Prime Minister's own Education Recovery Commissioner, called for an investment of £15 billion, the equivalent of £700 per pupil, over 3 years to support children's recovery. Yet the party opposite's package is 10 times less, offering only £50 extra per student per year. What Kevin Collins has described as a half-hearted approach that risks failing hundreds of thousands of children, I describe as shameful and an insult to the hard-working pupils, parents, teachers and school staff in Luton South who've gone above and beyond over the past 15 months. If the Conservative Party truly believes that the level of ambition in the government's plan is sufficient, it means they're happy to neglect the future of the children in our country. Kevin Collins' resignation is a damning indictment of the government's meagre proposals, and it demonstrates that the government will fail to deliver the bold action our children deserve. The public deserves answers to why government ministers and the Chancellor are acting as obstacles to our young people's recovery. So the government must come clean and explain why the substantial recovery plan proposed by the Prime Minister's own Education Recovery Commissioner was blocked. If the government won't provide an adequate explanation of why they rejected Kevin Collins' proposals, it should publish all Treasury correspondence and the official evaluations and impact assessments of the proposals so the public can make their own assessment. And I hope the Minister in her closing remarks will explain what urgent steps will be taken to address Kevin Collins' concerns by increasing the investment in the recovery package. The Labour Party's Children's Recovery Plan will match young people's ambition for their own futures and give schools the resources to transform the extracurricular and enrichment opportunities available to every child and invest in targeted learning for children who need it most. Our comprehensive plan would deliver breakfast clubs for every child, quality mental health support in every school, additional investment for children who've struggled the most, support to help teachers develop, and it would guarantee eligible children receive free school meals every day this summer. So will the Minister explain which part of this plan that she opposes? The long-term costs of not pursuing such a plan will be much higher than the upfront investment that is required. The Education Policy Institute has said doing nothing would cost our economy £142 billion in the long term, almost 30 times more than the cost of our package. We must pursue a bold, ambitious strategy. Our young people's futures and the future of our country depends on it. Thank you.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start this debate by putting on record again my thanks for the teachers who work in my constituency, all the people who work in and around schools, early years, at Royal Holloway, our university, everyone who's involved in supporting, looking after, educating our children. It's been a very difficult year for everyone, but I think particularly for our young people and for everyone who works in the education sector, and I just want to say thanks to them again. Now, I've really enjoyed last week's debate, and so I was absolutely delighted and surprised that the opposition seemed to enjoy my contribution so much last week they wanted to hear it again. So, here we go. Education is one of the best opportunities. No. If members want to see my speech, they can go to Hansard, they can go to my website where I've got it up and subtitled, and for the really daring, they can subscribe to my newsletter for regular updates. But this Groundhog Day debate, though, does give me the chance to say something that didn't make the cut of my education debate speech version 1.0. And so I'm going to try a bit of a different ending today. Now, we've been talking a lot about education, and it's said that irony is a very difficult concept to teach. Taught, perhaps, for example. Now, over the past year, we have moved heaven and earth to keep schools open. We tried to reopen them as soon as possible, but the opposition and the unions pushed back. And now they complain that support isn't enough. The irony, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a lesson to us all.
Thank you very much. And I think we are going to go now to Paul Howell.
Well, here.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thought there was a few more before me. That's probably why I've got a couple of minutes more. Anyway, 1.4 billion is the next installation. This is on top of the previous sums poured into the education, including 400 million in remote education. It totals over £3 billion. I think that the large figures that have been flying around for the past year in the wake of this crisis, we need to remember that £3 billion is a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a huge amount of money. It'll fund huge improvements. And I'm sure that the Treasury will find more funding should they be convinced that the plans are fully understood and costed. The proposals from Sir Kevin included huge sums to increase the school day. Sir Kevin's job was to advise what would help children catch up. And he did, by suggesting they'll literally make up the hours lost. Having met with brilliant local schools such as Furry Hill, Woodham, Bishopton and Welbeck Academy, I can absolutely confirm that the schools have been working full throttle in the past year. In fact, just going back to Welbeck Academy for a second, I had the pleasure of going there last week, and it's a school that's turned around over the last 10 years from being completely failing with no intake. You know, they had an intake of 78 instead of 180. They're now oversubscribed. So just a shout out to an incredible school that's done some incredible work over the last few years. You know, the school bell ringing at 3 p.m. does not equate to a teacher's day finishing or the school's day finishing. Teachers take on marking, lesson plans, extra tutoring, and the rest of the school staff dealing with the many complications of a COVID world throughout this pandemic. They've regularly needed to enable teaching and learning simultaneously in the classroom and online. Schools and teachers need our thanks and engagement, not the imposition of more work under a misguided assumption they've got anything left in their tank. At the very least, if we're going to consider extending the school day, surely a consultation is imperative. And as I've got a little more time than anticipated, I'll also make a shout out for some certainty please over school sports premium funding, which I saw first hand at Walworth and Sedgefield primary schools recently. But what we need to do is to ensure that teachers are working more effectively rather than for longer and harder. We simply cannot afford teacher burnout. This is largely where the government's current plan focuses. Teacher training, £153 million, will provide the opportunity for evidence-based professional development for early years practitioners, while a further £253 million will expand existing teacher training and development and give 500,000 school teachers the opportunity to access world-leading training. Having accessed this training, teachers will be able to ensure their teaching times even more effective and efficient, and strikes the balance between providing excellent education and not overstretching our teachers. We need to trust that having been given this training, teachers are the most qualified, best placed experts in teaching children and getting their education back on track. That's the job they've spent years of their life readying for. Getting funding approved for those methods that are widely agreed to be most effective, such as teacher training, while looking to consult upon the effectiveness of less conventional areas, like extending the school day, is a reflection of a government that's own methodology is to get on with it and not sit on the fence. At times like this, we need to deliver the obvious and not let perfection frustrate progress. Should robust evidence be presented for these less obvious educational methods, I have no doubt that the Treasury will take another look at them. To conclude, I'd like to reiterate my thanks for the school and all their staff who have worked tirelessly and selflessly this past year. I'll continue to support the government's initiative to have them working smarter, not harder, and I do hope that they manage to have a break over what I hope to be a lovely COVID-free summer.
Mary Kelly Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I simply cannot believe that after spending last year debating whether the government should feed hungry children during the pandemic, we're now, for the second time in a week, debating just how much children's futures are worth as part of the recovery. Have we ever seen a government that cared so little about the people that they were meant to be serving? During the pandemic, pupils' education has been displaced and disrupted, moved between classroom and Zoom. School staff have gone above and beyond to ensure that they've still received an education, with parents being instrumental in this, and they have my total admiration. While we desperately need a comprehensive recovery plan to make up for lost development, it's testament to the graft of school staff that the situation isn't as dire as it could have been. It's therefore shameful that all we hear from the members opposite is the scapegoating of burnt-out staff and calls to pile more work upon their shoulders. Fortunately, the Labour Party have proposed a catch-up plan that prioritises the interests of students and staff. While the government is based on penny pinching, Labour's is based on expert advice and investment. Our plan calls for breakfast clubs and extracurricular activities. It makes small group tutoring available to all who need it and provides the quality mental health support necessary to meet the challenges ahead. Our recovery plan matches young people's ambition for their futures and gives schools the resources they need. Now, we in the Labour Party are often accused of being too ambitious, of offering too much. But when it comes to delivering the brightest future possible for children across society, can we ever be ambitious enough? Pupils have been deprived of a full education at a critical stage in their development and socialisation. It's been a hugely difficult year for young people, and we can't avoid the fact that it'll take serious investment to correct it. And as we know, when Sir Kevin Collins delivered his recommendations for a catch-up plan, the government offered 10 times less than the recommended funding. It's really not the time to be bargain hunting. We get one shot at this recovery, and the government simply must get it right, because the future of millions of young people are at stake. Throughout this pandemic, when attacking education unions for standing up for the interests of staff, pupils and parents, the government have insisted that their priority is having children in the classroom and supporting their education. Well, children are back in the classroom, so it's time for the government to decide if they're going to invest in them or abandon them.
Now go to Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the course of the last year, I've been lucky enough to visit many of the schools here in Broadland, including last Friday when I visited Buxton Primary School, where Year 4 students gave me a hard time about single-use plastics and the government's plan for the environment. And the overwhelming impression given by all of these visits has been one of determination and energy, where they've risen to the challenges thrown up by COVID-19. Unlike Labour, the government has been clear from the start that schools should be the last organisations to close under lockdown and the first to reopen. And as we look back at the last year, this decision was clearly the right one and taken in the teeth of opposition from Labour. When school closures became unavoidable, teaching moved online, and the Department for Education then became the world's largest purchaser of laptops, buying an astonishing 1.3 million devices to make sure that as many people as possible were able to take part in online learning, irrespective of their family circumstances. And schools have adapted too. Any school visitor will recognise the huge difference in the quality and the quantity of educational offering between the first lockdown and the second. Our teachers have learned a vast amount about how to teach well within the restrictions that they have faced. But there have been enormous costs. I visited a secondary school a few weeks ago now, where the atmosphere was positive and encouraging, and the vast majority of students, it was quite clear, had bounced back. And yet, that school now calls an ambulance to site several times a week to assist with pupils who have symptoms of extreme anxiety. The school's now recruited an additional, I think, 2 welfare staff to help smooth the path back to educational normality. And I spoke to them, and they are extremely busy. The point is here that COVID has not affected every student in the same way. So our response to recovery should recognise this and be targeted on the students who have really suffered the most. As we emerge from this pandemic, the government is right to focus on areas where the evidence shows results, support for great teaching and high quality tutoring for those who need it. In particular, the National Tutoring Programme to provide 6 million 15-hour tutoring courses for struggling school children comes at enormous cost, £1 billion. But it's an intervention that can be focused by teachers where it can do most good. And these are teachers whose own catch-up skills will be enhanced by a further £400 million of training support. This is a programme that fits the real needs that I've seen in schools when I visited them. And it's the right first step in the plan for educational recovery.
We now go to Janet Davey. Janet Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all expect a competent government to step up and to give the nation's children the support they need. I think we all need to know why this government is ignoring its own commissioner. Children in deprived and disadvantaged circumstances need this government to care about them and their future. And on this side of the benches, during the pandemic, we've had to fight to make sure school children are not left without food. We've seen poorer families lose out on digital learning, and we've seen school heads struggle to manage a depleted budget and ever-changing situations with little guidance. And now, instead of investing in each child to give them a bright future, the Chancellor has decided they will receive less than £1 a day to make up for the days they missed from school. Education attainment gaps are only getting wider. This will have implications on many children. Children with disabilities, refugee and asylum seekers, children from poor and diverse backgrounds, for decades to come will be affected by this if the government does not do the right thing. In my constituency, Black Caribbean boys are some of those who also need the greatest of therapeutic and educational support. Indeed, you should not have to put a price on the gift of education for all children, but £1 is certainly not enough. The government had a chance to show it cares about these young lives by just listening and learning from their own Education Recovery Commissioner, Sir Kevin Collins, but they didn't like the reality of what he showed them. What is the point in hiring an Education Recovery Commissioner if you then refuse to enact their recommendations to support the recovery? It's shocking and disgraceful. In my constituency, around 34% of children live in poverty, with their parent and carer struggling to cover the cost of uniforms, supply of food, new school shoes, growing feet, new school shoes again, not to mention energy bills, rent, and the list goes on. In February, all parents, carers and grandparents were told that every child would be supported to catch up on their education. And now we find out from this government that this is just not true. Finally, I'd like to thank all school staff, including teachers, admin staff, caretakers and so on, for all the work that they've done and that they continue to do to educate our children during the pandemic and in times to come, hopefully much better times to come. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Number 38 has withdrawn, so we go straight to Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd first like to start by paying tribute to all the education establishments in Liverpool, Riverside, and all the amazing staff that have done a great job over the last 15 months. And I've listened with incredulity over the past couple of hours to members opposite who I think must have had some selective amnesia in terms of the 11 years of austerity we've experienced and the hollowing out of funding to our schools, clearly not levelling up. The government's pitiful proposals of a mere £50 per pupil for catch-up funding are utterly indefensible and a stain on our country. It's less than a tenth of the requirements laid out by the government's own Education Recovery Commissioner, who just last week resigned at the refusal of the government minister to rise to the scale of the challenge, revealing just how little this government values and prioritises the lives of working-class children grown up in this country. Children from disadvantaged backgrounds have suffered most from learning loss due to COVID, with the attainment gap expected to widen by 10 to 24%, with estimates by the Education Endowment Foundation showing that this could reverse a decade of progress in closing the achievement gap between rich and poor pupils. My own constituency of Liverpool Riverside has one of the highest poverty rates in the country, with 1 in 3 children growing in poverty. Liverpool has among the worst educational attainment rates for persistently disadvantaged children in England, the most vulnerable, often 2 whole years of learning behind other students by the time they take their GCSEs. And this is particularly acute for black children growing up in my constituency and across the country, who are more likely to be grown up in poverty. Half of all black children are grown up beneath the poverty line and more than 3 times more likely to be excluded from school than their white peers, and 4 times more likely to fail to gain any qualifications at age 16 when compared to those who are not excluded. The government must wake up now to this crisis of child poverty and rampant inequalities it is presiding over, and commit significant funding if they are to avoid creating a lost generation. This government talks big about prioritising education catch-up, while in reality cutting pupil premiums by stealth by £133 million, with nearly £1.5 million set to be cut from funds supporting the most disadvantaged children in Liverpool. Can the Minister look me in the eye and tell me how he sleeps at night when his government has just cut funding for the most vulnerable and disadvantaged children at this time of acute crisis? This government shows a complete lack of understanding, or is it maybe a lack of willingness about the essential foundation that education has for our country's economic recovery? Lost attainment will translate into lower productivity, and it's not tackled now threatens to cost the economy upwards of £100 billion, with the impact greatest in disadvantaged areas. And to do justice to the next generation, will the Minister agree here today to disclose all Treasury correspondence and evaluation of the proposals by the Education Recovery Commissioner, and will he take up calls to appeal to his government to put the money where their mouth is? This means higher funding commitments per pupil, closing the digital divide, smaller class sizes, reversing cuts to pupil premiums, providing free school meals during the holidays so no child goes hungry. And most importantly, it means reversing the soaring levels of child poverty that has risen so drastically under a decade of Tory austerity cuts, even before the pandemic. Education is the key to pulling the next generation out of this poverty and providing them with better life chances. This government has a duty to make education a priority coming out of COVID. Anything less threatens to create a lost generation. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We now go via video link to Paul Bristow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And one of the things that pleased me the most about this government's response to the global pandemic has been the fact it was schools that were the last institutions to close and the first to reopen. Because the classroom is the best environment for children to learn. And the vast majority of teachers in Peterborough and the support staff agree with this. And Madam Deputy Speaker, they were chomping at the bit to return. But of course, it was the Labour councillors in Peterborough who on social media and in newspaper columns scared parents, peddled conspiracy theories about the effects of COVID on children, and said that children should not return. And this undoubtedly led some parents to keep their children away unnecessarily, impacting on their future. And I make no apologies for holding them to account for this. Because again, undoubtedly, they took their lead from the national leadership of the Labour Party, who repeatedly refused to say that schools were safe. But despite the fact today we're repeating the same debate from last week, there are just 3 points I really wish to re-emphasise. The first is that Peterborough schools have coped well. We did come together and support one another during the pandemic in Peterborough, and schools played their part. But they will, as we recover, need support. And that is why more money into targeted tutoring is welcome. That's why more money into teacher training support is welcome. And that is why more money into mental health is welcome. Secondly, let's remember what the Labour Party said about schools at the last election and what their priority would be if they were now in government. Their priority would be to abolish academies, abolish Ofsted, abolish league tables. Madam Deputy Speaker, while we build back, they would tear down. And this brings me back to my final point, and a point that I made last week. Because if Labour was serious about recovery, they would embrace with an open mind the idea about extending the school day. Because this would be welcomed by parents. It would improve physical fitness. It would improve the social skills of young people. And of course, it would improve academic attainment. The buildings are there. They are open. Let's use them to properly catch up. And I speak all the time with head teachers in my constituency who would back this and embrace it 100%. If it's good for them to embrace, then we should embrace it too.
Final speaker, Alex Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like parents across the country, I've been more involved in the education of my two children, one at primary and one at secondary, than at any other time. I saw how the schools did their best, making the transition to home learning. The workload increase on teachers who had to teach face-to-face and support children learning from home. Schools being given woeful provision for those who didn't have equipment for home learning. Even those children who had everything at home, like mine, I could see how big the gap was, with deficiencies of people like me trying to recall how to do quadratic equations or explaining what an adverbial is. Don't ask, I still don't know. Our children falling behind the interconnected world where knowledge and skills are the key to the future is just not acceptable. So when the government announced just £1.4 billion in catch-up funding, I was appalled, not just as an MP, but as a parent. And as a parent, an MP, I want to know what reason the government had for blocking Sir Kevin Collins' proposal for our children's education, and what assessment the Chancellor made of those proposals. I want to know why the government is delivering what's needed, and in fact, why we're not delivering a world-class catch-up programme. Instead, the government's measly tutoring offering amounts to less than £1 per day children were out of school over the pandemic. Meanwhile, ministers are throwing more taxpayers' money at a failed tutoring programme, which is reaching just 1% of pupils, and which schools have said, to me, is difficult to use. In Leeds, we're already seeing a huge educational gap appear, and as Councillor Pratt, our Executive Member for Education Leeds, said, even before COVID, there's a huge gap between disadvantaged pupils and those who are better off. Some of that is kids who have educational care and health needs plans, and some are kids in poor quality housing, having parents with working 2 jobs, and they don't have the same opportunities to help them all the time. So I want to ask the government today, where are the breakfast clubs and new enrichment activities for every child? Where is the quality mental health support in every school? Where is the funding for small group tutoring for all those who need it, not just 1% of pupils? Where is the continuity development for teachers who've had the most difficult year in the living memory of schools? What about an education recovery premium, supporting every child to reach their potential? The government also needs to fulfil the promise the Prime Minister made to Marcus Rashford to ensure no child goes hungry. Under a Labour government, no child went hungry. By extending free school meals over the holidays, including the summer break, they would not go hungry again. Our early years staff worked all the way through and without protection. Where is the package to support early years, which has been starved of funding for years? The government must now commit to funding a proper programme with the measures that we're putting forward today, and not fail a whole generation of our country's children. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State, Kate Green.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to all colleagues who have contributed to today's debate. Sadly, however, they did not include the Chancellor of the Exchequer or a single Treasury Minister. It's always a pleasure to hear from the Schools Improvement Minister, but Labour didn't call this debate for a repeat of what he said last week. I don't doubt the importance he attaches to children's education recovery. But he, and more importantly, the nation's children and young people, have been let down by a Prime Minister who, despite claiming that children's education was his priority, hasn't lifted a finger to help them as they recover from the pandemic, while a parsimonious Treasury and a Chancellor of the Exchequer so economically illiterate that he can't make the connection between children's education and our country's success and prosperity, has refused to invest in their future. My honourable friend, the member for Huddersfield, asked, where is the Secretary of State for Education? But the question we ought to have an answer to this afternoon is, where is the Chancellor of the Exchequer? The contributions made by my colleagues on the opposition benches today, a reminder of what the Leader of the Opposition has said, that education is the Labour Party's #1 priority. and it has never been more important. The disruption of the last year has seen pupils miss half a year of face-to-face school, half a year of time away from friends and teachers. I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is of concern to every member of this House. Every member recognises that if we do nothing to address the impact, the consequences will be huge for our society and for our economy, but most of all for our children. That's why Labour proposed a bold, multi-year, £15 billion plan to give children time to socialise, learn and develop, to invest in the children who need it most, and to support a world-class teaching profession. And I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Right, I'm a lady for giving way. It's not often that I'm hard to hear. And given that she's got a multi-year plan and we need to give children more time in schools, would she be willing to support an extension to the school day if properly costed and evaluated for effectiveness?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think there's an argument between us about the extended school day. We all agree extra time. We all agree the importance of a range of activities to boost social, emotional development and learning. We all understand that those activities could include art, music, sport, a homework club, a reading group, cooking, coding. Some of those were suggested in last week's debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the Honourable Member for Meon Valley. The chair of the Education Select Committee last week said we need to use the day for a combination of catch-up and extracurricular activities to improve mental health and well-being. The problem is, Madam Deputy Speaker, we haven't got that plan. We haven't got those activities from the government. All we've got, as my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle upon Tyne North, pointed out, is, despite all the noise, a promise of a review. I think all that the Honourable Lady is suggesting too, that we should review whether an extended school day would be a good idea and how to deliver it. It's hardly surprising, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Sir Kevin Collins himself complained that the government was acting too slowly. Indeed, as my honourable friend, the Shadow Chief Secretary, pointed out, so slowly that more than 300,000 children will have left school altogether before they have the chance to benefit from any proposals. Now, I'm appalled, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the complacency of the claims made by the party opposite. I'm sorry to say, beginning with the Schools Improvement Minister, whom I have the utmost respect for, but his complacency on the attainment gap I found profoundly shocking. There has been no progress in narrowing the attainment gap in the last 5 years. Indeed, as we heard from my honourable friends, the members for Coventry North West, Lewisham East and Liverpool Riverside, the pandemic has exacerbated it. There was utter complacency about regional disparities in school attainment, pointed out by my honourable friends, the member for Wansbeck and for Easington, and my honourable friend, the member for Easington, also rightly pointed out the loss that schools have suffered as a result of the government's pupil premium stealth cut. On free school meals, for all the boasts of the party opposite, as my honourable friend, the member for Bermondsey and Old Southwark, pointed out, it was only when Marcus Rashford stepped in that we saw action from a government and a party that had previously suggested that supporting families with free school meals during the holidays would simply lead to mums going down the crack den. Utterly disgraceful. And even now, the plans that we have from the government will only cover 16 of the 30 weekdays this summer. We heard from members opposite that the government had supplied digital resources, yet from my honourable friend, the member for Mitcham and Morden, that families were having to study on mobile phones, so slow was the rollout of laptops. And as for the claims of significant increase in school funding, the £14 billion that we've heard about, coming after a decade of austerity that means that schools are now 9% worse off in real terms, following the abandonment of the Building Schools for the Future programme, following a situation in which schools have been required to meet COVID security costs out of teaching budgets, well, frankly, the party opposite have a nerve to suggest schools are now doing fine financially. It's certainly not what head teachers are telling us. The National Tutoring Programme, another boast from the party opposite, reaching fewer than 2% of children, and as the Education Select Committee Chair himself pointed out this afternoon, particularly missing out on a substantial proportion of the most disadvantaged children. Nothing at all in the government's plans for disabled children, as was pointed out by my honourable friend, the member for Worsley and Eccles South. Little, other than something in the teacher development package for the early years, pointed out by my honourable friend for Leeds North West. And my honourable friends, the members for Wirral South and Felton and Heston, as well as the honourable member for Sedgefield, also pointed out the failure to invest in the school sports premium. It's hardly surprising, Madam Deputy Speaker, therefore, that so many of my honourable friends have had this afternoon to complain that what we've seen from the government, far from a generous funding for schools and for a recovery package, amounts shockingly to only 10%, not only of what Labour says is needed, but what the government's own education recovery czar, Sir Kevin Collins, said was needed. My honourable friends, the members for Luton South, for Slough, for Felton and Heston, for Newcastle upon Tyne North, for Coventry North West, for Leeds North West, for Bedford, for Bermondsey and Old Southwark, for City of Durham, all pointed out this massive shortfall in what is needed. And my honourable friend, the member for Bristol South, perfectly correctly asked that if the funding that the government is bringing forward is sufficient, why did Sir Kevin Collins feel the need to resign? He, at least, was extremely unhappy. Now, by contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour has a plan to invest in children's recovery and life chances, in their mental health and well-being, in their education and in the teaching profession. We propose billions of pounds of investment in breakfast clubs, in creating new opportunities and more dedicated time for children to play and learn at the end of the school day. Children are optimistic and ambitious about their future. They're excited to be back with their friends and their teachers. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, their recovery from the pandemic deserves to be supported by the government, and this will be the defining challenge for ministers. Tragically, so far, from what we've seen, they are unwilling and unable to rise to it. After a year of unprecedented disruption, the government's response is, as Sir Kevin said, too small, too narrow and too slow. The party opposite ought to be ashamed of the paucity of their ambition for our children. But today, we're not even asking for a change in their policy. We're not asking today for a U-turn on their inadequate plans. We're simply asking for transparency. We're asking for the Chancellor, who's not seen fit to attend the debate today, to come clean to Parliament and to the public about why he blocked a plan for significant investment in children's recovery. That's all today's motion will do, and I commend it to the House.
Yeah. Minister Vicky Ford. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's great to have the chance to stand up once again and summarise this debate on how we are putting children and young people at the heart of our recovery. Madam Deputy Speaker, the members for Darlington and Bassetlaw and Milton Keynes North described this as a groundhog debate. But I thought we only got Groundhog Day once a year. However, we can never take too many times to say thank you to all of those who have supported our children and young people and children and young people themselves during this incredibly difficult time. A number of members this afternoon have spoken about experiences in their own constituencies, and some have named particular schools. The member for Sedgefield gave particular praise for Wellfield School in Wingate and for their academy proposals. The member for Broadland spoke of Buxton Primary School and their interest in the environment. And I'm sure that every single one of us would like to say good luck to Lisa Ackley from Ormiston Horizon Academy and the very best wishes for her place as a finalist in the TES Award for the Best Classroom Support Assistant of the Year. I'd like to add my own thanks to the Year 8s from Boswell schools in my constituency who put me through a right quizzing on Friday. How come it is so much more intimidating when we're quizzed by our young people than when we're on question time? It's because they value that education and that interest. To address the specific motion laid before the House, I believe in transparency, and the government recognises and respects that this House has rights in relation to the publications of any papers. But the government needs to balance a commitment to transparency with that long-standing principle that civil servants and advisers can give candid advice, as well as the collective responsibility of government. And with respect to education and education recovery, I want to be clear. This government will do whatever it takes to give children from all backgrounds a first-class education and overcome the impact of the pandemic. And far from as alleged by the opposition front bench, this includes substantial investment from our Treasury.
I thank the Minister for giving way. The Minister says the government will do whatever it takes. Will the government then do what the Commissioner asked for?
Let me take you exactly what we're doing. The Commissioner himself has praised the government for the work that we have done, especially on the tutoring and on the teaching elements of his work. And he also advised on extra time in education, which we have announced a consultation on.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister would like to correct the record. Did she actually mean that the government will do whatever it takes, or did she actually mean that they will do 10% of whatever it takes?
It's really important that we understand what Sir Kevin, who's a hugely respected man, was asked to do. He was engaged to provide advice and make recommendations, not to give a formal report. And this is what he himself said to the Education Select Committee. We have worked on his advice, we've made those recommendations, and we are doing this deeper review. Let me carry on. Many members have spoken of the record funding that's going into our schools. And before this virus hit, we've committed to the biggest school funding boost in over a decade. That means that the whole school's budget will be over 52 billion this year. The member for Slough just intervened on me. He made a suggestion that school funding is dropping. Can I suggest that the member for Slough checks his maths, as the cash funding and core school budgets in his constituency this year is going up by 4.7%, well ahead of the rate of inflation. The high needs budget is now over 8 billion. The pupil premium will be over an estimated 2.5 billion this year. That funding is targeted to support those eligible for free school meals. The £1.4 billion that we've recently announced takes the investment in education recovery.
Order. It's getting a bit noisy on both sides. We do need to listen to the Minister.
The member for Dudley North, who served for nearly a decade as a school governor, spoke about the importance of targeting funding where it is most needed and most has an impact. And the recovery funding is targeted at top-class tutoring and teaching because the evidence shows it has a significant impact. Our chair of the Education Select Committee, who's not in his seat, and the members for Stoke-on-Trent North gave many, many numbers, most of which were right, but it's not actually £67 million that we put into local authority welfare assistance. It's £269 million, including ring-fence funding for families to help with food and schools. The member for Wolseley and Eccles South suggested that funding was not going to special schools or speech and language therapy, but I have visited special schools and seen firsthand how they're using the education recovery money to support children with complex needs, including through extra speech and language therapy. Mental health is really important, and our Welfare for Education Return scheme provided free expert training for staff to help children who'd faced trauma, anxiety and grief. And we've just announced another £17 million of mental health and wellbeing support for schools, as well as the £79 million through the Department for Health. So over the past year, we've put in place mental health support for every school, extended free school meals to more groups of children than any other government in the past half a century, and put extra money into breakfast clubs and extracurricular activities. Can I remind you Labour's plan? It calls for mental health support for every school, extending free school meals and more money into breakfast clubs and extracurricular activities. I'm glad that the opposition is catching up. But in our schools, our teachers tell our students that plagiarism is not okay. And so whilst the opposition have been copying our homework, we have got on with the hard work of keeping children's education on track. The member for Huddersfield sounded a bit low. Can I recommend that he pops down to his local holiday activities and food scheme this year? It's being expanded all across the country. It enables children of lower incomes to take part in free holiday clubs and enjoy enriching activities. I've seen firsthand how these programmes lift the spirits of children and young people. I think it would really cheer him up. It leads to real tangible benefits for our kids. The evidence shows that by taking part, the well-being and mental health of young people has improved. And we will be saying more about these exciting plans tomorrow. So I do encourage members to stay tuned. I know so many members have spoken about the benefits of tutoring, including the members for Hatton and Sutherland South, Hertford and Stortford, Newcastle North, Milton Keynes North, Bury South, and many on both benches. So I know that they will welcome the £17 million investments we've put into the Nuffield Early Language Initiative. It's focused at children in reception age. 40% of schools are already taking part. They've identified 250,000 children for screening and are providing that one-on-one or small group tutoring to over 60,000 4- and 5-year-olds. The most recent package of recovery funding also includes £153 million for early years practitioners. And we make these smart investments because we know from research that early intervention works. Early education is critical. We invested around £3.6 billion last year in early years entitlements. It follows record investment in early years before the pandemic. Over the past decade, we've improved the early years curriculum so that by the time our children reach school, they have those building blocks to learn quickly and effectively, as well as fostering a love of learning. And I am enormously proud that the last time we assessed our 5-year-olds, nearly 3 out of 4 of our country's youngest children had reached a good level of development. Back in 2013, when the first comparable data is available, only 1 in 2 of our children achieved that good level. Remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, those are the children born in the last years of the Labour government. To put it another way, back then, 1 in every 2 of our children was falling behind. Now, 3 out of 4 are achieving ahead. So therefore, I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, again, what I said last week, and I will repeat week after week, when it comes to supporting our children and young people, I will take no lessons from Labour.
The question is the opposition motion as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. question is the opposition motion as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Lillian Greenwood and Mark Tarmy. Tell us for the noes, Maggie Throop and James Morris. Lock the doors. What's going on? Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 224. The noes to the left, 355.
The ayes to the right, 224. The noes to the left, 355. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Thank you. We now come to the second Opposition Day motion on COVID-19 secure borders, and I call the Shadow Home Secretary, Nick Thomas-Symonds, to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the motion in my name and that of my right honourable friends. Our motion sets out that there must be a clear, simply understood, proper hotel quarantine system in operation at the UK border to minimise the risk of the introduction of new variants into the UK, calls on the government to immediately scrap the amber list category of the government's traffic light system for travel and place all of those countries onto the red list so as not to risk undermining the UK's successful NHS vaccination programme whilst maintaining a tightly managed green list, and further calls on the government to work with international partners to introduce an international vaccine passport allowing for safe resumption of travel and publish all the data on international travel arrivals and the decision-making process on the traffic light system, and we again reiterate the need for a sector-specific support deal for aviation. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, it gives me no pleasure whatsoever to be stood here yet again, calling for this government to act to secure our borders against the threat of new variants of COVID. The news that the Prime Minister has announced a delay to the reopening on 21st of June was a hammer blow to people across the country. Freedoms that have been denied us for so long seemed within our grasp, yet they have been snatched away. And let's be absolutely clear. The impact of what the Prime Minister announced last night is devastating, but it was not inevitable. The delay is happening because of the Delta variant first identified in India, and the Delta variant is here in such force because of lax Conservative border policy. And the fallout from that chain of events is enormous. Pubs and restaurants that were desperate to open up properly again. Friends planning group holidays ruined. Our towns and city centres hoping to be bustling with workers again. Concerts, sports stadiums, theatres and festivals that were supposed to be filling up. Families looking forward to great big get-togethers, celebrating milestones, birthdays, children being born and marriages. And I want to give my thoughts today to all those who've seen their wedding plans turned upside down. I realise, of course, that weddings are legally allowed. but with singing and dancing banned, I don't think they will look like the parties that many of us know weddings to be. This will be a desperate blow for so many people, and the cost of this delay will not just be felt in people's disappointment and ruined plans. UK hospitality say that a delay of a month would cost their sector £3 billion in sales, with warnings that 200,000 jobs in the sector could go. 5,000 gigs are set to be cancelled at a cost of £500 million. And let's be absolutely clear, the responsibility for breaking the promise of Freedom Day lies squarely with this Conservative government. Now, the Prime Minister apparently says his political hero is the mayor from Jaws, keeping the beaches open while swimmers were getting attacked. Well, the truth is, he's let the shark take a huge chunk out of the British economy this week. And people across the country have every right to be angry about being let down so badly. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, through you, perhaps I can echo the strong words of Mr. Speaker yesterday in condemning the shoddy way the government has treated this House on an announcement of national importance. Our role is to represent our constituents, and the Prime Minister failing to make the statement to this House and offering himself for questioning was frankly an insult. Now, everyone knows that managing the pandemic is a huge challenge for governments across the world. And of course, the British public can forgive mistakes. But what is unforgivable is making the same mistakes time and time again, putting the health and prosperity of the British people at risk. As an island, our border protections should have been one of our strengths. Instead, it's been an Achilles heel. And time again, I've stood here and warned that the UK government's border measures were far too weak. Yet from the very outset of the pandemic, government actions at the border have been too little, too late. At the outset of the pandemic, just 273 people out of 18 million that arrived here by air were formally quarantined between the 1st of January and 23rd of March last year. Just 273 people from 4 flights. And in fact, on the 13th of March last year, even the voluntary guidance that was in place on self-isolation from parts of China, parts of South Korea, Iran and Italy was lifted. And for that, we've never had a credible explanation. And all this came at a time when we saw the terrible scenes in northern Italy of hospitals being overwhelmed, when our constituents were contacting us and questioning why it was there were not better and more effective controls at airports. And when the government's own chief scientific advisor said, and I quote, "A lot of the cases in the UK did not come from China. They came from European imports and the high level of travel into the UK at that time." And there is no point to the government claiming they have the toughest border protections in the world. That same month, March 2020, Singapore, Hong Kong, Canada, New Zealand restricted entry to residents and citizens and introduced a 14-day quarantine for all arrivals. It could be done, it was done, it just wasn't done by this government. I wrote to the Home Secretary in April 2020 to ask her to learn the lessons from that, but still the UK remained an international outlier. In May 2020, the UK stood with only Iran, Luxembourg and the US Virgin Islands in having no border protection measures in place. And that, I'm afraid, has been the story of the pandemic at the borders. This Conservative government has been late to formal quarantining. It wasn't introduced until June 2020, and even then only 3% of people meant to be quarantining were successfully checked. Late to mandatory border testing, which wasn't introduced until January of 2021. Late to even start hotel quarantining, February of 2021, and then covering only 1% of arrivals. Late and lacking in strategy. No proper plan, just lurching from one position to another. No wonder the border policy of this government has been a tale of systematic failure. Not so much leaving the back door open to COVID and its variants, this government left the front door open the whole time. Now let me pay tribute to Border Force, the police and our wider law enforcement community. They have worked heroically, The gaps in our defences that have existed and do exist are not their fault, but the fault of ministers. And that chronic failure has been crystallised in the utter mess over hotel quarantining. On the 1st of February, we on these benches forced a debate and a vote on COVID security at the borders. And I said that day, Labour is calling for decisive action through a comprehensive hotel quarantine policy. And that would mean a policy of enforced quarantine restrictions on arrivals. Failing to adopt that risks undermining the huge gains that have been made by the vaccine rollout, threatening life and hope. In a moment. I then asked, how on earth can the government be assured that the measures will prevent emerging strains from countries outside those on the red list? The truth is, I said, the government cannot answer that question. As a result, the policy is fatally flawed. A comprehensive hotel quarantine policy would give the best possible chance of preventing a new strain from undermining the astonishing collective sacrifice of the British people. It gives me no pleasure to say it, Madam Deputy Speaker, but that new strain is exactly what came to pass. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Thank the right honourable gentleman for kindly giving way. I wanted to ask him how long he thinks his policy of scrapping the amber list and therefore moving everything to red hotel quarantine would last for, given that he says it's to deal with the risk of the introduction of new variants into the UK, which could be indefinite. Does this mean his border closure policy would, by its very nature, also be indefinite?
Absolutely not, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I've already said, and it says in the motion, there should be that growing green list now. The reason that we're unable to grow the green list to the extent we want to is because of the danger that is being created by the ambiguous amber list, by people mixing at airports, and by the mixed messaging from the government as to whether people can actually go and travel. And by the way, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not the fault of people. It's not the fault of people who are travelling. It is the fault of this government with its mixed messaging. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, asked for the Prime Minister to take action. The Prime Minister promised some of the toughest border measures in the world, yet another example of what defines this government, over-promising and under-delivering. Instead, they've let people down and delivered a complete mess. It was the government's short-termism and refusal to take tough decisions in time that's led to us ending up in this situation. When we called for comprehensive hotel quarantine measures in February, the government's MPs didn't even turn up for the vote. Not one of them is even shown as having voted in the lobby. So let me be clear. We want to get back to safe international travel as soon as possible. But we have to protect the gains of the past 14 months that have been secured by the sacrifices of the British people. And yes, the comprehensive quarantine policy is tough politically. It's a message a lot of people didn't want to hear. But it was necessary to keep variants out. Sage advice showed it was the only measure that would work. And the government's chief scientific advisor said, and I quote, "You've got to go hard, early and broader if you're going to get on top of this. Waiting and watching simply doesn't work." Yet the government ignored the warnings time and time again. I'll give way to the Honourable Leader.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He talks about a tougher border policy to keep out different variants. Would he be able to explain why the Delta variant is present in Australia?
Yeah.
Because nobody can actually provide 100% protection against anything. Well, what you can do, hang on. Well, hang on, I mean, members opposite GEA, it's about time they took a bit of responsibility for the failure of their government. And they are arguing with me about comprehensive hotel quarantine. Not one of them had the courage to vote against it in the lobbies in February. But they have completely failed to put in place every possible measure that they should have done. And it is a comprehensive failure, and I'll come to it a bit further in a moment. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, 1.59 million people flew into the UK between the 6th of January, when the third national lockdown in England began, to the end of April. And only around a tiny percentage of those underwent hotel quarantining. But most damaging of all was the abject failure to add India to the red list in time. Even if the government refused to introduce hotel quarantine, which they should have done, it was clear that more countries need to be added to the red list. Pakistan and Bangladesh were added on the 9th of April, yet the Prime Minister waited 14 further days to add India. Civil Aviation Authority figures suggest that at least 20,000 passengers who could have been infected with the Delta variant arrived from India between the 2nd and 23rd of April, a staggering number. And it is unbelievably reckless that on his list of priorities, the Prime Minister put having his photograph taken with Prime Minister Modi ahead of actually putting jobs and safety of this country at risk. Nobody is blaming people who travelled when they were permitted to do so. The blame lies with the UK government for its unjustifiable delay. Now, I heard the Health Secretary from the dispatch box last night claim he took a decision on the evidence available to him at the time. Now, on the 1st of April, the day before he says he took the decision, India recorded the highest one-day spike in 2021. It was hardly a secret. It was on the front page of newspapers. Cases were surging. There it was, publicly available. But it seems it didn't prompt him to act. It's also been reported that the same day, ministers knew about the Delta variant being discovered in the UK, and that didn't prompt him to act either. What the government must do now is publish the risk assessments that were done on India by the Joint Biosecurity Centre, so we can have maximum transparency on exactly how that disastrous decision to delay was made. I also heard the Health Secretary last night claim that we on these benches call for India to be added to the red list with the benefit of hindsight. What nonsense, Madam Deputy Speaker. If Conservatives had listened to us on these benches and voted with us, protections would have been in place from February. And I've got the Hansard. I mean, the Health Secretary can check the facts in Hansard if he wants to. So let's hear no more about hindsight. What we want in a moment, what we want ministers to show is some judgment and some foresight. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He talks about the government listening to the Labour Party and taking your advice. If we'd done that, according to the Shadow Transport Secretary, last year the Labour Party were calling for the government's quarantine measures to be lessened. Yeah. So if we'd listened to you, we'd have less restrictions at the border than we have at the minute.
The Honourable Gentleman really mustn't use the word you. Thank you. Nick Thomas.
I'm glad the Honourable Gentleman's raised it, because he's actually talking about the government's own failure. What the Transport Secretary and I were speaking about last summer was the fact that 14-day quarantining was unnecessary if you had testing up and running. You could actually have a test and release system, and you could have release after 10 days. So what we were highlighting, Madam Deputy, was the complete failure of the government on testing. So I'm pleased the Honourable Gentleman has given me the chance to make that point. And I'll give ministers another warning. As we speak, there are countries with large numbers of Delta variant cases on the amber list, which has clearly been proven not to work in stopping infections reaching the UK. Thailand and Vietnam are on the amber list, despite having rocketing cases and potentially yet another new variant that's already entered the country. And there are thousands more on flights coming and going from holiday destinations across the world. So again, we put the government on notice. Put in place proper COVID protections at the border and end the culture of failure that's been its record so far. And that's why today we're forcing this vote again on securing our borders. And there are clear steps the government can take to avoid the disastrous mistakes of the past. Scrap the amber list, move it onto the red list with a proper hotel quarantine system. Continue to have that green list that can grow safely over time. Work with our international partners to introduce a universal, worldwide, standardised international vaccine passport, and introduce the long-awaited sector support deal for the aviation sector, called for many times by my honourable friend, the Shadow Transport Secretary, saving jobs and ensuring their environmental protections. I'll give way to the gentleman.
I think it's right. Thank the Shadow Minister for giving way, and Madam Deputy Speaker, Stobart Air, who have connectivity with Belfast City and many cities across the UK mainland, are on the verge of collapse, and indeed that will happen. Does the Honourable Gentleman feel that it's really important to give the aviation sector the help that it needs now to ensure whenever we do come out of this, there's actually something to take place that actually can build upon?
Yes, the Honourable Gentleman for Strangford is absolutely right. We need to see a proper support package, ambitious, with the money properly targeted to meet its aims. And I should say, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've seen appalling fire and rehire tactics which should be outlawed. That practice has no place in our country and should be outlawed. We need staff salaries protected with a clear commitment to workers' rights. And let us see a commitment to cleaner fuels, UK-based suppliers, tax paid here in the UK, and compliance with consumer rights regulations. Inaction and continuing inaction is not the answer. These are steps that could be taken right now and would reduce the risk of yet more variants reaching the UK. At the point when people are working so hard to contain the Delta variant at home, this government is running the risk of bringing in yet more back from abroad. The irresponsibility has to stop. Up and down the country, people have done their bit. They have given up their freedoms. They have queued up for the vaccine. They have given up precious time with loved ones, abandoned planned family events, sacrificed attendance at funerals. They've done all they can to protect the country. The least they can expect in return is that members in Parliament do the same by supporting our motion tonight to ensure we can secure our borders from COVID variants, allowing for lives to return back to normal in the near future.
The question is, as on the order paper, I call Minister Nadim Zahawi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome today's debate on a matter that is rightly of significant public interest. It is slightly disappointing to hear the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite being found out by the member for East Surrey for really not understanding how viruses spread. If we are going to live with this virus, there will be variants. And he's been asked over and over again, what would you do? And he has been found failing, unfortunately. Throughout this pandemic, this government has taken all the steps necessary to protect the public and help prevent the spread of the virus. Well, we shall see, because as of today, from a sedentary position, the Right Honourable Gentleman says this is absolute nonsense. As of today, I will share with him that 30 million plus people have now got 2 doses. We are at 72 million doses in the United Kingdom, and we aim in the next 4 weeks to offer double dose to 2/3 of all adults. That is delivery, my friend. Sometimes this means making difficult decisions, but not that the party opposite understands these things, such as the Prime Minister's announcement yesterday of the decision, informed by the data, to pause to move to step 4 of the roadmap. We are clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the public expects a clear message that these decisions are based on the science. Public health has always been our #1 priority, and we will not risk throwing away our hard-won achievements through the vaccination programme, which have only been possible through the work of the British people. Being led by the data and the science has also informed our approach at the border. This government has put in place some of the most stringent COVID border measures in the world. Each of the measures we have put in place, informed by the latest scientific advice, adds layers of protection against importing the virus, including reducing the risk of importing new variants.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just praise the work that my right honourable friend is doing? It's been an incredible journey to vaccinate this nation, and his leadership and the team that he's put together has done a massive job. We all know the way to get out of this dilemma is to vaccinate, and I pay tribute to what he's done. We've spoken much about the Indian variant. Could he just take a second or two to talk about a new variant which is coming on the horizon, the Echo variant, which has been created in Nepal? Thank you.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend's questions. Absolutely right. We have to remain vigilant. We are part of the reason why the decision was made to place countries like Portugal on the red list, unfortunately, is because we're seeing further mutations from the Indian variant to the variant that it first spotted in Nepal, and hence why we have invested so heavily in our genome sequencing capability and capacity in the United Kingdom. In many instances, we are able to identify variants before those countries and those travellers from those countries actually identify them. But I think the really important point to land, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that no single measure can remove that risk entirely. This is where I think the real division between the two sides is in this House. But each layer we have introduced helps to reduce the risk and protect the hard-won progress that we have seen, including for our world-leading vaccine programme. I want to just set out for the House some of these measures. They include our clear risk assessment of the risk posed from overseas as set out in the traffic light system, our approach upstream at the border, including the vital work carried out by Border Force staff, our robust in-country measures around enforcement and managed quarantine, and the world-leading scientific expertise informing our entire approach. The traffic light system categories and essentially categorises countries based on the risk to protect public health and the vaccine rollout from variants of COVID. The Joint Biosecurity Centre, the JBC, produces risk assessments of countries and territories. Decisions on red, amber or green list assignment and associated border measures are taken by ministers who take into account the JBC risk assessment alongside wider public health factors. The JBC's risk assessment, Madam Deputy Speaker, includes a number of critical factors: the general epidemiological situation in a country and the presence of prevalence of known variants of concern or new variants, as my right honourable friend has just pointed out. Genomic surveillance capability is critical to the second issue, and the reality is that many countries cannot match the UK's world-leading capability in this field. We've been open about this approach, and indeed a summary of the JBC's methodology has been published on gov.uk alongside the key data that supports ministers' decisions. The rules are firm but fair for passengers arriving in the UK. Red country arrivals must quarantine in a managed quarantine facility for 10 days and take tests on day 2 and day 8. Amber country arrivals must self-isolate in their own accommodation and have a test booked for day 2 and day 8. Green country arrivals, no quarantine required, but must have a test on or before day 2 arrival. All passengers, Madam Deputy Speaker, from red, amber and green countries must have a negative pre-departure test. In the interest of continuing to protect public health, the public are advised against leisure travel to countries categorised as amber and red. Now, on upstream, the success of our travel system relies on everyone playing their part. Carriers have a key role here and are also under a legal obligation, Madam Deputy Speaker, to check each passenger has proof of a negative test. They are liable for a fine of up to £2,000 for not complying. The Civil Aviation Authority has issued 630 fines since the 1st of February to airlines carrying passengers without the right documentation. International arrivals from red countries are required to arrive at designated ports. The Border Force works tirelessly to check all passengers coming into the country. It is continuing to ensure that it has the right level of resources to carry out its duties, maintaining border security and public health, whilst trying to minimise wait times at the borders at all times. To put this into context, Madam Deputy Speaker, we currently have the highest level of staffing since the 2012 Olympics. We have been taking steps to significantly improve and speed up processes at the border by digitising a number of checks, including the passenger locator form, so it can be used at e-gates. These automated checks, Madam Deputy Speaker, happen behind the scenes, meaning people may not be asked to show their passenger locator form to a Border Force officer, but that does not mean that the checks are not happening. However, we have been clear with the public and industry that queues and wait times will be longer if passengers have not completed the necessary requirements to enter the United Kingdom. Our border measures are backed by a robust enforcement regime. As of the 8th of June of this year, Madam Deputy Speaker, there have been 328,860 amber quarantine compliance visits to date. by a service run by the Home Office, as well as over 600 fines for breach of home isolation. The Home Office run a service to check that amber arrivals are in fact quarantining at home or other appropriate locations. We've also taken strong steps where travel from certain countries poses a particularly acute risk to the United Kingdom. On the 15th of February, we introduced a managed quarantine facility for those arriving from red list countries. This list is under regular review, and we have taken the decision to add countries to the red list to help prevent the spread of variants of concern to the United Kingdom. All international arrivals from red list countries are expected to quarantine in a government-approved hotel for 10 days. Before flying, they need to pre-book their hotel and testing package for day 2 and day 8 tests on a government booking system. They are also not allowed to use the test to release scheme for early release from quarantine. These measures are kept under constant review, Madam Speaker, including the important impact on individuals with family ties in other countries. I'm proud that we are... Of course I'll be.
Thank him for giving way. He's outlined the protections that are taken. It's been very impressive, the work that's taken place. Could you just explain a little bit more about some of the separation arrangements in airports themselves, those points of transit where people are coming together?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. As of the 1st of June, Heathrow has now introduced a red list country terminal, and of course all airports and ports have a responsibility to make sure that passengers arrive and separated safely when entering those ports. I'm proud, Madam Deputy, that we are also protected by our world-leading genomic sequencing capability, including testing those positives that are discovered on entry, which allows us to analyse the test results of arrivals, to identify any new variants of concern as quickly as possible. It not only helps us at home protect ourselves, but helps the rest of the world too. It is this world-renowned sequencing capability that informs the traffic light system, allowing us to take swift, informed decisions to protect public health, something we have not shied away from doing, even when in the most difficult of circumstances. Recognising the strong strategic rationale and success of the vaccine programme, Madam Speaker, we have commenced work to consider the role of vaccinations in shaping a different set of health and testing measures for inbound travel. Individuals in England who have had a full vaccine course will be able to demonstrate their vaccine status through the COVID-19 vaccine certification for outbound international travel, while border health measures at destination countries will be set by obviously the receiving country. These requirements will be set out for the public to check entry requirements before travelling. Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, this government understands the importance of international travel to the UK public and the success of the United Kingdom itself. We are determined to ensure that the United Kingdom restarts international travel in a safe and considered way, or when the science tells us the time is right to do so. Of course I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. I know he talks about international travelling going forward. It's obviously important for the government to be as open as possible. Will he give a commitment from the dispatch box that the risk assessments on India that were published by the Joint Biodiversity Centre will now be published by the government?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. He continues to hark back. Let me give him some detail. So, on the 23rd of April, India was added to the red list. On the 29th of April, that is 7 days later, that variant became a variant of interest, not a variant of concern. At that very point, the Secretary of State for Health actually insisted that we take further measures because of his concern, and it was on the 7th of May that that particular variant became a variant of concern. So this government will not take any lectures from the benches opposite. This government understands the importance of international travel to the UK public and the success of the UK itself. We are determined to ensure that the UK restarts international travel in a safe and considered way when the science tells us the time is right to do so. And I repeat that message because it is an important one to land. The Global Travel Task Force, led by the Department for Transport and reporting to the Prime Minister, is working across government and industry to do just that, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have made enormous progress this year in tackling the pandemic across our country. That progress has been hard won in Northern Ireland, in Wales, in Scotland and in England, and it is vital that we do not risk undermining it now. This government will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that our response, including on international travel, continues to meet the challenges that COVID brings us. I commend this debate.
SNP spokesperson Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by commending the Shadow Home Secretary and his colleagues for bringing this very important debate to the House. His motion does make some important and very solid points with which we agree. We do need clear, simply understood and proper hotel quarantine restrictions in order to minimise, as far as possible, the introduction of new strains. Secondly, measures introduced at the UK border have not worked as we all would have wanted, and the Government needs to improve how the scheme is operating, and there needs to be transparency around decision-making and the data used. Madam Deputy Speaker, there does have to be international cooperation and discussion about how vaccine passports might support the return of safe travel, and there is absolutely a need for a sector-specific support deal. In relation to the suggestion that we move immediately from what is currently a full traffic light system to a red and green system, I think it's fair to say that we could be persuaded, and it is something that could be looked at, but that is an issue that we would first need to see the expert advice on, including the view of the JBC. Now, before I expand on 2 or 3 of these points, let me pay tribute to and thank all the staff, Border Force and others who are working as hard as possible to try and keep us safe at the border in what are incredibly difficult circumstances. Along with other members of the Home Affairs Committee, I had the chance to visit Heathrow Airport last week, where we spoke both to airport staff and to border staff. They are doing their best in really difficult circumstances, and we thank them. Turning to the different parts of the motion, of course we need strong border measures, and that should include clear, simple and robust systems of hotel quarantine as required. Almost every country in the world has used border measures to help control the virus, though, as the Minister rightly points out, this will only be one part of a wider, larger strategy of disease control. Nevertheless, it has been and remains a crucial part of the overall effort to combat COVID. But the second key element of the opposition motion is that the UK's border measures have on several occasions fallen short, and the COVID pandemic has been worse in the UK as a result. That was, for example, true last year when, just as countries around the world were tightening the restrictions at the border, the UK went from 13th March through to June with essentially no additional requirements or restrictions on arrivals above what was being imposed on the population as a whole. As the Home Affairs Committee has reported, the 10 days prior to lockdown was a particularly disastrous period during which huge numbers arrived in the country, bringing huge numbers of cases with them. But similar mistakes have been made earlier this year, when the strong advice was to have a comprehensive hotel quarantine system in place. That is what the Scottish Government put in place. But the UK Government took the wrong approach, a different approach, and it has deservedly been pilloried for its delay in putting India on the red list of countries for which hotel quarantine was required. The consequences of that are there for all to see, with the Delta strain dominant and its increased infectiousness and an increased resistance to a single vaccine dose, knocking weeks off our recovery. Linked with those mistakes, and indeed perhaps a key cause of them, is a lack of transparency about decision-making processes and the data that has driven them. When the Chair of the Home Affairs Committee repeatedly asked to see the advice that justified the UK lifting its measures for travellers 10 days prior to lockdown last March, what followed was months of obfuscation and stonewalling. Similarly, it has been very hard to see the scientific justification in delaying hotel quarantine for arrivals from India. Certainly in terms of published figures, there seems to be absolutely none. In both cases, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are left to conclude that the basis was shaky indeed, and in the latter case more likely driven by the Prime Minister's planned visit and trade ambitions in India rather than health implications. And the serious consequences of the failure to add India timelessly means that full disclosure and transparency are merited, but we are a long way from seeing that. Indeed, the answer from the Minister to the intervention by the Shadow Home Secretary illustrated that point perfectly. Going forward, border requirements, including quarantine, will continue to have a crucial role. Again, we need full disclosure and transparency about decisions that are being made so we can understand them, interrogate them and hold government to account. At the moment, the impression is of constant battles between the Transport Department and the Health Department, in which scientific advice and public health are not always the deciding factor. Turning to the suggestion that we move immediately from what is currently a full traffic light system to a red and green system, as I said at the outset, I think it's fair to say that we could be persuaded of that case, but we are not persuaded yet. Our position simply is that government should be making decisions based on data and on expert scientific advice. Of course, the government must not hesitate to challenge, push back and interrogate those recommendations, but decisions must follow from the outcome of such discussions and not prejudge them. So if the data shows and the advice from the experts is that a red-green system is the right way to go, we are open to that. All we are saying is that such changes need to go through a proper system of scrutiny and development first. Madam Deputy Speaker, there clearly have been very significant challenges with the use of home quarantine. At our visit to Heathrow, it was clear border officials were already fully stretched, checking passenger locator forms and other requirements, even with a comparatively low level of arrivals. Their capacity to cope with any increase in traffic must be seriously questioned, and we need to hear much more from the Home Office about how it's going to respond to that challenge. There are also limits to what checks in the forms can realistically be done at the airport. Few phone numbers or addresses have been checked, which creates difficulties for any in-country enforcement. And surely there must be ways to check phone numbers and addresses even before a person steps onto a plane to come here. There is no reason why that can't be looked at away from the border, and anything that can help frontline staff and make the amber list work better should and must be considered. Challenges around airport mixing were rightly raised, and they were still present when we visited Heathrow last week. And the dedicated arrival terminal for red list countries is absolutely welcome, but it doesn't completely fix the problem because of the other related problem of indirect arrival from red list countries, which also highlights another problem, of course, that passengers from red list countries will be mixing on these indirect flights with passengers coming from amber and green list countries. So challenges remain. As we look to the future and hopefully to recover, we could and probably should have a full debate on the role of so-called vaccine passports and their implications, but their use and requirement for international travel is simply a fact of life. It's important that the governments of all the UK nations remain involved with international partners in discussions on how this should work to set standards and address ethical challenges that arise. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the motion also rightly points to steps that need to be taken to protect the aviation industry and to support its gradual rejuvenation. And that is why, for example, the Scottish Government took the decision to extend the 100% non-domestic rates relief for the aviation sector for yet another year. My honourable friend for Paisley and Renfrewshire North has repeatedly made the case for further targeted support from the UK Government in terms of furlough, in terms of taxation and direct support. The response has been underwhelming, to say the least. In summary, the UK Government has been weak on restrictions at key points, weak on transparency, and still is today, and indeed weak on sector support. It's absolutely essential for public health and to protect jobs that it ups its game very quickly.
Before I call the next speaker, just to say there is a 5-minute time limit in place. There have been a few colleagues who've withdrawn from this debate, so I will try to keep it for as long as possible at 5 minutes. Obviously, the clock here displays the time count, and on the virtual it's on the screen. So I call the Chair of the Transport Committee, Hugh Merriman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed for calling me to speak, and I welcome the opportunity to talk about the issues that the international travel and indeed health regime faces. And I do so in a somewhat sort of perplexed state, because normally I'm very critical of my own government's approach for being too cautious. But here I find that the opposition motion is even more cautious, and in fact, in my view, would finish off the international travel industry, which is already on its knees. And what I find perhaps most galling about this motion is that all of the measures that would compromise the business, having no regard for those who have worked so hard and have actually lost their job in this sector, can just be swept up with the last line of the need for a sector-specific support deal for aviation. The international travel industry doesn't want to be bailed out. It actually wants to be able to get on and do its job. And it's all well and good for the opposition to just put that line in at the end as the catch-all, but it's effectively saying, we will make you bankrupt, but don't worry, we'll appoint a receiver for you. And quite frankly, I find it very, very disappointing indeed. I also, and I'm sorry the Shadow Home Secretary has moved away, because I was hoping he might intervene to clarify. When I asked him about the effectively perpetual state of the red list, with the amber list being scrapped. He stated that the motion read that the green list would be grown, but in fact the language says that the opposition would maintain a tightly managed green list, so it doesn't seem to give that indication at all. So I would ask the Shadow Transport Secretary, if he's listening, that he needs to give some clarity about the countries currently on the amber list, such as Malta, and indeed islands such as the Balearics, the Greek islands, as to whether they would move to the green list or indeed would move to red list and there would be quarantine. I also want to make this general point as well, because it's simplistic in the extreme to constantly quote Australia and New Zealand as an example that this country should follow. We are an island trading nation. In fact, indeed, it is extraordinary listening to the shadow opposition now, and I compare them over the last couple of years and all the debates about Europe and the fact that you cannot divorce the mainland UK from our European Union partners because of trade, because of our close links. And yet all of a sudden we can throw a ring of steel around ourselves and have everyone, and I assume that means the 10,000 HGV movements that come into this country delivering our trade, put into a red quarantine list and therefore put into a hotel. If indeed they're not to be put into a hotel, then you've just punctured the ring of steel, in which case what's the point in bringing the international travel industry down? Why not have a halfway house, which is the amber list, which is what this government does have, and then you have testing and you have the mitigations in place and at least allow travel to occur. So as soon as you puncture the ring of steel, there's no point in having the ring of steel at all, would be my point to the Shadow Transport Secretary. And another part to that would be, again, if you put yourself into a situation whereby you reduce the flights virtually to zero because no one's going to travel on them if they're all going to hotel quarantine, then that ignores the fact that 40% of our trade comes in the belly of passenger planes, and therefore the trade won't come through in that particular aspect either. What that then does is see more trade come through on more lorries, which of course then increases the risk. So there seems no logic to that at all. He's shaking his head. I look forward to his responses, because I have to say, and I hope you show some regard to me, I'm so critical on this side. What I am accusing him of doing is actually trying to have it both ways, trying to show some support to the international travel industry whilst closing it down, trying to suggest that you can close the borders down Australia style, ignoring how our country interacts and works with Europe. And I just don't buy it for 1 minute. And I'm afraid to say it strikes me as showing a bit of red meat to try and appeal to the lowest common denominator, rather than trying to genuinely help the international travel sector recover and have a balance with regard to health. And that's the last point for me, Madam Deputy Speaker. This motion seems to ignore the fact that we've got a world-class vaccine that has been rolled out. In Sussex, 85% of those in cohorts 1 to 9, the over 50s, have been given both doses. We should be talking about the future and giving optimism and positivity and some signs and milestones to unlock people from the threat of job losses in the international aviation and maritime structure, to give people hope that they will be able to see their loved ones and to really be a bit more positive and optimistic. And so I say to the opposition, please focus less on the baseline politics here and focus on the industry, and stop thinking that you can throw a blank cheque on an industry that really wants to get back to work.
We now go to the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're in this situation now because of the Delta variant. Over 40,000 cases across the country, up from just a couple of hundred 2 months ago. Without it, COVID by now would be at a very low rate. Pubs, cafes, clubs would be back to normal. Instead, because of the variant, the Delta variant, the government is having to be careful and we are having to take more time. But this was not inevitable and it was predictable. Ministers could have slowed this down and could have given more time for the NHS to get the vaccine rolled out by putting India on the red list earlier on, weeks earlier. They could and should have taken a precautionary approach. They didn't. And in those few weeks in April, hundreds of people with COVID arrived from India, and it's estimated hundreds of separate cases of the Delta variant. And ministers are saying that they acted as soon as they had the information to do so, but they didn't. Even when they finally announced India was going on the red list, they delayed an inexplicable further 4 days. Well, why? It allowed dozens more packed flights to return and people to go home to family and friends, and it accelerated the Delta variant spread. More importantly, the serious signs were there way before that. COVID cases in India were already accelerating in March, up from 11,000 a day at the beginning of March to 80,000 a day by the end of March, and doubled again by the 9th of April. So that alone should have had alarm bells ringing. Canada was warning about high cases on COVID cases on flights from India by the 20th of March. We're told too that the Delta variant was first identified in the UK on the 1st of April. I hope that the Minister in replying will confirm whether or not that is true. The government has said it was acting slowly because it didn't have the full case positivity data for people arriving from India for several more weeks. But that's a nonsense argument, because we know that that data doesn't tell us what is happening now. It only tells us what was happening several weeks ago. We can't wait for several weeks when we already had the evidence that India cases were accelerating fast. We know that the government was reluctant. We know that they wanted to wait until the last possible minute so that they could have the Prime Minister's trip to India. But the lesson of COVID is that you cannot wait until the last possible minute. You have to act early. If the government is confident about its decisions, that it took the right decisions, why is it still not publishing the advice and the risk assessments from the Joint Biosecurity Centre? Things that the Home Affairs Select Committee called on to be published back in August of last year. Why the secrecy? SAGE papers are all published. Why not publish the Joint Biosecurity Centre analysis? Publish it on Portugal, publish it on other countries, publish it on all countries across the world, so that we can have a proper, transparent debate about the risks, about the challenges, and about what action needs to be taken. Far better to be able to do that. And why won't they also recognise some of the weak points in the current amber home quarantine system that the Delta variant has exposed? Because people with the Delta variant travelled home under the amber system and the variant still spread. And that is in part because people can still travel home by public transport from the airport without any test on arrival, can still go home to friends and family, but friends and family don't have to self-isolate or test or even get tested. So by the time the asymptomatic traveller tests positive, their flatmates or their friends could have been in work, in the shops, and that means new variants can spread. Time and again, I've called on the government to learn from the South Korea model of home quarantine, which has tighter rules, and I still believe that they should learn those lessons to look forward for a sustainable approach as international travel opens up. But the real tragedy is that the government time and again has not listened and learned. In the first wave, we had no COVID border measures in place for months. And as a result, 10,000 people, an estimated 10,000 people with COVID arrived and accelerated the pandemic at that earlier stage. In the second wave during the summer, it's reported that people returning from summer holidays in August and September contributed to the second wave because we didn't have proper testing system in place at the border. And now we have this new challenge because of the new variants and the failure to put India on the red list. The government needs to learn from these lessons. First, we need much greater transparency so we can have a proper open debate about where the risks are. Second, a better surveillance system so that we can have up-to-date data and not wait for many lags in the data. And thirdly, to strengthen the quarantine system so that we can prevent new variants spreading. People have done their bit across the country to support the vaccine programme, to take these measures. Now the government needs to do its bit and not let people down at the borders.
Number 6 is withdrawn, so we go straight to Justin Madders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let's cast our mind back to January 2020 when we were first learning about the new virus. I remember the approach at the time to people coming in from parts of the world with high number of cases, because many of them were quarantined just down the road from me at Arrow Park Hospital. No chances were taken then, but all that stopped very shortly after, and we carried on as normal, welcoming people and the virus from all over the world. We saw the images from Spain of cases rising, yet fans from Atletico Madrid were still allowed to enter the country for a Champions League game in early March, contributing to an increase in cases and, according to one study, an additional 41 deaths. Perhaps some latitude can be given at the time because we were dealing with a new virus, but I find it hard to reconcile the actions that were taken with arrivals from Wuhan, where we knew there was an outbreak, and arrivals from Madrid, where we also knew there was an outbreak. What is hardest to reconcile altogether, though, was the fact that whilst the country was in lockdown from March onwards, last year, there were still thousands of people entering the country every day. But turning to more recent events, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the reason why the full unlocking of the country is not going ahead is because of the decision to delay putting India on the red list, which has led to the Delta variant rapidly pushing up case numbers. All that good work, all the benefits of the vaccine blown because the Prime Minister was once again too slow. Just like he was too slow on the first lockdown, the second lockdown and the third, his incompetence has cost this country dear. And I know the government will say they acted as soon as they could on the information they had, but I don't accept that because the only data they've released on the Indian variant actually shows they should have acted sooner than they did. Indeed, as we've heard again today, the explanation why they didn't act sooner has shifted in the last few days from the data not supporting action to the reason being the variant had not been identified as one of interest or concern. But that is not the explanation that was advanced originally, nor does it explain why Pakistan and Bangladesh were treated differently. The Health Secretary told this House on the 19th of May that when the government decided to put Pakistan and Bangladesh on the red list 2 weeks before India, they did so because positivity rates were higher, and he said, I quote, the positivity rate was 1.6% in India and 4.6% in Pakistan. Well, that seems a fair enough reason, except I cannot find those figures anywhere. Indeed, the government's own figures on the variant show that for the period 25th of March to 7th of April, which is the closest period to when this decision was made, it shows the positivity rate for Bangladesh was 3.7%, India 5.1% and Pakistan 6.2%. So nowhere near the figures quoted by the Secretary of State. But that isn't the only data we have which contradicts the government's claims. Again, their own data on the number of variants they detected from these countries for the period 25th of March to 7th of April shows that during that time they detected 4 from Pakistan, 12 from Bangladesh and 50 from India. And you didn't even need data actually to know what was going on. You could just turn on your TV to see what was happening in India. So the only credible explanation I can find for treating India differently is that the Prime Minister didn't want to scupper his trade visit and photo opportunity with the Indian Prime Minister. No wonder he doesn't want to come here in person and explain to the House why his roadmap has been put on ice, because it is his own vanity and his own incompetence that has led us to where we are today. And does the new traffic light system give us confidence the government finally got a system in place that manages risk? Well, not really. We've had ministers contradicting themselves on this as well, particularly on travel advice. Following the announcement on international travel reopening last month, in one day we saw the Environment Secretary say people could fly to amber-list countries if they wanted to visit family and friends. The Health Minister in the other place saying nobody should travel outside Britain at all this year, and the Welsh Secretary saying some people might consider holidays abroad as essential. The following day, the Prime Minister said another definition, people should only travel in extreme circumstances. That's 4 definitions in 24 hours. And that is the nub of the problem. Everyone can have their own view on what is essential, and that means there is an ambivalence at the heart of government policy that this virus can exploit. For the last year, we've painstakingly legislated for every facet of our lives, when you can leave home, what time you can stay in the pub till, how many people can attend your funeral, but on international travel, we seem to have a free-for-all. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to say a few words about the absolute shambles the government have made of the day 2 and day 8 testing for those quarantining at home, with hundreds of people who've booked COVID tests from firms and listed on the department's own website complaining that they've either not received those tests or they've not received the results on time. These private companies, some of whom didn't exist at all last year, who have zero experience in this area, are benefiting from an open door policy from government because it seems they can request to be added to the list of approved suppliers on the government website simply by self-declaring that they meet the minimum standards required. I find it absolutely astonishing that we are operating one of the most critical parts of our defence in such a reckless way. Less than 10% of them actually turned out to be accredited, and I think the government really do need to do something to tighten that up as well.
Number 8 has withdrawn, so we go to Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the COVID pandemic, it's vital that we have ways to manage our borders to allow for travel where it is safe, as well as protecting our population at home. However, this motion talks about the UK's borders, whilst we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, the position is not actually that straightforward. International travel has sadly been yet another example of a failure of a 4-nations approach to tackling the pandemic across the UK. Until very recent weeks, different rules were in place across the 4 nations, with travellers from some countries arriving in England and being able to quarantine at home, whilst if they arrived in Scotland, for example, they needed to quarantine in a hotel. Even now, where we are seeing an alignment in the traffic light system, confusing it as it is, there are differences, with Scotland, for example, not having a test-to-release scheme. And just because Scotland has done it differently doesn't mean it's always been done better. The Scottish Government, like the UK Government, acted too slowly last summer, failing to protect against new variants entering the country or to effectively set up test, trace and isolate infrastructure to prevent a second wave. During this time, the quarantine traveller spot check target was missed for 4 months in a row, something highlighted by my colleague and friend, the MSP for North East Fife. What we've seen across the UK is no clarity or certainty, exactly what is required to enable public confidence. Not for the tourism industry and not for those wanting to reunite with family members abroad who see a narrative of desperate holidaymakers and watch others here with their loved ones. There is insufficient support for those who need to isolate and still not enough funding available for tourism businesses who have no customers. This isn't just about vaccine success in the UK. UK inbound tourism is vital for North East Fife, particularly in relation to golf, something I've highlighted several times in this House. This lack of clarity and certainty devastates this industry, with cancellations in 2020 and now in 2021. Most of all, a lack of meaningful Four Nations approach leads to confusion. If people don't understand the rules or don't understand why the rules are different across the UK, simply despite best intentions, they end up not following them. I was contacted by one constituent, a seafarer, who would be subject to different rules and quarantine depending on where he returned to the UK. He was reaching out to my office in the hope I could provide clarity, but simply the inconsistencies are there. And we see the risks of that confusion now with the Delta variant, which many have already spoken to, quickly becoming the most prevalent across the UK in recent weeks. If the UK Government had worked properly with the governments of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland and taken a more joined-up approach, clear rules could have been agreed and adhered to on a consistent basis. Now, of course, this problem won't be solved until the COVID-19 pandemic has been tackled globally. And although I welcome the UK Government and G7 pledges on vaccinations, they are simply not enough. Until then, we need to find a way for safe travel, proper border checks, clear rules and support for those who need it. And to do that in the UK, we need the Four Nations working together.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It comes to this point almost in these debates where points are repeated. I'm going to approach this debate from an internationalist security perspective, if I may. I intervened on the Minister and mentioned the Echo variant, and absolutely it's worth stressing the incredible capabilities we have in the UK of genome sequencing, so we can identify how this virus is changing. But it just illustrates how versatile this pandemic is in adapting and mutating again and again. We can talk of imposing border controls, but we still know so little about this virus. This is why we've had 5-week increments on easing the restrictions. But even the toughest of border measures, as was brought up in another intervention with Australia, cannot contain its movement. So from a biosecurity perspective, we need to learn more about this virus. And I take this opportunity to stress the importance of asking China to open up its doors. We still don't know who patient zero was. We still don't know where ground zero was. The World Health Organization team were denied access for over a year. They could not interview the original patients, and certainly they weren't allowed to properly visit the Institute of Virology, where so many questions are now raised. But from a perspective of this pandemic, it's shone a light on how frail our world order currently is. Countries retreating from global exposure, becoming more independent, international organizations almost paralyzed in their ability to help. And our most two powerful nations, the biggest superpowers, actually clashing in a war of words rather than collaborating and working together. So I certainly congratulate the government on its G7 summit. The West has been distracted. There has been a lack of unity, but it is starting to regroup. And that was reflected in the G7 communique, which has prioritized the need to end the pandemic and prepare for the future, a recognition of how OECD countries must help by driving an intensified international effort to vaccinate the world by getting as many safe vaccines to as many people as possible and as fast as possible. And the UK is leading that approach through the COVAX initiative, and that is absolutely to be welcomed. But at the same time, the G7 will create the appropriate frameworks to strengthen our collective defences against threats to global health by increasing and coordinating global manufacturing capability on all continents and improving the warning systems, and to support science to shorten the cycle for development of safe and effective vaccines. If we don't do this, it won't be the Echo variant or the Gulf or Hotel variants. It could be something further down the line that actually affects us and prevents us from finally allowing us to turn our back on this particular pandemic. Now, I just wish to end by saying that the Prime Minister was right, I believe, to extend the roadmap. This was created back in February. It was always going to be subject to conditions, written well before the Indian variant actually had arisen, but it was written with new hurdles in mind. And in announcing any roadmap, there's always the risk of disappointment when you have to deviate. And that's the toughest of calls for any government to make, with a nation so understandably exhausted and eager to return to normal. Now, the incredible vaccination programme has given us a sense of security, perhaps optimism that we can move forward. But the impact of the Indian variant must be taken seriously, as should the Echo variant, which we still don't know much about. I stress to the Minister, and indeed to the Government, it is the vaccinations that will get us out of here. I absolutely applaud the work we're doing internationally, but can I ask that we start to move in September to vaccinate teenagers as well? And finally, because so many people do want to travel abroad, can we coordinate efforts that if you've had 2 vaccines, we join into a travel system with our European partners to allow us to go unimpeded to travel and holiday abroad? Thank you.
Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Delta variant, commonly known as the Indian variant, didn't just miraculously appear on our shores via an act of God. It arrived because our borders were open to hundreds of people infected with it. That's a fact. You only had to switch on the TV to see the horrendous tragedy unfolding in India for all the world to see. And yet, despite scientific advice, and indeed the call from our front bench way back in February, the closure of that border, those restrictions weren't introduced until April the 23rd. And curiously, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been mentioned in this chamber over and over again today, both Pakistan and Bangladesh were put on the red list some 2 weeks earlier. That time frame counts. That decision counts. The Indian variant is now our variant, accounted for over 90% of cases, a strain identified in an outbreak in a Northwich part of my constituency, and now spreading at an alarming rate throughout Cheshire, the Northwest and our nation. Hospitalisations have now started to creep up, and we are in a race against time to jab to save lives, while local leaders in Cheshire and Merseyside and Halton and Warrington are pleading for more vaccine supplies. The honourable member opposite referred to teenagers now being a priority. I concur with that plea. This did, of course, not have to be the case, and the finger should be pointed firmly at the door of number 10 and the Prime Minister. It was his desperation to secure a trade deal on his planned trip to India that followed the photo opportunity and not the data. Not only has this incompetence thrown us off track, it could cost even more lives and livelihoods. The hospitality sector in my constituency is clinging on by its fingertips, with pubs, restaurants and the nighttime economy having that hope upon the horizon shattered by the gross incompetence of this Prime Minister and Government. To add insult to injury, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor are now refusing to extend targeted support to the sector. These callous decisions are putting people out of business and people out of jobs. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, from Northwich to Runcorn, Frodsham to Helsby, in my constituency, they will remember, and the judgment day will come. No more benefit of the doubt. The truth will truly set us free about this absolute shower of a government.
Lee Rowley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to contribute to the debate this afternoon. I rise to speak, not because I don't accept that coronavirus hasn't created acute and challenging issues on the border, not because there aren't difficulties and constraints for many people around the UK who either need or want to travel abroad, and not because there aren't real challenges for the aviation and transport sectors caught up in a maelstrom created by one of the most unprecedented times in our lives. There are. I absolutely accept those challenges and those difficulties, and I don't think anyone in this House would question them. But the question for this place today is not that, but what government could do, and then what it was reasonable and proportionate for government to do. And in a year of difficult decisions, border policy is a particularly difficult one to get right. Too prescriptive, and the United Kingdom runs the risk of withdrawing unnecessarily from the world, of leaving its key role as a member of the international community, all for limited to no economic, societal or health benefit, and compounding it, which then creates an effective catch-22, where the UK's approach will be effectively determined by things that it does not have primary responsibility over. And on the other hand, too laissez-faire, and we run the risk of squandering the great advantages we have built in terms of vaccinations. Given that tremendously nuanced and sensitive situation, one would hope that border policy could be determined and discussed with a similar level of nuance and sensitivity. But this is, of course, an opposition day debate, and as has been the case for the 4 years that I have been in this chamber, such hopes are dashed each time. Frankly, the illogical arguments we have heard so far from the other side of the chamber, so eloquently outlined by the Honourable Member for Weaver Vale, who is no longer in this place, are more a reflection of how this is just another political stunt, rather than a serious attempt to scrutinise the government or hold them to account, or to provide constructive attempts on how to improve the policy. In the coming weeks, we are going to be one of the first large countries in the world to be pretty much as vaccinated as we can be. That should, and hopefully will, open up new opportunities in time. So, in the coming period, when we're going to need to work meaningfully to properly restart parts of life, such as international travel, we should be looking at broadening the tools available at our disposal, recognising nuance and accepting that we have a set of balanced judgments to make. And knowing full well that this is the situation, what did the Labour Party propose? Not nuance, sensitivity or thought, but instead exactly the opposite. The removal of one of the tools, one of the lights of the traffic light, which allows us to take different approaches for different countries, dependent upon different situations. We can debate which countries go into which traffic light colour, but surely it is reasonable that there can be more than two options for international travel in the coming months as we try to get it going again. Secondly, if the Labour Party do want a completely binary proposition for international travel, then that binary, by default, can only be no travel or travel. If that is the case, then perhaps the opposition could articulate how that is sustainable over the long term and what criteria they would apply to flick the switch from don't travel to do travel with nothing in between. For countries where the risk is reducing, do we keep them on the red list longer than is necessary for no advantage to our country? Or do we move them to the green list in advance of us being totally comfortable that they should be there? And if the amber list is going to be abolished, how does the opposition propose to resource that? Hotel quarantine is a difficult policy and one that appears sustainable only at a relatively small scale. And as places like Australia have shown, there is challenge and unintended consequences within that. People who can't get home, important family or medical trips which are difficult to go on and the like. So will Labour stop British citizens coming to the UK? And could they explain how they are seeking to practically make a policy work that is already strained for a country of 20 million people with 20 million visits, and which they are now seeking apparently to try to apply to a population of 70 million with 145 million visits? There has also been a liberal sprinkling of references to the arrival of the Indian variant in the UK, starting with the Shadow Home Secretary and then the member for Rees-Mogg Vale, and nebulous suggestions that this could have been prevented with greater, broader control. That is just not correct. The Labour Party appear to be arguing with science. The Indian variant was here on the 22nd of February, a full month before even the Indian government highlighted to the international community that there was a variant. Borders were closed 22 days before the World Health Organization declared the strain a variant of concern. Right now, according to GISAID, and on a small sampling, the variant is dominant in Russia, Canada, Indonesia, Pakistan and Malaysia, and is on its way to being dominant in the USA, Japan, Thailand, Portugal, Luxembourg, Bangladesh, South Korea, Qatar, Finland, and most likely many other countries. If the Labour Party have a viable proposition for international travel, I would like to hear it, because it hasn't been articulated yet.
We now go via video link to Naz Shah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Time and time again, the government shows catastrophic failings during this pandemic. The pandemic was not inevitable and no one could predict such things. But when the rest of the world was closing its borders and placing their nation in lockdown, our Prime Minister was boasting about shaking the hands of COVID patients. That was not inevitable. It was a Labour Party comprehensive quarantine policy to protect our nation's efforts and the vaccine rollout from variants entering from across the world. But it was this government that failed to listen and implement the policies we needed. As early as the 16th of March, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was aware that cases were rising in countries like Pakistan, and therefore I submitted a written question to the Department of Health and Social Care asking for the latest data, the government's criteria in placing countries on the red list, and whether countries like Pakistan would be placed on such lists. Madam Deputy Speaker, I received no response to this question. On the very same day, I put out a statement to my own constituents who had questions about travelling to countries like Pakistan, making it clear cases were rising and presumed that Pakistan could be placed on the red list, and reiterated the advice to travel only if absolutely necessary. As a constituency MP, I was able to provide this advice to my constituents on the 16th of March. Again, on the 30th of March, days before countries like Pakistan and Bangladesh were placed on the red list, I wrote to the Foreign Secretary asking him to provide the scientific data before such countries were placed on the red list. In the letter, after listing the countries' rates of infection in countries including France and India, I said in the letter, and I quote, "Given the data, it would be fair to conclude the following. The government doesn't have a coherent strategy in dealing with the red list, and the government isn't serious about protecting the British public as it is applying decisions led by politics, not data." Days later, on the 2nd of April, the government placed Pakistan and Bangladesh on the red list and not India. It then took the government a further 14 days after media pressure to add India to the red list. Figures suggest at least 20,000 people who could have been infected from the Delta variant arrived from India between the 22nd and 23rd of April. This isn't an I told you so moment, because whether it's the Delta variant or the Johnson variant, actually, as it was trending on Twitter last night, the reason for the delay in opening isn't because the British public hasn't played their part. It isn't because the NHS staff haven't worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic and haven't done enough, or because the key workers haven't risked their lives to keep our economy going, or because my constituents or the constituents of other members across this House have not made huge sacrifices. The reasons we are here today is simply because our Prime Minister was more interested in following the politics of a with Narendra and science that would protect our nation's efforts throughout this pandemic. And now this nation is paying the price of that freedom because of our Prime Minister's self-interest and utter failings. The real tragedy is that we have a Prime Minister where failure and callous decisions are inevitable time and time again. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister in his opening remarks gave some dates. About 23rd of April, India was placed on the red list, and then the Indian variant wasn't a concern until the week after, the 27th. And like the chair of the Select Committee, the Home Affairs Select Committee, I would also argue that that is a complete and utter nonsense argument. We're either being led by the data or only when a variant becomes of concern. And if we're only being led by the details of a variant becoming a concern, the truth is, as the member for Ellesmere Port outlined very eloquently, that the numbers in India and Bangladesh were lower than India when they were both placed on the red list. So what is the science? What is the data? What has the government got to hide? Why can't they just publish the data from the joint biosecurity analysis and tell us? Because that's all we're asking for. We have a right to know, the public has a right to know, how long is this government going to take us for mugs and give us an argument which just doesn't stack up? The public is not stupid. People are not stupid. We see through this. They can pretend, the government, as it does often in this chamber, the government can give their spiel, but the truth is it was either the science or it was the politics. And there is no other conclusion that anybody can draw but the fact that the science was supporting the closure of the Indian border of India and putting it onto the red list, and our Prime Minister failed because he put politics before the security of the people. And that's, I would urge the good minister to at least publish the data and not hide behind arguments that just don't wash. Thank you.
Order. We now have a withdrawal at 14. I'm going to try to put the limit up to 6 for a while and see if we can manage. It might have to go down, but we can do that for a bit. Jack Droley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the calamity that we have witnessed in recent days is because of the government's botched handling of the Delta variant. This was not inevitable, but a failure of this government to act swiftly and without dither or delay against the variant. Indeed, this whole sorry saga is a culmination of blunder after blunder in the government's protections of our borders during the pandemic. The Right Honourable Member, the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, was right to point to the repeated making of mistakes. This should not have happened. As an island nation, we should be better than this. Instead, we've seen a government too slow on quarantining international arrivals, too slow on border testing, and too slow to put India on the red list. 22 days it took between the government knowing the variant had entered the UK before India was placed on the red list. All the while, the Delta variant has spread throughout the country. Now, the consequences for public health are serious, but the consequences also for British business are serious, not least those in the hospitality industry in Birmingham. The managing director of one events company has said, "This is having a huge impact on my business." Another said, "We understand the need to ban events, but the uncertainty and short-term plans from the government have really hampered any recovery in our industry." And another said, "Extra support from the Treasury will be vital because," and I quote, "without it, further job losses are inevitable, and ultimately," his words, "an entire industry faces collapse." And this is the key reason why the government's failures will be so costly to British business and British workers. Thus far, the Chancellor refuses to support those businesses whose suffering will be prolonged because of the government's blunders on protecting our borders. Just how can the government expect those struggling events businesses in Birmingham, closed for the past 15 months, to be able to pay, for example, 10% of their employees' wages when they are still unable to operate as normal? UK hospitality has been particularly critical, saying that a failure to act going forward could see the industry suffering a loss of £3 billion and indeed, their words, up to 200,000 jobs at risk. Now, that problem is particularly acute in the constituency that I'm proud to represent, because the unemployment figures out today show that we have twice the national average of unemployment. A constituency, I always say, rich in talent, but it's one of the poorest in Britain. It will be hit hard, job losses as a consequence. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it beggars belief that after the trauma of the past 15 months, we face good businesses and good jobs going to the wall because the government thus far refuses to support them for the final weeks of restrictions. And I say thus far because we eminently hope, and that's one of the key reasons behind this motion, that the government will act in terms of financial support at the next stages. And that's why we hope that the House will vote for this motion, because this motion is about both the interests of the British people, their health, welfare and safety, but also protecting British jobs. Madam Deputy Speaker, without the proper protections of our borders, we run the risk of future variants which may threaten the roadmap for relaxing restrictions further, and the devastating impact this will needlessly inflict on businesses and workers. If I can just say this in conclusion, our focus is twofold. The interests of British business, of that there's absolutely no doubt because it matters, but also the health, well-being and safety of the British people. Because the first duty of any government is the safety and security of its citizens. And I fear that unless the government gets a serious grip of this situation, they will put that responsibility to the British people in jeopardy.
Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in this debate about secure borders during the pandemic, and measures to limit international travel are obviously vital in reducing the risks of importing cases to the UK from countries where COVID remains high. And it's right we take a cautious approach, and the traffic light system is the right one, relatively simple to understand as we look towards some international travel returning, although clearly beyond the understanding of the opposition. It remains vital we continue to take a data-led approach, regularly reviewed with restrictions in those countries where the risks are higher, ensuring we can protect the UK from further outbreaks and variants as we continue to the incredible efforts being made by those delivering the vaccination programme. And I'd like to thank each and every one of those who've been involved in the vaccination programme, and particularly our vaccines minister as well, my right honourable friend, the member for Stratford-upon-Avon, who's been making a huge effort to ensure that we vaccinate people as quickly as possible. And strict measures are in place to protect our borders, with significant fines for those who do not follow requirements for testing, isolating and completing passenger locator forms. And I know efforts are being made to further streamline and integrate checks with existing border security measures. Some have questioned why India was not on the red list sooner, and whilst I do have some sympathy for this view, the reality is that the virus often evolves faster and quicker than many countries are able to detect it. And as has already been said, the genome capability in this country is almost half the whole global capability in genome detecting. And also, as has been said by a number of honourable and right honourable members, India was on the red list before the Delta variant even became known what is a variant under investigation, let alone a variant of concern. Like all members across this House, I've had many constituents who have had travel plans put on hold or cancelled altogether due to the restrictions on international travel. A number have struggled to get refunds from operators and turned to me for help. Clearly, travel companies are under huge pressure, but it's only right, as the government have made clear, people should be refunded when their plans have been disrupted due to COVID. £7 billion of support have been provided to the aviation sector by this government during the pandemic, and they've also suspended the requirements around slots. The government has advised against travel to amber list countries except for essential reasons. It is clear people should not be travelling to amber or red list countries for a holiday. Many, of course, will be impacted by this, but it is right that the amber category does remain to allow some limited travel to continue to those countries at a medium risk, recognising people don't just need to travel for holidays, but may have more pressing reasons to make journeys outside of the UK. This has presented a challenge for some when operators continue to run services and make it difficult for people to change their plans or get refunds. And I'm helping a number of my constituents in Stoke-on-Trent South at the moment in this situation. I will continue to do so. I've also had a number of constituents struggling to return from Pakistan, visiting friends and family. The requirements to isolate for 10 days, whilst totally necessary, have been particularly challenging for some with ill health or particular medical conditions. Whilst I applaud the efforts of rapidly deploying and setting up a system for those needing to quarantine, I am sure this will continue to improve. I particularly hope the process for approving those who need exemptions will be further improved to ensure quicker response times, especially for those needing medical treatment back here in the UK. I just want to finish by touching on one issue which is a particular concern also to my constituents in Stoke-on-Trent South, which is the breaches to our border security in the English Channel by illegal migrants. Not only do they risk their own lives in attempting to cross the Channel, but also others by potentially bringing the virus and new variants with them. I do thank the Home Secretary for the robust action she's been taking to address the appalling criminal people traffickers who enabled these dangerous journeys, and I fully support the Government's new plan for immigration to address this. We must deter those who think they can come here legally with no consequence and reduce pressures being put on places like Stoke-on-Trent. We have resettled more than most other parts of the country, whilst many have not taken in a single refugee. As I set out recently in the Westminster Hall debate on this issue, it is time for those opposite to stop grandstanding and actually do something. Just as they attempt to score political points on the issue of asylum, they try to play exactly the same game over the international travel, repeatedly changing positions on borders throughout the pandemic and shamefully exploiting the benefits of hindsight.
David Linden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The coronavirus pandemic has thrown up unprecedented challenges for all of us, from adapting to home working and homeschooling to the new restrictions that we've all had to live with, and of course missing time with our loved ones. That's not to mention that the hard work of key workers who have faced this pandemic and seen the very worst of this deadly virus. But as more and more of us get vaccinated every day, and the end of this pandemic is in sight, we have to proceed with more caution than ever. And it seems to me that undoubtedly the biggest threat to recovery from the pandemic is the emergence of new variants, which not only are able to spread faster, but there is also a fear of them being resistant to the vaccines at some point. So the vaccination programme is our way out of this pandemic, and to jeopardise that is nothing short of reckless. Now, a report published by Public Health England outlined that more than 90% of the new coronavirus cases across the UK originate from the Delta variant. The report continued, stating that the Delta variant is able to spread quicker, with the cases of the virus doubling between every 4.5 and every 11.5 days. Additionally, the Delta variant has been found to increase the risk of household transmission by 60% compared to the Alpha variant. So, to prevent any further variants which may be even more threatening, it is vital that the British Government puts in place a clear testing and isolating rules for international travel, because at its fundamental level that means stricter border control. And time after time, this British Government has been slow to respond and late to act, whether that was the countless flights landing in the UK from Italy in March 2020, the laissez-faire approach to the P1 variant ravaging Brazil, or the Delta variant, which has caused so much devastation in India and right across the world. Each and every time, Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK has failed to secure the border. And the fact is that the UK has continually made mistakes over travelling during the pandemic. In December last year, they announced the business traveller exemption, whereby business travellers did not need to self-isolate when returning to England from a country not in the travel corridor. This decision was utterly irresponsible and further highlights the UK Government's own ad hoc guidance throughout the pandemic. Only days later did the Prime Minister announce that people across the UK should not travel for the Christmas holidays, and then the original plans set out were revised and reversed due to rising cases. Now, on top of all the obvious public health consequences, this policy outlines how the British Government has put forward one rule for their high net worth, and that's in quotations, business mates, and another for the rest of the public. This policy perpetuates the cronyism and the inequality that has now become symbolic with this Conservative government. Now, in Scotland, we have put in place clear rules on international travel, employing a traffic light system which has been informed by risk assessments prepared by the Joint Biosecurity Centre. These assessments take into account the state of the pandemic in each country across the world, whilst also considering variants of concern. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Scottish Government will continue to take decisions which it considers right for Scotland, and will not sign up to decisions that might put that risk at progress. But this haphazard, Vicky Pollard-like approach to border control has highlighted one of the major deficiencies with the current constitutional settlement in these islands. An independent Scotland would have full control over its borders and not be at the whim of the British Government's ad hoc decisions. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the end of the pandemic is almost in sight, and after an incredibly difficult year for so many of us, we need to tread carefully as we recover from this virus. But we in Scotland are clear that when we've recovered from coronavirus, it is vital that the ability to choose Scotland's own future in every aspect of policy, including that of border control, be in the hands of the people of Scotland. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, Westminster is not working for Scotland, and this latest farce perhaps highlights that better than any SNP leaflet ever could.
Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate today, and I think I'd like to start by particularly paying tribute to the UK Border Force, NHS Test and Trace, ministerial colleagues and officials in the Departments for Health and Transport, the Civil Aviation Authority, and a huge thank you to airline and airport workers, many who live in my constituency of Guildford and work at nearby Heathrow and Gatwick airports. They have all worked incredibly hard in their roles to keep our borders secure, while crucially making sure that the importing of vital food and medicines important to our citizens was not disrupted. It's also important that we thank all of our constituents who have followed all of the measures laid out by government if they have needed to travel. And they're not all going on a jolly for a holiday. A lot of them have had incredibly serious things to deal with in their personal family lives, bereavements that they've had to travel for, including colleagues of ours. And they have done a great job of following every measure that the government has set out on their return. The enormous success of our vaccine rollout is the route out of lockdown, and I welcome the short delay in moving to step forward, as this will give us the opportunity to double jab those in their 40s and to give every adult at least one jab. And I would encourage everyone to take up the offer of the jab when their time comes, even if their age group has already been called and they haven't got round to it. As so far, the vaccines are proving highly effective against each of the variants, including the most prevalent Delta variant that we have been discussing today, and hopefully also against emerging variants like the Echo variant mentioned by my honourable friend, the member for Bournemouth East, who is no longer in his place. Turning to the motion today, it starts with this House believes that there must be a clear, simply understood and proper hotel quarantine scheme in operation at the UK border to minimise the risk of introduction of new variants into the UK. It is clear. My constituents understand it. And my daughter, who has been working abroad this year, I know I don't look old enough to have an adult daughter, Madam Deputy Speaker, but she understands it as well. She's about to return in 3 weeks, and I was speaking to her this morning about all the tests that she's got to undergo in order to be able to successfully come back here and then reintegrate into society, having taken her tests and making sure that she's not putting anybody else at risk. This is something that the vast majority of our constituents do. Now, having spent the first 24 years of my life in New Zealand and Australia, I've been watching very closely to see what they have been doing because I've got family and friends there. You know, I care deeply about this country and my constituents. I care deeply about my friends. And I have seen that even if you have the most tightest security on your borders, virus still gets in. It just takes one case and the virus spreads. So I think that we ought to be careful about making international comparisons because not everywhere has been able to deal with the virus very effectively, and we do have very secure borders here. Protecting public health is our priority as we reopen international travel safely, and we will maintain 100% health checks at the border in order to protect our constituents. We do have some of the most stringent border measures in the world, and the Border Force will check every passenger who arrives at the border to make sure that they have complied with the health measures and take the mandatory 10-day quarantine for those arriving from amber countries, and have a managed facility for those from red countries. And our red, amber and green travel list is reviewed every 3 weeks. If we take the amber out, it's not really a traffic light anymore, is it? But we won't hesitate to act sooner if the data suggests that it's necessary. And at each stage where we have had emergence of variants and we've had to act quickly, we have taken decisive action to update the list. Now today, Labour are playing political games again. Last year, they were flip-flopping all over the place. The Shadow Transport Secretary, when we decided to shut our borders, called it a knee-jerk reaction, as we saw the introduction of a 14-day, it's a blunt tool quarantine with almost no notice. I don't think anything we do would please Labour. But what are we doing? We are securing our borders. We are vaccinating our citizens. We are gifting vaccines to the world. We are recovering our economy so that we can build back better from the pandemic. We have a plan for jobs. Labour's motion today would cost aviation jobs. While Labour are playing political games, this government is getting on with the job of making sure that we recover from the virus. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Now we go by video link to Paul Blomfield.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a government that talks a lot about control of our borders, but its actions in relation to COVID-19 do tell a different story. We would almost certainly be in a better place, looking forward to the planned removal of further lockdown measures next week, if the much more transmissible Delta variant hadn't become dominant so quickly. It did so because the government didn't act swiftly enough to place India on the red list, and I think they know it. A month ago, I asked the Health Secretary whether the decision to delay putting India on the red list, despite Pakistan and Bangladesh being added with lower daily infection rates, was influenced by the Prime Minister's imminent visit to India and his desire to secure a trade deal. At that time, he told me it was because there was more testing being done in India, so the case rate per 100,000 in Pakistan and Bangladesh was likely to be inaccurate. Yesterday, he changed tack, telling the Shadow Health Secretary that it was because the Delta variant had not been designated a variant of concern or investigation at that time. Today, the Vaccine Minister added new reasons. So I think it would perhaps be better if they just admit they got it wrong, as members across the House know. And in doing so, let's learn lessons and apply them to some of the issues that are coming up over the next period. And in that context, I'd like to make a genuinely helpful proposal as co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on International Students, and one which I know enjoys cross-party support and to which I hope the Minister will respond in winding up. Because of the excellence of UK universities and the success of the government's global education strategy, which I'm pleased embraces many of the recommendations that we made as an APPG, we can anticipate substantial numbers of international students arriving in the UK for the new academic year in September. While we can't know exact numbers at this stage because places obviously haven't yet been confirmed, in the last academic year there were over 500,000 international students enrolled at UK universities. Of those, more than 100,000 were from what we would now designate as red list countries. Recruitment is strong for the coming year, and so we can anticipate that there'll be many new students coming from those countries in September. There'll also be many who are continuing their studies, those who've been learning remotely and wanting to return to the UK. On Friday, the Home Office updated guidance for student sponsors, confirming an extension to the date in which international students must be in the UK to qualify for the graduate route, and a temporary removal of the 28-day rule for students applying for an additional course. They are now advising both previous and new cohort students to be in the UK by the 27th of September in order to be eligible for the graduate visa route. Now, this threatens quarantine chaos. The government haven't confirmed the current capacity for red list quarantine facilities, but in February, when the list was introduced, it was reported to be around 4,600 rooms across 16 hotels. Even if on a conservative estimate, and I think it is conservative, just 1 in 5 of a cohort similar to the last academic year arrived this September, we'd be looking at over 20,000 students from red list countries, if we're still, and let's hope we're not, but if we are still in that same position in September, arriving and overwhelming quarantine capacity by a ratio of 4 to 1. So while ministers should be working with universities to build partnerships with local hotels to offer quarantine and extend capacity, there's also an urgent need to avoid the surge of students coming into the UK at one time in September. And it's easily achieved by further extending the Tier 4 visa flexibility. By allowing international students, and particularly the 2021-22 cohort, to study via distance and blended learning through offering a further extension to the date required to qualify for the graduate route, preferably until Christmas 2021. That's all that's needed. But ministers must make a decision now, because universities are already issuing CAS numbers for visa sponsorship, and students will be applying for visas, booking flights and arranging accommodation. There isn't the space to make decisions in the days before arrival in a way that we've seen in the past. So failure to make those decisions now will not only destroy the hopes of students who we want to welcome to the UK, but will also sabotage border COVID-19 security. So I hope that the Minister will recognise the importance of making the decision urgently, will respond to the comments I've made in winding up, and we will see a further update to the guidance as a matter of urgency.
Alex Davis-Jones.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to be called in the debate today, and it is a pleasure to follow my friend, the Honourable Member for Sheffield Central. Madam Deputy Speaker, time and again we have seen delays, mistakes and U-turns from this government throughout the coronavirus crisis. The shambolic last-minute approach to the border policy has fundamentally put people across the UK at risk. This government were too late to start formal quarantine, too late to start testing at borders, and too late to add India to the red list, even when all the evidence suggested they needed to act swiftly. And more than a year down the line, we continue to feel the impact of these delays and this utter incompetence. The Delta variant is now the dominant strain in the UK, with 29,000 cases reported in 1 week alone. And ministers simply cannot say that this has taken them by surprise, or that they didn't have time to act. The government knew that the Delta variant had entered the UK on the 1st of April, and yet it took them 22 full days, more than 3 weeks, to move India to the red list. And they also cannot say that they weren't warned. Time and again, my right honourable friend, the member for Torvine, and many others on these benches urged the government to act swiftly, and time and again they were ignored. And during this delay, at least 20,000 people, many of whom could have had the Delta variant, arrived into the UK from India. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I am very pleased to see reports today that 2 doses of both the Pfizer and AstraZeneca vaccine provide more than 90% protection from hospitalisation with the Delta variant. And it would be remiss of me, Madam Deputy Speaker, not to put on record my sincere gratitude to all those incredible staff and volunteers who have worked extremely hard, especially in Wales, to vaccinate our population. And in Wales, where we have our world-leading vaccination programme, where now every adult has been offered at least 1 dose of the vaccine. But it is the government's ongoing failure to get a grip of border policy that opens us up to the very real and very dangerous possibility of vaccine-resistant COVID strains. The Amber List causes chaos and confusion for my constituents, Madam Deputy Speaker. The last-minute change in Portugal's status left people paying huge amounts of money for flights with little notice, and many were left panicking about invalid insurance and insufficient protection from this UK government. Even once back in the UK, the situation is no better. We've all heard the horror stories and the all too often cases whereby the quarantine system has failed our citizens. Indeed, I have heard in depth from one of my constituents who has recently returned from the United Arab Emirates. He outlined the many steps he has taken to keep himself and others safe. These include following local guidelines, having 2 vaccinations as well as a vaccination booster, weekly PCR tests, antibody test results, the list goes on. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, all of my constituents' efforts seem to have gone to waste, as there was no control system of social distancing in place while he was in transit to Amsterdam. Despite travelling from a red list country, upon his arrival to Birmingham Airport, he was free to mix and collect his luggage with all other passengers. Surely more thought needs to be put into these logistics, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government simply must see the error of their ways and immediately bring an end to their haphazard, last-minute, catch-up approach to border policy. I feel a great deal of sympathy for those with family living abroad. Many will now have gone more than a year without seeing their loved ones, and I can only imagine how hard this must be. But we must be cautious. We cannot risk further lockdowns and further deaths, especially when we consider the huge sacrifices people have made this last year to follow the rules and to bring down cases. And as we wait for travel to be safe again, let me once again plead with the Minister to work with his colleagues to introduce proper sector-specific support for the aviation industry. GE and British Airways in my constituency of Pontypridd have already had to make significant staffing cuts, but staff are worried that there are more to come. And whilst trade unions like my own Unite are doing their best to support workers in this industry, their warnings to the UK Government are being dismissed and ignored. We really are at a crossroads, Madam Deputy Speaker. While I am grateful for the positive work in terms of the vaccine rollout and the work of our fantastic NHS across the devolved nations, enough is enough. I urge the Minister to hear our pleas and work with colleagues across government departments and across the House to act now to bring an end to this utter chaos.
Mark Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in today's debate and a particular pleasure to follow my friend, the Honourable Member for Pontypridd, although I don't think she'll be surprised to know that I didn't agree with all of her points. However, I was particularly struck by her tribute to the rollout of the Welsh vaccine, and I share her praise for all of those who've been involved in the vaccine rollout, which I think is a success of this brilliant British government. And I think, I certainly share her praise. And indeed, my honourable friend, the member for Guildford, in her very eloquent speech, started with a wonderful tribute to various professions who have helped to keep our borders safe, who have helped to keep our travel industry going in the form that it has needed to operate in COVID times. And I fully endorse the list that you gave in a wonderful speech. I think the borders policy that we have implemented as a government is proportionate to the risks that we are facing at this moment in time, is a sensible policy. We have implemented, as time has gone on, we have implemented a clear quarantining policy. We have a traffic light system that I think, if you take out amber, may not be a traffic light system. We have a passenger location form system in place, and I was very pleased to see recently that we have increased the number of checks on those that come into this country to make sure that they are where they say they are. And of course we have the testing regime, which for those of us who were involved in this House in sort of April of last year will remember when the number of tests that we were doing was minute, and the way in which we have grown that testing system in this country I think is absolutely phenomenal, and is a huge has been a huge success for all of the scientists and government departments and businesses involved. But I think I am a little bit reluctant to sort of stray into this toughest border policy ever argument and to try and play a bit of political ping-pong as to who can sound toughest on borders. And I appreciate, after all that happened from 2016 onwards, that the Labour Party would like to gain some credibility on that front. But I do think that we are in danger of not actually acknowledging that the world in which we are operating at the moment is one based around risk. And the reason why we call the previously known as the Indian variant now the Delta variant is that it is the fourth variant that has become particularly significant. And the reason why I have some concerns with what has been outlined today from the opposition benches is that we will face other variants in the future. We will face situations that shift, and we will have to, over time, learn to live with COVID in whichever form it is, as we have learned many times in the past to live with different diseases. And I think if we sort of go down the route of our border policy is the toughest ever, we know that that will have a huge impact on various industries, whether that is aviation or whether that is tourism, and I have, or the travel sector. I have many constituents that work in those sectors. I think of the pilots that have come to me and said, please let us fly out there. I think of all the constituents that want to go on holiday but can't at the moment, and quite rightly so. But I worry that over the next few months, and even years, we could be in a position in which, if we play this game of we can sound toughest on borders, we will not be acting proportionate to the risks that we face. And one of the reasons why I think that is particularly significant, which relates to yesterday's announcement, is that we are well ahead on our vaccines policy in this country. We are well ahead on our vaccines rollout, and we will be in a position where we can live with COVID, and we will have to learn to live with COVID. And everybody will have to make decisions around the risks that they face. And I think, in particular, I'm also concerned around this sort of toughest border policy ever approach, because it's complicated, and we need to acknowledge that the side effects of just sounding tough makes it difficult for other industries. Are we really suggesting that we should get to a point where we cannot import vaccines into this country, where we cannot import food supplies into this country? Is that, when we go down this game of playing who can sound toughest, is that the kind of side effect that we want to leave out? And I've had constituents who have been stuck abroad over the last sort of year or so, and all of them have been in incredibly legitimate circumstances, and many of the people were in very vulnerable states, and we've been able to sort of return them. But travel is not necessarily, as many of my colleagues have said, just going abroad for a jolly. There are reasons why people need to travel, and I think that we just need to be really, really careful around the nuances and unintended effects of what we are proposing and debating in the Chamber today. And I will finish purely on the proposal that's mentioned, I think, at the end of the opposition motion, which is around vaccine passports, which for international travel, which I think has some merit. But I am concerned that that will be particularly discriminatory to young people, and that in fact we are looking at a policy that will favour certain demographics over others and will have a particular effect on certain countries. And I would just suggest that, again, I think further consideration and thought needs to be put into what the opposition are asking for today, and that is why I am not supporting it.
Now we go by video link to Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've had a number of weapons with which to fight COVID. The key one, obviously, is the vaccine programme, where even Labour is struggling to criticise this government's performance. But there's an additional weapon, and that's the control of our borders, to minimise the importation of additional infection and new variants from elsewhere. So what is the right policy to apply to international travel in the midst of a pandemic? A knee-jerk reaction would be to close our borders, to sound tough on COVID. Labour now talks of a ring of steel, but sensible government needs to recognise that no modern trading country can totally prevent new variants of COVID from crossing borders. Even a country as geographically remote as Australia, that doesn't rely on thousands of border crossings every day just for the supply of food, has not been able to keep the Delta variant out. As for the United Kingdom, where we've got 38% of all of our food is imported every day, much of it in the bellies of passenger airlines, let's not forget. That's just a single example of our absolute need to continue international travel. But what we can do is slow down its arrival, the arrival of new variants and the spread from countries with higher infection rates, by prohibiting all travel to the highest risk countries, by limiting international travel to high priority activities for the medium risk countries, by quarantining new arrivals from at-risk countries, and by aggressive test and trace, including surge testing when new outbreaks emerge. And I want to break off, Madam Deputy Speaker, to take this opportunity specifically to pay tribute to NHS Test and Trace. This is an organisation that is habitually traduced as an article of faith by Labour, but which is in fact a highly effective operation that has saved many lives. All these actions by the government have bought us time that allows our vaccination programme to get to a level that provides us all with an effective defence so that we can truly live with COVID. As we were reminded just yesterday, we are tantalisingly close to achieving this milestone, but not quite yet. There is a criticism of the government implicit in this motion, that it was late in imposing travel restrictions to India in response to the emergence of the Delta variant. But despite the protestations of the Shadow Minister, this really is just another shameless example of Labour hindsight hard at work. As the Right Honourable Member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford admitted in her speech, it was the emergence of the Delta variant, not India's pre-variant infection rates, that changed the risk profile of travel. And yet, the government placed India on the red list 2 weeks before the Delta variant was identified as a variant of concern. And in fact, it was 6 days before it was even deemed a variant of interest. So the Labour fox is truly shot on that very important issue. The UK does have a strong policy of restrictions at the border and remains vigilant to new variants, but it is a complicated, nuanced issue. You cannot just sound tougher on borders. It will have huge, complicating and unintended consequences. So I really fail to understand Labour's call for the removal of the amber list, other than that it's some kind of attempt to politicise public health messages. The traffic light system is a sensible approach that covers those countries where the risk of some travel, with caution, can be accepted if the benefit of that travel is high. It's a classic risk analysis. The risk of an event happening and its severity and mitigation to reduce that risk to an acceptable level. In business, we do it all the time. To remove this classification would be to prohibit important business and humanitarian travel to amber list countries without supporting data, putting at risk even more aviation and travel jobs, as I suppose it would be called collateral damage. This shouldn't be an issue for party manoeuvres. We shouldn't be trying to out-tough each other on areas like this. Labour should be working with the government in the national interest to drive home simple travel messages. I'm surprised and very disappointed that they are not.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are an island nation and we rely on our connections with the world for trade. And of course, I'm sure many members like me would like to just congratulate and just celebrate the historic trade deal that was agreed today. We rely on our connections to get for freight, to meet our friends and family, and the many businesses and jobs that rely on international travel. And in my constituency, in Runnymede and Weybridge, this is our lifeblood. We depend on our connections, both domestic and international, for jobs and to support the businesses. And so I reject the premise of the motion that the opposition have put forward today. They would have us isolate from the world as if we were some sort of zombie island, or in fact maybe zombie world, depending on how you want to look at the analogy. And for all the reasons that I put forwards, we cannot do so because we are so dependent on our connections. And so our approach must be proportionate. It must be one based on science, not this false dichotomy that's been presented. No risk, high risk. COVID is here to stay, and with new variants will continue to evolve. We need a system that is immune to new variants, and we need a system that can adapt and evolve as the virus does. The Minister and I have had many discussions regarding the need for international safety standards and the need that we can, the fact that we can and we should and we must lead the world in terms of supporting international travel through whatever means, but fundamentally through the use of science and new technologies. The opposition's proposal, though, is backwards. It's built on a world where there are no vaccines, where there is no testing. Our plans have moved on. We have the science behind us. We have our border plans at the moment are the foundation for safely bringing back international travel as things develop in the future.
Joe Gideon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Runnymede and Weybridge. It is remarkable to hear in this debate how extrapolations are presented as facts. The party of the crystal ball opposite would have us believe that in their hands the pandemic would have been brought under control quicker and more lives would have been saved. However, there is no evidence that even the Labour Party could stop mutations of the virus reaching these shores, nor that it could ever overcome its ideological contempt for private sector involvement in the health service, whether that be in delivering world-class R&D or supporting NHS testing, track and trace and vaccination rollout. Without the government's bringing together of all sectors, we would not have had the incredible progress we have with vaccinating our nation. It is difficult to disprove hypotheticals, and if we look to other countries which try different approaches, we must recognise that their geography, population density and underlying health issues make effective comparisons impossible. No country found an easy answer to beating the pandemic, and the strategy of reducing the spread until mass vaccination can beat the virus has been adopted globally. This government's investment in the research that delivered the AstraZeneca vaccine the early purchase of over 100 million doses while they were still under development, the speedy licensing of vaccines and the phenomenally successful rollout has saved many, many thousands of lives. That is a fact. Yet the opposition failed to credit the government for this, preferring to focus on the negative. If we'd imposed earlier lockdowns, they claim, we would have saved thousands of lives. If we had banned travel to and from India early, they claim, we could have stopped the Delta variant from reaching our shores. Yet we know the challenge is far more complicated when discussing closing UK borders. Should we have stopped British nationals returning from India from entering the country before the Delta variant had been identified as a variant of concern? They were already required to quarantine at home for 10 days. As the Health Secretary said last week to the Science and Technology Committee, it is harder in a democracy to take some of the steps that some of the authoritarian countries took. Geography matters. We are an island, but highly interconnected, and a huge amount of our freight comes accompanied. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has always sought to keep the public informed about any decisions relating to the pandemic. In our democracy, we strive to impose any restrictions on people's freedoms by consent rather than by force. And that is how we have seen such a high level of compliance, with exceptionally high levels of uptake of the vaccine by many age groups. Our decisions have been informed throughout by the advice of our scientific and medical experts. And as the advice changes in line with the epidemiology, so too have the guidelines. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a tough approach to our borders. The opposition criticised the government for moving Portugal's categorisation from green to amber and now seek to turn travel into a binary decision by removing the amber category. But life is not binary. Decisions about the roadmap as we emerge from the worst of the pandemic need to be more nuanced. We have moved on from the phase where choice was a simple one of lives versus livelihoods to a plan to build back people's confidence, a plan to cautiously re-engage with normal activities whilst the vaccination programme powers on to provide the ultimate protection against the virus. As a global trading nation with an amazing diverse population, we have to consider travel not just as a holiday activity, but one that is hugely important to our economy and to our mental health. Many people, including me, have family abroad and are desperate to reconnect in person after 16 months of Zoom calls. Many have urgent family business, including, sadly, attending funerals. With the removal of the amber category, the cost of hotel quarantine might preclude many from such urgent travel, and would also mean that families travelling to green destinations this summer could find themselves facing bills of thousands of pounds if the status of the country they visit changes before their return. This will hit those who can least afford it, because either they'll have to decide not to risk travel, or they will face a debt crisis as a result of this proposal. I do not believe we should be penalising those who can least afford it. The opposition are consistent in their inconsistencies on the issue, guided, I would imagine, by focus groups rather than the science, demanding certainty where there can be none as we tackle a completely novel virus, calling for more financial support for businesses whilst demanding greater lockdown measures would hit the economy hard, calling for extensions to furlough schemes and measures to keep workers at home rather than backing our plan for jobs and the gradual reopening of the economy, calling for the government to introduce quarantine, then criticising its introduction, and then calling for it to be expanded. We are looking to a cautious and irreversible route out of this pandemic, building back the confidence of the nation as we emerge from the restrictions. They are looking to scaremonger. The government's approach is the right one, and I urge the opposition to back it.
Andrew Bowie.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I must start by thanking the honourable member for Glasgow East for his contribution earlier. We almost got through an entire debate without mentioning the Constitution, and I was quite worried as to what I might actually say. And thankfully, the honourable member stood up and talked about Scottish independence and suggested, if I'm not wrong, that if Scotland had gotten independence from the rest of the United Kingdom, Scotland could be a COVID-free country by now. Incredible. The only country in the world, it would seem, that had no COVID. He may wish to correct me by intervening, but that is what I got from his contribution earlier on. What he did suggest was that Scotland, had it been independent, might have taken different decisions to that of the UK government. And I dare say that that might have been the case. But it is incredible, with the huge swathes of powers that the Scottish Government already has over public health, over transport, over education, over tourism, over culture, that just about every single decision has mirrored, with some exceptions, the decisions made by the UK Government, with some changes in terms of the timeline. I dare say we'll find out when the promised public inquiry into COVID in Scotland ever happens, exactly what those decisions may have been that would have been so different to the ones that were taken by the UK Government. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to thank the opposition for bringing this debate today, because whilst I do not agree with their motion, for reasons which I will expand on shortly, this is an incredibly serious issue, and it does deserve to be debated in the House today. Now, before I go on, I should express or declare somewhat of an interest. My wife, being a Swedish national, has now not been able to see her family for a year and a half. So the restrictions on international travel are being felt very keenly indeed. And when we are debating this, as my honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central, just mentioned, we should remember that when we're talking about travel abroad, we're not just talking about people going off on holiday to lie in the sun. We are talking about families, friends being separated now for an incredibly long period of time. And when the government announced that loved ones were able to hug once again in their homes in the United Kingdom, for those people with family overseas, those hugs felt a very long way off indeed. Before I go on also, I'd like to echo also the words of my honourable friend, the member for Bexhill and Battle, who sadly is no longer in his place, and his passionate words in support of the aviation sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, thousands and thousands of jobs across this country depend directly on or in support of a thriving aviation sector. They don't want to be on furlough. Their employers, the airlines, the airports, operators, the support services don't want to be bailed out. They want to get on and do their job. To borrow from British Airways, they want to fly and to serve. Now, before coming to the Chamber today, I looked up the passenger numbers for my local airport, Aberdeen International Airport, and actually as a regular user, I'd like to put on record my thanks to all the staff there, from the very top to the very bottom, who have worked tirelessly over the last year and a half to keep the airport open, operating and indeed safe. And I can say with certainty that that will be the case in every airport across the United Kingdom over the past while. But it has been a torrid year. In the first 3 months of this year, 62,000 passengers passed through Aberdeen Airport. In the first 3 months of 2020, that figure was 398,000. That's a decline of 84.5%. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is completely unsustainable. We need to get people flying again, but we need to do it safely. And that is why protecting public health is and will remain this government's #1 priority. I was almost struck dumb with incredulity, however, at the party opposite talking about a clear strategy. When the Labour Party comes to this place and talks about clear strategy, you know that they are on manoeuvres. They have never been able to come up with a coherent policy for international travel. Having called for quarantine, they then criticised the government for introducing one. But then they changed their line again to hotel quarantines, and then that they should be mandatory for all of those arriving in the United Kingdom. They've called for it to be lessened, they've called for it to be increased, they've called for it to be expanded, they've called for the amber list to go. It's incredibly hard to keep up. Madam Deputy Speaker, this motion today, I think, would fail to simplify the current arrangements, and instead would create further problems and cause much greater confusion. By removing any middle ground, by removing the amber list, which is what they propose today, for which, may I add, there still exists a strictly overseen mandatory 10-day quarantine period, how do we decide where the cut-off point is between green and the red? And what about those countries who are placed on the red list and yet have far lower cases than any other countries on that same list? Madam Deputy Speaker, it makes no sense. Such a two-tier system would no doubt cause further disruption to the aviation sector, an aviation sector the Labour Party claims enthusiastically to support. The current traffic light system strikes the right balance, I believe, between caution and pragmatism, mitigating the risks of the new variants, whilst also allowing travel for essential reasons, and that is why I oppose the opposition's motion this afternoon.
Shadow Secretary of State, Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all members who took part in today's Opposition Day debate. Can I also repeat the thanks that have been offered to our vital NHS staff, to the military who are supporting their efforts, and to all those in our airports, our airlines, and of course our border force, who are working hard to make sure that our country can keep on moving even in these very difficult times. Now, as with all Opposition Day debates, of course, the Tory Whip's office are busy sending out the top attack lines, and they were distributed with gusto, and congratulations for that. What didn't happen, unfortunately, was a genuine exchange of how we can navigate what is, and it was said in the debate, a nuanced and very difficult period. How do we land in a way that supports a very key industry but keeps our borders safe? Now, yesterday, the nation was watching. 6 o'clock, the Prime Minister's press conference. After gearing up for Freedom Day, as they were promised over months and the intervening weeks, people were looking forward to getting back to a sense of normality. After so many sacrifices, people losing their jobs, people losing loved ones, the nation rallying together to try and get us all through this together. But naturally, people want to know the end in sight. The light is at the end of the tunnel, and the sacrifices that they've made have made a material difference. They also want to know that the government can be true to their word. And I'm afraid, again, the government have been found wanting, but not for the first time. We've heard it before, where the words don't match the reality. We'll do whatever it takes. That wasn't the reality for the self-employed and many parts of our economy. We'll have a world-beating track and trace system. That wasn't the experience of local authorities that had to deal with the Serco call centres. Or, cruelly, that we'll have a protective ring around our care homes. And we all know the human price that was paid when the words didn't match the reality. Now, the government will argue, and they have, and they've sent out the backbenchers to make this case, that these restrictions are required because we don't want to undermine the vaccination programme. We are so close. Let's just prolong the restrictions a bit longer and get through this together. And that is true, which is why we recognise that the restrictions have to go on that bit longer. But this situation that we find ourselves in was entirely avoidable. And that's where this debate is leading us to. It's about holding the government to account for the decisions that they make and the impact that those decisions have. At the same time that Pakistan and Bangladesh were added to the red list, there were calls for India to be added. But with a delay in adding India, 20,000 passengers flew into the UK, potentially carrying the Delta strain variant, which is now so prominent across our country. 20,000 passengers in that time. And the government have not been clear about what data they're relying on that has informed that decision. They flip-flop from pointing to one piece of evidence to another. But every time it's tested, every single time it's tested, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. And the public want to know, of the sacrifices they are expected to make, will it make a difference at all? And the government needs to be very careful, because the more that they send the public to the top of the hill, only to let them down, we will see public confidence diminish. And we can't afford that. We need the public of this country on our side. We all know what the real reason is, and we all know why the government won't release the data. If they were to release the data, what it would show is that India absolutely should have been put on the red list at the same time Pakistan and Bangladesh was. That's what the data would show. But that doesn't sit comfortably with the Prime Minister who was planning for his trade visit. That was the real reason why it was delayed. That one trade visit, that photo call, that bit of publicity was worth more than jobs in hospitality, worth more than jobs in our wedding industry, worth more than jobs in tourism and aviation. The photo shoot, the propaganda, it just wasn't. And so when the government say it's got to be about the data and following the data, we believe that, absolutely. We've been saying that from day one. But when tested, the government, I'm afraid, just do not pass the test at all. We've heard some fantastic comments today, and again, thank you to all members for taking part in what I believe has been a very important debate. I have a great deal of respect for the chair of the Transport Select Committee, as you'd expect me to say, and unfortunately he's not in his place as we wrap up the conversation. I think he's done a very good job at holding the government to account and scrutinising the data. But I find his current position on this Opposition Day debate, frankly, quite baffling. To suggest that aviation isn't asking for a bailout completely contradicts every conversation I've had with airline operators, with airport operators, with people in the wider supply chain who are crying out for financial support. You know, our airports have kept supplies coming into this country, including the vaccination. Their operating costs can't be reduced any more than they are. And by the way, the government, for many airports, take a third of their operating costs in tax and levies. That hasn't reduced, that's continued. And while they've continued to keep the show on the road, they've had to deal with incoming passengers from high-risk countries, the red list countries. They've had to get additional staff, they've had to put in additional measures, and the additional cost that comes with that has been absolutely significant, met with the lack of consumer confidence. When we heard from the chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, the case really was laid out very succinctly. That the Delta variation accounts for 40,000 cases in this country. And it was on the 1st of April that the government knew that that strain was in this country. The 1st of April. There'd been plenty of time to respond proportionately to make sure that that didn't spread disproportionately in the way, unfortunately, that we have seen. Pointing out the world of difference between the red list countries and the amber list countries, when actually they can be very close in terms of risks that they present. So why, one, are you escorted onto a coach and put into a 10-day quarantine in a secure hotel? But on an amber list country, you can just go on the tube. You go home, and the people you go home to don't have to self-isolate in the way that you do, despite the fact you could well be carrying the virus. And so what we're asking for is a very simplified system. It's either safe to go, or it isn't safe to go. If it's safe to go, then give people the confidence to get back flying and take the holiday that they deserve with absolute confidence. If it's not, it should be absolutely clear. We've heard with members today on the backbenches who are saying, in some cases, travel to the amber list countries is safe. At the same time, government ministers are telling members of the public not to travel to amber list countries. Even the government can't make its mind up about the status of the amber list, let alone the public. The list also doesn't talk about what it means for your host country. It's all very well saying that we have a green list where we believe those countries and those destinations are safe to fly to, but they could well have incoming restrictions that mean it's impossible for British travellers to go in a way that makes a break meaningful, even on the green list countries. And there's been plenty of misinterpretation about Labour's position. We've been absolutely clear from the outset that any intervention taken in isolation will not keep this country safe. It will be a number of interventions that, taken together, give us the protection that this country needs and the public of this country deserve. When we intervened on the 14-day quarantine, our criticism was twofold. First of all, we were late coming to that decision. Seeing millions of passengers enter into our country with no restrictions at all, one of the last in the world. But then the 14-day quarantine didn't take into account the risk that different countries would pose. And on that, we are very clear that countries, nations, do not carry the virus. Individuals carry the virus. But it could well be that the virus is more widespread in certain countries. That follows the logic. And so you've got to have a system, one, that accounts for higher risk countries, and secondly, deals with the individual who are coming into the country to make sure that they're tested, they're traced, and if they are at risk, then they are quarantined. And interestingly, when we talked about, let's get a system in place that deals with pre-testing, testing on arrival, and then a further test a number of days afterwards to reduce the need to quarantine, call it hindsight, but the government soon followed suit. And that's exactly what the government have brought in place. We've got plenty of other ideas, by the way, if the government want to listen. We're happy to offer those too. Providing the evidence base is there and it's followed in the way that it ought to, then this side of the House will always support the government effort. Because the truth is, we need the government to succeed. If the government of the day do not succeed, we will not defeat the virus, and none of us will succeed in beating the virus. We had fantastic contributions from the member from Ellesmere Port and Neston, the member for Weaver Vale, Bradford West, Birmingham Erdington, Sheffield Central and Pontypridd, all really homing in on the data. What do we know that points to why India wasn't on the red list countries, that has led to the restrictions being extended, potentially livelihoods being affected as well? And I'm afraid the government haven't come up with a compelling answer at all. You see, it's all very well and good for the government to say that any ideas and suggestions that are put forward aren't worth the paper they're written on and they're dismissed out of hand, which is exactly what's happened from day one. And when the government are proven to be found wanting, and we raise the issue again, they will come out with the usual spiel, that it's all about hindsight. But I can tell you, on borders, on keeping the country safe, on quarantine, on pre-testing, on having a clear system with our international partners, we've been absolutely consistent and we've led from the front from day one. And I think that's where the government needs to focus now, on what is Labour saying today. Because we have been leading from the front on this issue. We've got the support of the aviation industry on this issue, and we've got the support of many scientists on this issue as well. They don't want to be dragged into politics. They want their advice to be taken on face value, not dismissed out of hand and not published because it doesn't suit the government's agenda. And so our suggestions today are clear. First of all, the government to take leadership and international agreement on vaccine passports, to give confidence for people that when it's safe to do so, to enjoy all that aviation and tourism has to offer, to support that vital industry that supports 1.5 million jobs directly and through the supply chain. To scrap the amber list, but then within the red list and the green list, to make sure that the government publish a direction of travel. So if a country is on the green list today, is it going in the right direction or the wrong direction? Because I can say there'll be a number of people who booked a holiday in Portugal who are wishing that they didn't. We're also asking for a robust hotel quarantine system. The government needs to do far more to make sure that the demand can be satisfied. We need to learn to live with COVID. That's been stated a number of times. But what on earth is the government doing to make sure that the supply of hotel accommodation can meet what could be increasing demand? And finally, an aviation sector deal. To make sure that that critical industry can build back from a point of strength and not weakness. To make sure that we are a world leader in aviation, and critically, that we meet our climate change objectives by supporting it to grow from a point of strength. Leading the world in clean aviation technology and supporting new jobs and new industry. That is what we're offering. And rather than looking back in 6 months' time with hindsight, I suggest the government listen today.
Minister Robert Courts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour to conclude this important debate when we've had so many wide-ranging and constructive contributions from both sides of the House. I know everybody in the House is determined to keep this horrendous virus under control, and the government's priority is to protect the public and the gains that we have made through the rollout of our world-leading vaccine programme. And again, I know I speak for everyone in the House when I pay tribute, as many honourable and right honourable members have done, to all of those involved in that rollout. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have some of the toughest border measures in the world to protect our country. We are taking a cautious, robust sustainable approach to opening up international travel at a time when the vaccine rollout is ongoing and infection rates are low. Everybody in this House wants to see international travel reopen fully as soon as it is safe to do so, as so eloquently put by a number of members, particularly the Honourable Member for Runnymede and Weybridge. That is, for all of the reasons that we've heard, to support the travel businesses that are so important to our constituencies and our country, and because it enables those to see the friends and the family that they have been separated from for so long. It's been hugely eloquently put forward by the Honourable Members for Stoke-on-Trent South and Central, and from the Honourable Member for West Aberdeenshire, quite rightly pointing out about families who've been kept apart. And this is about far more than holidays, important though, of course, the travel business is. But it's important as well for people to do business. And yes, for people to go abroad and to see the wonders of the world. That is something that, when it is safe, we all want to do. But there are those urging us to take tougher measures. The opposition, of course, Honourable Members for Cumbernauld, Ellesmere Park, Weaver Vale, Glasgow East and Pontypridd. Mr Speaker, it is essential, Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg your pardon, it is essential that any steps we take now around international travel are safe, sustainable and proportionate. There are difficult decisions to be taken in government. It is those that we've heard explained so brilliantly by an Honourable Member for North East Derbyshire, because that and those difficult decisions is what being in government, Madam Deputy Speaker, is all about.
Giving way. This isn't just about taking difficult decisions, it's also about taking difficult decisions quickly and in a timely manner so that they are actually effective. Why did it take 22 days for the government to put India on the red list after the Delta variant was first identified? Well said.
Right, of course, it's essential to make the decisions that are difficult, it's essential to make them quickly, it's essential to get them right, and I'll explain in just a moment how we've done that. Before I do, quarantine measures. The opposition have called for a clear, simply understood and proper hotel quarantine scheme in operation at the border to minimise the risk of introduction of new variants into the UK. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we've heard from the Honourable Member for Broadland, amongst many others, that is exactly what we have in place. Currently, every passenger is checked by Border Force, and as the Honourable Member for Bolsover has quite rightly paid tribute, by the brilliant Test and Trace scheme that has been running out for so many months now. As of the 15th of February 2021, British and Irish nationals and those with residency rights in the UK who have passed through a red list country within 10 days of their arrival in the UK are required to quarantine for 10 days in a managed quarantine hotel. Passengers arriving from red list countries may only enter the UK at certain designated ports. Individuals who fail to book travel to the appropriate port will be denied boarding by the carrier. On arrival to the UK, passengers required to enter managed quarantine will be met at passport control and guided through baggage reclaim and customs to the dedicated hotel transport, where they will be transported to their hotel. And direct flight from red list countries that are only able to arrive into dedicated facilities at airports, including entire terminals, so long as passengers are segregated from other arrivals. At present, both Birmingham and Heathrow airports are operating dedicated facilities, and this may expand to include other airports in the future. New variants do present a worldwide challenge. As we've heard from so many members, North East Derbyshire, for example, has told us how many countries have had the challenges from variants, as have we heard from the Honourable Member for Bournemouth East as well. But the government continues to monitor new variants closely. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's worth remembering that approximately 40% of the world's entire genomic sequencing capability takes place in the UK. And the government has put in place enhanced contact tracing for individuals identified as having a new variant in order to minimise onward transmission. The new measures build on the tough action that the government has already taken in order to increase security against the new variants from abroad. Now, we will keep all our measures under constant review to ensure they remain necessary and proportionate. Of course, there are checkpoints in June, July and in October. These are not set in stone, but what we have designed is intended to be adaptable to the evolving epidemiological picture, and the UK government is prepared to take action at any time to protect public health. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I noticed that the party opposite are trying today to produce some sort of dodgy dossier with a timeline of dates around our borders policy. The first date in that document, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the 6th of January 2021, where they claim to have urged us to get a grip on our borders. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not entirely sure what they think this is achieving, except to illustrate how hopelessly behind the curve they are, desperately hoping that hindsight will find them a way through. By the time Labour had woken up on this issue in January 2021, the government had already introduced self-isolation for all arrivals into the UK a full 6 months earlier, on the 8th of June 2020. Let me give the House some more dates that they may be interested in a second. I will. On the 8th of June 2020, the Leader of the Opposition was criticising our quarantine measures. On the 29th of June 2020, Shadow Transport Secretary called for quarantine to be replaced. On the 3rd of July 2020, the Labour Party called for, and I quote, the government's quarantine measures to be lessened.
Thank you for allowing the intervention. I thought I'd allow him a few seconds to sit down and bring himself back together. To be absolutely clear, he will know that the original quarantine, where people were asked to self-isolate at home, only contacted 1% of those who were asked to do so.
Doesn't answer the point remotely, as I'm very disappointed from that intervention from the Honourable Member, Madam Deputy Speaker. But let's fast forward, if he's not satisfied with that, to this year, for a real fiesta of inconsistencies. On the 2nd of February, the Shadow Home Secretary called for mandatory hotel quarantine for all arrivals. On the 23rd of March, the Shadow Chancellor was saying it should just be done on a case-by-case basis. On the 20th of May, less than a month ago, the Shadow International Trade Secretary said that we need the borders to be open again, saying the international economy needs us to get going again. The party opposite are, as usual, all over the place on this issue, trusting in hindsight and ignoring the facts. So, let's look at what actually happened. The Delta variant didn't become a variant of concern until the 7th of May 2021. By this point, India had already been on the red list for a full 2 weeks. And let's not forget that even before India was added to the red list, passengers arriving had to take a pre-departure test, complete a passenger locator form, self-isolate for 10 days on arrival, always the toughest measure, take a test on day 2 and another on day 8. Not a weak system, Madam Deputy Speaker, but actually one of the toughest border arrival systems in the world. This morning, the Shadow Home Secretary, the member for Torfaen, I'm delighted to see him back in his place, wasn't able to say when he would have acted on the Delta variant. What he seems to be suggesting, as most of the opposition seem to be suggesting today, is that they would red list any country, any time that they see a mutation. OK, but he should be aware that at any one given time there are hundreds of mutations. So our honourable member is seriously saying that what we should do is stop all travel from wherever, whenever there is a mutation.
I thank the Minister for giving way. If, as he says, that this border policy was such a success, why is it that the Delta variant is now the most dominant variant in this country, and why is it that we are seeing extension to the lockdown rules?
The Honourable Member clearly wasn't listening to the Honourable Member for North East Derbyshire when he listed all the countries in the world where the Delta variant is now becoming dominant. And let's look at another aspect of the policy. The Honourable Member for Torfaen champions Australia and New Zealand and said we should emulate them to keep out variants of concern. Given that Melbourne now has the Delta variant, I'm somewhat confused as to how he thinks that would have helped, but he ought to listen to the Honourable Member for Guildford. The other factors he ought to remember as well are, what about the many citizens from those two countries currently unable to get back to their own countries? Are they going to choose which get to come back and which don't? Is that what is really proposed for us? Madam Deputy Speaker, in my last remarks, exactly what is being proposed by the Honourable Member? What exactly is being proposed? They cannot tell us, Madam Deputy Speaker, how long they would keep the borders closed for, say when they would have red-listed India. They can't say how freight will keep flowing. We've heard that 40% of our freight comes in and out on the bellies of passenger aircraft. The honourable members opposite, Madam Deputy Speaker, don't even realise there's a problem there, let alone address it. What the honourable member for Torfaen said in answer to my honourable friend for Bexhill and Battle was that he, Torfaen, I beg his pardon, he wanted to see a growing green list. But in the motion, he says maintain a tightly managed green list. Madam Deputy Speaker, they are proposing closing down and opening up simultaneously in the same debate. That's the level of policy we have from the party opposite. They play politics, they don't have policies, they are drifting, desperate and only wise after the event. They do not have a plan. It is this government that is working to keep people safe and get our country through the pandemic with strong border measures, providing testing, rolling out vaccines with a plan and a purpose. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is why people put their trust in us.
The question is the opposition motion as on the order papers. May that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is the opposition motion as on the order paper. May that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
Aye. Aye.
Tell us with the ayes Lillian Greenwood and Mark Tommy. Tell us with the noes Maggie Throop and James Morris. Lock the doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 256. The noes to the left, 363.
The ayes to the right, 256. The noes to the left, 363. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. And we now come to motion number 2 on climate change. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Of the contrary, no.
No.
The division... That's enough, thank you very much, I got it. The division is deferred until tomorrow. We now come to motion number 3 on exiting the European Union agriculture. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And motion number 4 on public health. The Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to motion number 5 relating to the Joint Committee on Human Rights. We do indeed have Mr. Bill Wigan join us by video link. I call Mr. Wigan to move the motion virtually.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion in my name.
For Mr. Wigan to be unmuted.
Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the motion in my name.
Mute Mr. Wigan.
I'm hoping to be unmuted, trying to move the motion in my name. I beg to move. I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition David Linden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the news broke that Pladis, the global company which owns the McVitie's brand, plans to close its factory in East End, Glasgow, local people have certainly not been shy in making their opposition on. The groundswell of support for saving the 470 jobs at the Tollcross site has been heartening, and the petition organised by workers at the factory is currently sitting over 52,000 signatures, a staggering amount in such a short space of time. Now, by presenting this petition to Parliament this evening in support of the McVitie's workers, I hope to catch the attention of Pladis to show them that the public are not happy with their proposed withdrawal from Scotland. Glasgow's factory has stood in its site for almost a century, and it would devastate the local area and the economy if it were to cease operations. Generations of families, often simultaneously, have worked at the factory, and the loyalty of the workforce cannot be questioned, with many being employed there for decades. Generations of families in the East End of Glasgow have helped to propel the McVitie's brand to its contemporary dominance over the domestic biscuit market, outselling the next 7 biggest brands combined. And I would think you would agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, that McVitie stands on the shoulders of its dedicated workforce, both past and present, and the strength of feeling with the general public about this fact is apparent. So the petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to engage with Pladis and advise them to reverse the proposal to close the Tollcross site, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition McVitie's Tollcross factory proposed closure. Mr David Lynn.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. St Andrews University is the oldest university in Scotland, and it is notable not only for being where the Earl and Countess of Strathearn met and where they recently celebrated their 10th wedding anniversary, but also for being a world leader in education, as a university ranked first in Scotland and third in the UK last year. It is a hub of groundbreaking research and innovation and the largest employer in my constituency of North East Fife. And as part of this innovation, St Andrews has been championing sustainability for over 2 decades, long before it was the dominant issue that we see today. Always leading the charge, the university is now pledged to reach net zero by 2035. This is a significant commitment, not just given the date, but also in the approach the university are taking. The university, led by its Environmental Sustainability Board, chaired by Professor Sir Ian Boyd, FRS, previously Chief Scientific Advisor to DEFRA from 2012 to 2019, and now Professor of Biology at the university, is taking on the Net Zero Challenge alongside local community organisations and businesses. And indeed, I attended the first meeting of this outreach group just last month. Under complementary environmental sustainability and carbon management plans, the scope of their approach encompasses procurement activities and the travel of international students coming to the university to study. I'm sure the Minister will want to join me in congratulating them on their progress to date. Now, reaching this goal involves a number of very practical elements, including a biomass plant on the university's Eden campus, which was supported via the joint working of the UK and Scottish governments on the Tay Cities deal, increasing the use of solar technology, and harnessing the wind power that my hair is often subject to in North East Fife by building a small on-land wind farm at Kenley, on land owned by the university. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, planning permission for this project was initially granted in 2013, 8 years ago, a time before referendums. And at that time, the MOD seemed happy to work with St Andrews, supporting the university in their application. Now, the MOD is a statutory consultee in the UK planning system for developments that could impact MOD sites, which include wind farms. This is a critical issue because also located in my constituency is the former RAF, now Army base at Lookers and its airfield. The MOD rightly has to consider issues such as the potential for wind turbines to interfere with radar systems. And whilst the MOD raised an objection in the formal planning process, the application was granted on the condition that an agreement could be reached on mitigating any interference. And it was at this point, for reasons that remain unclear, that MOD's willingness to engage seems to have broken down. In the past 8 years, St Andrews has put forward multiple proposals and attempted numerous repeated and high-level attempts to explore a solution with the MOD. And indeed, I myself have already attempted, prior to this evening, to facilitate some movement. And the MOD has refused to provide any real meaningful engagement to date. They say that the proposals to mitigate interference with the radar are not good enough, but fail to articulate what would be enough. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just an isolated local issue. There are 782 onshore wind farms around the UK, amounting to over 11,000 turbines and up to 66 million megawatts of energy each year, enough to power 18.4 million homes. And this trend is not slowing down. The trade group Renewables UK is predicting that onshore wind will continue to be a preferred alternative energy source as we work towards meeting net zero goals. And organisations are being encouraged by this government to make the switch. Last year, a net zero business champion, the Honourable Member for Arundel and South Downs, was appointed. Organisations are encouraged to join the United Nations Rates to Net Zero campaign and are celebrated when they do. A part of these commitments will inevitably involve switching to clean energies like wind. Simply put, Madam Deputy Speaker, there will be more applications for wind farms like Kenley. And we also know that Kenley is not alone in being proposed near a military base. There are 33 RAF bases around the UK, of which at least 13 could be classed as coastal. Coastal areas have some of the best weather conditions for turbines. The Plymouth coastline, South Wales, North Norfolk, Liverpool, Belfast, the East Riding of Yorkshire, these are all areas where there are both wind farms and an RAF base. That the question of how to safely build wind farms near to RAF and other military bases is not unique to Kenley, and this has implications. Firstly, it highlights the lack of transparency in a system where some projects have been allowed to go ahead with mitigations agreed, whilst others like Kenley have failed to progress. Just up the road from Kenley, in fact, at the now former Michelin factory site in Dundee, 2 wind turbines were erected. Now, the MOD also objected to this application when it was first made on the grounds that it would interfere at lookers, but nonetheless an agreement was made. Without transparency in how these agreements were reached, St Andrews do not know why or how that project was allowed to go ahead, whilst Kenley was not. The fact that more onshore wind farms are likely to seek permissions and the likelihood that a proportion will be near RAF bases showed it is vital for the MOD to put in place a comprehensive plan to work with developers and find meaningful solutions. If the MOD isn't working to support wind farms like Kenley, I do wonder what it is doing. So on 30th of March this year, the MOD published their own climate change and sustainability strategic approach with a foreword by the Minister himself. This includes a commitment to working sustainably, to encouraging the development of low or zero carbon solutions, to being a partner in the UK's green transition. In fact, it includes an action plan, which includes a pledge to grow awareness inside and outside of defence with a communication plan on commitments and work on climate change and sustainability, inspiring understanding among our people, the wider public, industry and international partners. To me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that sounds like the sort of commitment that would involve engaging with projects such as Kenley Wind Farm and constructively engaging with initiatives to tackle the climate emergency. Now, the MOD, it is true, is looking at mitigation solutions and novel technologies for use at offshore wind farms. And I'm sure the Minister will probably point out in his response that there is an ongoing competition for proposals which closes this week. But this is not relevant to the 782 onshore wind farms like Kenley around the UK, as different mitigation solutions, different ways of using technology are understandably used on land compared to offshore. And even if the solutions were relevant to onshore wind farms, this is a very slow process. It had begun when the MOD last directly engaged with St Andrews in 2015, and some 6 years later this competition is only just entering its second phase. Proceeding at this rate, it will be 2033 before the process finishes. Too late for St Andrews and their goal to achieve net zero by 2035, and frankly too late for all of us. We all know that to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, we need to make significant changes now. We cannot afford to wait to finish this process to get started. And organisations who take on this responsibility, who are putting themselves forward to tackle this challenge, should be supported and not stopped. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's now 2 years since this House declared a climate crisis, and the situation has only worsened since that time, with the UK's contribution to global carbon dioxide emissions continuing to outstrip its share of the global population. This is an issue that my constituents in North East Fife care about deeply. As a prospective parliamentary candidate in September 2019, I took part with other candidates and the then MP for North East Fife in the Line in the Sand climate strike, ably led by young people from local high schools. During the subsequent election, students supportive of the Kenley development attended the main hustings in the constituency and made their voices heard. Yes, there were local objections during the planning process, but the rapid development of wind technologies will result in a more efficient and less obtrusive development. This government states that they are putting a green recovery at the front and centre of their plans, and we know that a shift to clean renewable energy has to be a key part of this process. Just this week, the Prime Minister was in Devon for the G7 summit, where commitments have been made to tackling the climate crisis at home and globally, including a commitment to green energy. And later this year, the UK, Glasgow, will be hosting COP26, where again pledges will be made, I'm sure, relating to clean energy. We are told that this is a priority for this government, and it may be for some parts of it. The Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy has published a 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution, and the Scotland office has signed up to the previously mentioned Tay-City deal, which supports sustainable initiatives. So I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is a case of the MOD just needing to catch up. But if, as the Minister himself wrote in his forewords to the MOD strategic approach, they are determined to play their full part in helping the Government address climate change head-on, this needs to happen now. St Andrews have been trying to work with the MOD on the conditions needed to build Kenley Wind Farm for 8 years. This wind farm would save 7,500 tonnes of carbon per year. It would secure energy pricing into the future, freeing up funding for world-class teaching and research to a sector hard hit already by the COVID pandemic, something this Government should support as part of its aspirations that the UK becomes a global innovation hub. Ultimately, it would allow St Andrews to become self-sufficient for electrical energy. St Andrews accepts the needs to work with the MOD. It is for this reason that they engage with them so early in the planning process. Their frustrations at a lack of ongoing meaningful discussions are entirely understandable. They need to know what the MOD wants so that they can try to provide it. If there are no ways to mitigate the risk to RAF radar, this needs to be communicated with full reasoning. So in conclusion, I ask the Minister in his response to indicate whether he will agree to meet with representatives from the University, the MOD's wind farm team, myself and other stakeholders so that finally a constructive way forward can be agreed.
Minister, Jeremy Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to begin by thanking the Honourable Member for North East Fife for raising this important issue this evening. I know from correspondence how keen she is to support the interests of her constituency, and it is a pleasure to respond. I recognise that the status of the planning application for a wind farm at Kenley is a matter of concern for her, the University of St Andrews and her constituents. We certainly share her desire for a swift and amicable resolution to an issue that, as the Honourable Lady said, has become far too protracted. The Honourable Lady paid tribute to the staunch work of the University of St Andrews and their ambitious plans to achieve net zero emissions by 2035, and I would very much like to echo those remarks. The impressive measures that they've already taken to include this, including using modern technology to drive energy efficiency on its estate and also its Eden Campus project. Since 2018, as I understand it, it's already delivered a 20% reduction in the university's carbon footprint through solar energy and biomass heat. The Government shares St Andrews' enthusiasm to reduce carbon emissions, introducing our legally binding target of net zero by 2050 and working towards what we all hope, including the Honourable Lady, will be a successful conclusion to COP26 in Glasgow later this year. The Government set out in the integrated review how climate change was our #1 international priority, and we in Defence are determined to play our part in achieving the UK's ambitions. In our Climate Change and Sustainability Strategic Approach, which the Honourable Lady was kind enough to refer to, which we published in March, we set out how our approach to sustainable procurement, carbon reduction and better utilisation of our estate can help deliver results, even as we learn to adapt and operate in increasingly unforgiving theatres. At President Biden's recently inaugurated discussions on climate change, at which the Secretary of State spoke, the US Defence Sec, Lloyd Austin, commented that the UK Defence was raising the bar on climate change as an issue. We certainly hope to continue to do so. We recognise the vital importance of renewable energy in helping us meet our goals. Within the defence estate, we recently announced a £120 million project to deliver 4 solar farms over the next 5 to 7 years, resulting in a £1 million in energy efficiency savings and reducing emissions by 2,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. The use of wind energy is very much an option to which Defence is open on the estate where it is viable and consistent with training. The Government is delighted to have seen the increase in the use of wind and solar energy, which now counts as such a substantial proportion of total UK electricity generation. However, the very welcome expansion in wind farms has had to be monitored and continues to be for the impact on radar and in particular upon civil and military air traffic control. We have a duty to protect the security and well-being of the people of the United Kingdom. This requires us to be able to use radar effectively to monitor our airspace where required. There is, in particular, a vital task of ensuring, as I say, that air traffic control has clear line of sight for helping air traffic, its passengers and crew, to land safely. Many wind farms have been able to proceed after consideration without issue. However, we have also been keen to be able to help support the sector to find solutions which can enable further projects to go ahead. The Royal Air Force, in partnership with the Offshore Wind Industry Council, has formed a joint task force to develop radar mitigations. It focuses, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right, particularly on offshore wind and air defence radar, because that is where the greatest capacity can be released to achieve our important renewable energy targets. But we also do expect lessons that we learn to be applicable and be more useful in a wider context, including onshore. Last year, the RAF, the UK Defence and Security Accelerator, DASA, and the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy ran a competition to seek new technological solutions to mitigate the impact of offshore wind turbines on air defence systems. This included ways to reduce radar clutter caused by wind farms, improvements to the probability of intruder detection, the capability to fill or remove gaps in radar coverage, alternatives to radar or alterations to the design of the wind turbines. In the first phase, DASA awarded contracts to Thales, Kinetic, Saab, TWI and Plextech DTS to fast-track their ideas for technologies that can mitigate the impact of wind farms on the UK's air defence radar system. Phase 2 of the competition has just closed, and the winners will be announced on the 8th of August. I would therefore wish to assure the Honourable Lady that Defence is keen to see the opportunities presented by wind farms expanded and, what's more, is working creatively with the active participation of the sector, which I would like to acknowledge, to find mitigations that work and will allow further expansion. Having laid out the context, I would now like to turn to the specifics of Kenley itself and St Andrew's plan to build 6 wind turbines capable of generating 12.3 megawatts of electricity and saving over 9,000 tonnes of CO2 per year. The unfortunate reality, as the Honourable Lady recognises, is that this project is just 8 miles from the air traffic control radar at Lucas Station. That is why back in 2011 the MOD was involved in the initial planning process and undertook a thorough technical and operational assessment. The findings then were clear. They identified that the turbines, as the proposal stood, would cause an unacceptable impact on the air traffic control radar. Not only could they be mistaken for aircraft, they could cause confusing radar clutter. Madam Deputy Speaker, we can't afford to take a risk that could potentially put lives at risk. But I want to be clear, we did not rule out the proposal. Instead, we agreed with the developer that the project could go ahead as long as they provided an appropriate radar mitigation scheme before the turbines were erected. To assist developers, we have a clear approach to these sorts of schemes. It's based on a 3-phase model: identification of potential technical solutions, the trialling of preferred technical solutions, and then the implementation of the technical solution. I appreciate that the developer has made a number of attempts to proffer mitigation for the wind farm. 2 such attempts involved an infill radar station based on Edinburgh Airport air traffic control radar. Those attempts were unsuccessful for various reasons, including that the proposal would have resulted in the loss of radar for an important area in the approach to the station below 900 feet, which would have presented a significant safety risk. There were also concerns about the ability to achieve seamless integration between the Edinburgh and Lucas radars. I don't think it's fair, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say that the MOD is not responsive. We have continued to engage, and I do recall that the proposal was made for holographic radar, which was indeed, I believe, the basis for the original 2013 planning application. The holographic radar was not something to which the MOD raised objections. However, this was a higher cost mitigation and required further evidencing. I don't believe that was progressed by the developer. But I want to make it quite clear that if a way forward can be found by the developer through that hologram radar or through other routes that would provide mitigation, we would be very keen to look at the proposal afresh and see if we can make it work. The good news is that since 2011, significant work across the sector has been undertaken and continues. And the Honourable Lady raised Dundee. I don't know the details of that off the top of my head, but provided it's in all our interests that technology and solutions are shared, providing there isn't a commercial or other confidentiality reason why that information couldn't be shared, I'd see no reason why it couldn't be. So I undertake to look at that for the Honourable Lady and see if anything can be shared. I apologise in advance if there are commercial reasons which prevents it, but there's a fair and reasonable request, and I will take it on advisement and return to her. But in the light of the Honourable Lady's request, further to it, if she would be kind enough to work with me, I'd be pleased to facilitate a further meeting between St Andrews and my colleagues in the DNS wind farm team. I appreciate they've met before, indeed as recently as September 2020, again, I think under the prompting of the Honourable Lady, but the MOD remains open to consider any radar mitigation scheme proposed in the future, and if such a meeting would be helpful, I will certainly ensure that it is facilitated. A solution that benefits the environment, cuts carbon and maintains our radar safety net is surely the best solution for all concerned, And if my team are able to guide St Andrews on our views on the most recent technological developments and wider MOD thinking, which may help them to produce a solution which is acceptable, that is something we should all certainly welcome.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As may as that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended.